This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Day one of the Meltl Shield. It was a bit of history, wasn't it? Team Europe taking on the British and Irish Roses. And the hosts, I've got to say, they were off to a cracking start. They won the first 3 games before they dropped the fourth by a single run on the last ball. Got back in the winner's circle in the last game. So it's 4-1 at the moment to Team Europe. That means the Roses, they'll have to be perfect if they're going to take the Shield. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Meltl Shield on ECN, and it starts right now. Buongiorno, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to a huge day in European cricket, because today is the day that we will award the first ever Meltl Shield, the best women's players from all around the continent and of course the British Isles and Ireland coming together here at the Roma Cricket Ground in a 9-match T10 extravaganza. And we're 5 matches in at the moment. It is Team Europe with a commanding lead, 4 matches to 1, and with only 4 matches to play, you know what that means. The Roses, they will have to win every single game today if they are to take out the first ever Meltl Shield. Now, if you were watching yesterday, you'll know that the teams get to alternate their election of whether they want to bat or bowl first. So match 6 means that Team Europe get to choose, and they have chosen to bat first. And to be honest, that doesn't surprise me at all. It just seems to be a bit of a trend, but also first match yesterday, it's where they got the jump in this series. They were sent in by the Roses, and we saw a big partnership between Babette de Leede and Iris Svilling kind of setting up a big score that turned out to be enough to get them the win. Just kind of got them off to a racing start. Then they got to choose to bat in match number 2, and there wasn't too much the Roses could do about it. They didn't really have the answers. Now, the kind of the 3 tall timbers, I think, in the Dutch connection, if you like, in the Europe batting lineup, in de Leede as well as Iris Svilling. Also, Robin Rijke is in there as well. And normally they've just played 2 out of the 3. I noticed this morning they are playing all 3 of those heavy hitters. So I think that the Team Europe tactics are pretty clear. We want to go out there, we want to bat, we want to put big runs on the board and bat the Roses, not only just out of the game, but out of the tournament. Because if they can win this game, of course, they only need 1 win today to secure that. Then they might mix it up a little bit. But for the Roses, got to say, Kiara Green, I thought she was excellent yesterday. It was a really kind of tough day for the Roses, let's be honest. Just struggled to adapt to conditions. They didn't really have too many answers to the Team Europe batting lineup. I think Millie Taylor's a very important player as well, with the variation she brings with her left arm spin and also her batting ability. And Merritt, I think Annalise Merritt, she's one player. It just looks like she can clear the boundaries. One thing that was clear yesterday, Team Europe just seemed to put away a lot more of the bad balls. I think the team's kind of bowled similarly, but Team Europe were brutal on anything, for example, that was 2 full tosses. They were just getting whacked out of the park. The Roses just weren't timing the ball quite as well. Let's talk weather today. Well, if you've been with us for the last couple of weeks, you'll know every day is kind of the same at the moment. It's going to be hot. It's about 25 degrees right now. It should get up to something like 34 or 35. So it is hot work out there. Of course, just 4 games today instead of the 5-match schedule yesterday. But there's a few tired bodies, I'm sure, this morning. But it's going to be all on the line. Both teams will be fighting it out for the first ever Meltl Shield. Got to say, really happy to be with this man. Not often we get together these days with a packed schedule on ECM, but Rico Full is standing by. I can tell you that in match 6, Rico, Europe, they have the option, no surprises. They want to bat first. They want to get this Shield in the back pocket. Let's get ready for the start of day 2.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Yeah, that's the way I see it. Mind you, I don't think they'll get it in the back pocket. It's a big old Shield, that one, but it looks absolutely amazing. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, world, to day 2 of the Meltl Shield. And, of course, the first match, a very important one. But let's take a look back at what we saw yesterday. Match number 1, it was Team Europe, 125 for 3, and the British and Irish Roses, 92 for 4, 33 a run win. And it was the captain, Babette de Leede, 51 of 24, and well, was she on form yesterday. We also saw some good hitting from Iris Svilling as well, made 27 of 13. The match number 2 went 149 to 97, and that was once again a very good win for Team Europe. Iris Svilling was key again with a score of 71, And match 3 went very much the same way as you see there. 106 for 3. And Team Europe, well, they were chasing this time and they did get there. And, well, we just just came the other way around here, but we just talked about that one. I'll stay with match number 3. Hopefully, match 4 will come up next. And, yeah, in that match 3, once again, it was the captain, the lady, 63 with 24. She was just in sensational form. She really was. And no surprising that she got the player of the match with that win with 8 wickets. Match number 4 was a closer one, but it was a win for the British and Irish Roses, and everybody thought, well, this is the fight back. Maybe they can finish 3-2 on the day. Team Europe restricted to 98. Riker scored a half century, but when she got out, that gave the British and Irish Roses hope, and Ria Fakrao was in fantastic form. Did she have a match? She was great in the field, bowled beautifully, and scored 43, getting her team the win off that last ball. Needed 14 of the last over, but unfortunately for the British and Irish Roses, it went pear-shaped again in the last match. 86 they managed to stumble to, and Team Europe wasted no time, winning with 20 balls to go. And this time it was Methanara Ratanaika, 47 of 18. But it was a great day, and you heard there from Vinny Sandhu that Babette Leleda, 219 runs in the day. It was quite sensational. So 4-1 to Team Europe. And that means that today with 4 to play, if they win just 1, then they will take that shield home with them. And of course, you've seen already and heard from Vinny the lineups that we see here. The Team Europe are really going to go for this. They have elected to bat first, and they've got all the big hitters in the side. The lady is there, Aris Welling. You've also got Robin Raika, who is in sensational form, and Mathanana Renaika is there as well. They're going for this big time here. And another person I've got to mention is Leanna Sims. What a good day she had yesterday. Remember, there was one match when she bowled beautifully, took 3 wickets, and then also took 3 catches. She was in sensational form in the day. This is why it's looking, the win predictor is, well, not giving the British and Irish Roses too much of a chance here. 80% to 20 in favour of Team Europe. Good morning to everybody in the chat. Happy Sunday to you. Yes, it is Sunday. Breakfast in bed day, I think, for some of you. Hello to John and Dave. Dave is up early here. And Charlie Hunt, you have a good day as well. Charlie 10, have a good day out there. Of course, Charlie doing the Valletta Cup. They're in Malta. Good morning to you, Charlie. So we're off. We're off and running. First runs, just a single to start off with. And, well, the Roses, they're going to have to be at their best. Mathanaka Ratanaika, of course, the last match yesterday, 47 of 18. Not out. Had 1 ball to try and hit a boundary to get her 50, and it was just stopped before it went over the rope. It's played away. And the one thing we saw with Ratanaika yesterday was that the hitting outside the off stump was amazing. So of course you're watching the Meltl Shield here. In comes Merritt once more. You heard Vinny say he thinks that she'll have a big part to play in today if there's going to be this, what will be an incredible comeback. Yeah, well, there we go. They're arriving. Well, we know what's in that box. That's the Meltl Shield. But where will it be going? There's Casper there as well. And, of course, there is Manuela, who, of course, this shield is named after. Manuela Meltl Weston. And, well, they're asking here, but I think she makes it pretty comfortably. It's worthwhile having a look. Does she slide the bat in all the way? That's the question. Let's have a look here. Oh, well, what's happened there? Hang on a minute. It is going to be out. Let's have a look. Oh, I think if the throw was better, that's what Valverde is thinking. But just have a look there when they slide and collide together. Well, that could have been nasty. But we're all right in the end. As Chloe picks herself up. No big shots at the moment. Pretty tidy. I'm liking this from Annalise Merritt. Umpire umpires for this match. Schnell is out there and Meda. Tracy will be the third umpire. That's a good delivery, good areas. And that's one thing that definitely I think that the British and Irish Roses will try and do better here today. I think yesterday there were too many full length deliveries that the batters were able to work away, mainly hitting over the long on and mid-wicket area. That's a miscue, but it's going to get lucky. That's going to make its way to the boundary. So the first boundary of the day, and it comes from the bat of a batter that was in sensational form yesterday, the captain of Team Europe. Babette Deleda gets a boundary, gets four. Yesterday, 1,074 runs scored. 35 wickets did fall. Well, that's a worried man there, of course. Richie Cunningham. And in number of sixes, 47. So keep an eye on that. 47 sixes. Also keep an eye on this. Write it down in your diary. In December, the 9th to the 20th, if you like, in women's cricket. Well, this is going to be the Euros of women's cricket. Bigger and better this year. Not 5, but 10 teams. We have the Challenger Division and, of course, the Premier Division. Back to the action here. And that one's just been played away, but should go to the short third. So just a single taken. Ratanaika hasn't quite got going yet, but, of course, we know that it's only a matter of time. If she gets whipped outside the off, that's when she can be really dangerous. Short. Hit hard, and that's going to be 4 runs. And that's where the issue was yesterday. That highlights it pretty well, actually. 4 more runs. And Deleda looking to continue in the same form she was in yesterday. Well, there you go. I was just talking about those. 219. What a strike rate that is. Then Riker is second on 112. And Zwilling third with 103. Of course, all Europe, Team Europe players. Uses her feet. That's a delightful shot. It really is. It's not a bad delivery. I'm liking that from Taylor. She's creating something, isn't she? She's making Deleda come out of a crease. So giving a sniff there to Christine Coulter-Riley if she would miss it, but she doesn't miss it. Beautiful footwork. Lovely shot. Here is the bowlers, and Dura Balapur, 4 wickets. And well, I mentioned Leanna Sims was superb, 4 for her as well. And Kiara Green, who not playing this match. Now that's gone. What a delivery. What a big moment. And Deleda, can you believe it, who had a sensational day yesterday. We were just showing you 219 runs, a little bit fuller. That's the answer, a little bit fuller. A good turn here from Millie Taylor. And she gets the prize wicket. She gets the scalp of the captain. So Deleda will go. What a good bit of bowling this is. Let's have a look at this again. Watch this ball come in. Just have a look at this. So just a little bit fuller. And comes back into it. And that's the difference. Just a bit fuller. And Deleda plays over this one. But look at the turn. That's going to be very encouraging for the spin bowlers. Taylor gets the big breakthrough, of course. The British and Irish Roses have got to fight. They've got to believe. They've got to chip away here and take wicket after wicket. So first one goes down. But, of course, one good batter goes. Another one comes in. And a hard-hitting one. Zwilling comes on. And nothing this time. Just a dot. So great over so far. 1 for 9. Goes down the ground, but that should be well stopped there by Thackrell. She was sensational yesterday. Remember the first match? Thackrell, she was in the wars. Nothing was going her way. Couple of drop catches, but the way she bounced back was incredible. And don't forget that one win that the British and Irish Roses had yesterday was down to her magnificent fielding. She took an incredible catch on the boundary and then made 43 not out of the 33 deliveries. We'll let you have a look at those standings again. So, of course, it's have to get a win here to the Roses. Otherwise, it's done and dusted. 2 overs completed. 18 on the board. 18 for 1. And the big news is Deleda back in the shed. So, a nice, tidy start. It's played away. Just a single. liking the energy out there from the British and Irish Roses. They certainly are out there to fight. And I think that's the thing that probably would have been said to them. They probably would have been told, look, it's unlikely because day one didn't go our way. It is very unlikely, but don't go down without a fight. I don't think she gets a little tickle on this or not. We'll have to see what the umpire calls here. And, well, leg bye is given, so it just comes off the pad. Yeah, good call there from umpire Stehel. Yeah, so it's all about today. Look, different day, and who knows, you know. Remember, Team Europe yesterday won 3 on the spin. Well, let's try to do the same. Let's try and do one better. Comes out. Oh, that's a delightful shot. Oh, this is glorious. I know it's first thing in the morning, but this already is the shot. Well, let's just call it the shot of the morning. The HCL shot of the morning. That is beautiful. And Zwelling holds the pose as well. Smile, please. Click, click, click. What a beautiful shot that is. Look at that. That is just class. And look at the way she holds the elbow nice and straight. Not dragging that onto the onside. Chloe. Oh, she's so unlucky. So unlucky. Once again, the flight. Beating Zwelling with the flight. And Zwelling just gets a bit of an inside edge on this. Watch this. So she gets beaten. This time doesn't come out. And look, that's that inside edge. That is so close to going back onto the stumps. Zwelling survives. Okay, Methanara would love to get a bit of width, would she? Is that the one? Hits it hard. It's hard. That will go all the way. Bolle, bolle. Maximo number 48 in this series. And it's a big one from the Italian. Methanara Ratanaika clobbers this big. She's got some power, hasn't she? But once again, just a little bit too short there from Grekken. But she'll come back. It's not been a bad over. 12 from it so far. And that's been hit pretty hard, and that's going to be 4 runs. It was just a little bit wider, but Ratanaika, we saw her play these shots so well yesterday. Gets to the pitch of it and thumps it down the ground. 6 and 4. Ratanaika, like she was yesterday, is hungry for more. That's the power play completed. And that over goes for 17. And the score after 3, 35 for 1. So not, like I say, not the worst of overs there from Grekken. She did win the battle a few times, but it's 17 come off it. And it's a fine time to welcome for the first time into our Casa Grande to Vinny Sandu. Mr. Maximo looking very sharp today.
Buongiorno. Well, there's a bit of a pineapple theme. Probably if you check the social media out, you know what I'm talking about. Maybe it'll drop soon, but a little bit pineapple today. I've got a little bit purple. I'm just really excited, to be honest. First ever Meltl Shield, and well, the Roses, they need to be perfect, don't they? 4 out of 4. I suppose a fairly even start. Maybe you'd say slightly leaning towards Team Europe. Obviously, Delayed is a huge wicket. I mean, she was pretty much bulletproof yesterday. His Fackrell in over number 4. But yeah, I've noticed the team selection. I know we've touched on it a few times already. Yesterday, they tended to play only 2 out of Delayed, Zwelling and Riker. All 3 are in the lineup this morning. And then you've got Ratanaika, who's coming off runs yesterday as well. Just millimetres away from a 50. Yeah, Fackrell's found this is a pretty effective tactic, kind of sliding across the right-hander. Also, I suppose for the Roses, it's probably not an inconvenient time for them to not be playing the captain, Kiara Green, as well.
Yeah.
Who played every single game yesterday. She was the only player that did.
Now, it's an interesting shot, that one from Ratanaika, because she's very good at cutting and hitting over the offside. But for some reason, because it was shorter, she prefers to go on the onside. She's got to be careful. 3 fielders waiting there. Yeah, that's a better shot. Just play that out on the offside. She'll take the single. But I'm liking this. There's definitely a change in plan and attitude and approach from the British and Irish Roses when it comes to their bowling. Taking the pace off and keeping it outside the off stump.
Still think, you know, and actually they've done pretty well, I think, with the long one being almost a straight hit now. You've got to cut that straight boundary off.
Clubbed. Watch the bounce. Beautifully done. That's Wheeler. And she's been excellent in that part of the ground. So, I mean, Zwelling, she thumps the ball. That is travelling.
That was a fantastic stop. I mean, it's a slightly unpredictable bounce, especially with a A bit of a greasy first innings of the day, but Wheeler was able to get some of the frame behind it. Last ball the over.
Oh, that's powerfully hit. The timing on this, Vinny, that is immaculate. The timing and the power in that shot from Meltl is just outstanding. That now, by the way, keep count, is Maximo number 49.
Oh, well, might be time to raise the bat. Nike times up Fackrell. That just kind of sums it up. They had 3 off the over. It was looking like it was going their way. 9 becomes almost a draw, really, I think, in that 4th over. As we have a look at the run rate. Now, Rico, I know that we've got a special guest, actually, that's going to jump in for a little bit. So I think, I know with these big squads, we've gone and we've done some, I won't say burgling, but I've raided the Roses dressing room, and we've got a very special guest coming in a moment. But yeah, first, we're going to go back to live action, and looks like this is Annalise Merritt, who's going to bowl over number 5. Mentioned she's a key player. Mentioned with the bat, but also, with the ball. She's a genuine pacer. Can swing the ball around a little bit. Zwilling, 9. Faces up. Attempted Yorker, but just whipped away. And that will be a single. So yeah, kind of every game's a final for the Roses today. And 4 games is a lot to win when you've only won 1 on the first day, but I suppose you can only take it 1 at a time. It's well bowled by Merritt and muscles that one past Ratnaka. Any sound of him, Mr. Maximo. Joining me as a special guest in the commentary box is Jersey International and British and Irish Rose, Grace Weatherall. Good morning, Grace.
Good morning.
Hopefully you're well, and I'm really excited to have you in the commentary box. There's Merritt. Delivers another thunderbolt. Is there a little nick? There is. So Ratnaka's going to have to go. Just flirted at one outside the off stump. He really moved the feet or the weight towards the ball. Just flashes at it. Gets a little nick through to the keeper. Christina Coulter-Riley takes their catch. And it's 45-2. Well, Grace, you're in for 1 ball and you've taken a wicket. Obviously, it was a tough day yesterday, but how are you feeling going into day 2?
I think my perspective of it is that we're not out of the game yet. We won 1, which means we just have to win the 4 today. If we win the first game, it puts pressure on them. And then we win the second game. It's not even, but there's still the pressure. So building the pressure makes mistakes, and I've learnt that from playing myself. We've had games where we've played and the pressure's been brought on us, and I've made a lot of mistakes by it. So I know if we do the same, hopefully we can build that pressure up.
One thing about ECN cricket in the format is you will be put under pressure, and a lot of it. We see it every single day. But I know you've played a little bit of the format. Saw you playing in the Netherlands Jersey series last year. We've had some T10 and T20 cricket. How do you find it? It's a very different form of cricket than you probably are used to.
Yeah, it's very different. I really enjoy it because it's more of you go in with a batting, it's see ball, hit ball, and as a bowler, I know not to be upset about what my outcome is.
It's Merritt who gets a crack at Riker, new batter. Well, in the air, can anyone get there? Oh, Trinity Smith came in. It just didn't carry, though, in the end. Now, you'll know very well, it was the Dutch batters that really kind of had a day out yesterday with Deleda as well as the 2 at the crease right now. Zwilling and Raka. Well, you've got Deleda reasonably early. You'll know that these 2 are the key, right?
Yeah, Zwilling, her batting is incredible.
Hits this pretty well. Sets a bit of a task for Fackrell, but she does well to keep it to 1. I mean, and you had to bowl a fair bit to them yesterday.
Yeah, it's...
What are the tactics? I mean, I was trying to come up with tactics, but it seemed like it was very difficult to come up with anything.
So I think it was quite hard. I tried to find that bowling into her pads to try stop her reaching over. I look back on my footage from yesterday. Bowling full tosses is when she smacked it for the maximum.
Yeah, that was probably a key difference between the 2 teams yesterday. It just seemed that I thought you bowled fairly equally. It just seemed that whenever you guys made a mistake, they seemed to put it away. Let's welcome you into the commentary box then. 48 for 2 after 5 overs. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And joining me is Jersey International and British and Irish Rose, Grace Weatherall. It's been a history. We're trying to do new things all the time to promote the game across Europe, and that includes obviously the British and Irish territories. So, yeah, what kind of experience is it? What's it like? Is it you're still a teenager to come to Rome and to play in this kind of tournament?
Yeah, being 17, it's quite like exciting for me to be here, play with people that are older than me and more experienced, and learning from them. So there's a lot of these girls that I do look up to, especially in this team and the.
What a catch! What a catch! Unbelievable. Wheeler can't believe it. She just stuck the hand up. I think she kind of lost it. And somehow that is stuck to the right hand, and that is a jaw-dropping moment of the Meltl Shield. It got absolutely poleaxed out to deep mid-wicket by Riker, and Amy Wheeler has taken one of the catches of the season.
That's incredible.
Let's check it out on the replay. Miles comes on a little bit short. That ball almost broke in half. It was hit so hard. Wheeler just kind of starts with 2, goes with 1, and then she just freezes. I don't quite understand what's happened. It was like a natural reflex. The fingers just gripped the Grizzly, and that's an unbelievable moment. Potentially shield-turning moment, if not match-turning moment. 47 for 3 as Riker is going to have to go. Wow. This is, she definitely loses this a bit. As it's on her way, she probably thought either it's going over me or... And then it just lodges perfectly in the hand. I mean, it saves 6 runs as well. And then kind of goes straight into... Oh, that would have been a no ball for actually back foot. So lucky but unlucky for Miles. I actually think she might have slipped on the paint there. I'll tell you what, she sometimes has these issues with the back foot being a bit too wide. Just something I noticed yesterday.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Amy Wheeler... Stop the voting. That's your play of the weekend. There were some great catches yesterday and some good run-outs as well. I tell you what, Grace, you did some great work on the field, but since you've been in the commentary box, things seem to have gone very well for the Roses. They might want to keep you here. Oh, dropped. That was a chance to get Blake. Very first ball. It was a fairly firm push back. Now, you said this format's got a lot of action. You like it. Well, you're seeing it right here in the last 5 minutes.
Everything can change in just a minute.
That was well, another one that, imagine that sticks for Charlie. And you know, you're right in business. Feeling last of the 3 Dutch bats that still has the ability to score some runs. Obviously, Charlie's a Jersey teammate of yours. Tell us a little bit about her.
Yeah, I've known Charlie since I was about 12, so I started playing when I was 11, and because I was quite young, Charlie's become quite like a mother figure to me. She looks after me quite well with all my physio, so she straps up my tape in the morning and everything.
That's a good friend to have.
Yeah, so she's a key part to our team, a very strong batter and a very good bowler. She's only started bowling recently again, and she's been a key part of our team. So she always brings the energy high. If we're playing T20 and we get a bit dead because we're not where we want it to be, Charlie always lifts the energy by being really loud in the field. So she's a really key person in our team.
Yeah, she's quite bubbly.
Yeah.
You kind of feel the energy that I think you need. You need those kind of people, especially in these kind of conditions. Here she comes again to Blake. Kind of jams Blake up. She'll get a single. And one thing I will say with Charlie, with her bowling, I don't mind the number 0 on the back, but I know a lot of batters, they don't like to wear the number 0.
Yeah.
You know why?
It's her brother's got the number 0, so I think she's taken after her brother. I'm not entirely sure on that, but I know her brother's got the same number.
If I was a batter, the 2 numbers I wouldn't wear are 0 and 99. Turn attempt fate. This one doesn't really swing for her. And that you saw a moment ago, Chloe Greeken, again, another one of your teammates for Jersey, and she's actually leading the British and Irish Roses this morning. And Chloe's, she's quite an interesting character as well, right?
Yeah, Chloe, she's been my captain since I started cricket, and she's got really good knowledge of the game, and she's someone I do look up to know how much about the game, and her bowling, she can take some incredible wickets.
Miles bowling pretty good over here. No full toss, hit in the air, but just into the hole, and Wheeler won't be able to cut this one off. 4 runs to Zwilling. Again, it's one of those clips that was kind of in the lap of the gods. Could have easily gone to a field, but instead, it's 4 runs. So I've got another question for you. Because the ECC, which is the Euros of cricket, last year 5 nations were involved and Jersey weren't involved. This year you are involved. And a lot of people saying that you could do some very good things. Last ball of the over, just eased away over backward point. That's going to be 4. Nice shot by Zwilling. Well, she is ticking. This one they played all 3 of the Dutch bats in this lineup, and they might need them as well at the moment. End of the over. And Team Europe are 61 for 3. Yeah, so I know that we have 10 countries this year instead of 5. And that you'll be actually in the Challenger division against, on top of my head, Spain, Austria, Germany, and Czechia. So that's a chance for you to play some more of the format. I know you think you only played 3 games last year in the format.
Yeah.
How do you feel about coming to Spain and getting involved in that?
Really excited for it. I think our team is growing tremendously. We started off as a very young team. Now we're getting older. We've got more experience. We played Germany before, and that's our top competition. It'll be good fun to play other oppositions and learn more about the game. I think it's just nice for us also to have more like games that are televised. For Jersey, I think it's really big for us as we've come from such a small island, had to work our way up.
Sure. Yeah, I think I'm really excited, and a chance to get some silverware there for Jersey. It's not so easy in international cricket to to win trophies. They're kind of few and far between a lot of the time. It's Ferrari from Gibraltar coming on in over number 7. Had a question in the chat, and Ulrico, he's just kind of gotten out of the box for a second, gotten on to the chat, and he says, Grace, at what age did you switch from softball cricket to hardball cricket? That's the first question.
Yeah, I started playing hardball when I was 11.
Okay. Well, lifted up by Zwilling. It is catchable, and it's taken. Wheeler's made such a difference out there. And Zwilling's going to have to go. Makes the start. Couldn't quite go on with it this time. Window of opportunity for the Roses. 62 for 4. And once again, Amy Wheeler with a sensational catch.
Yeah. She's been excellent today, Amy Wheeler. She's someone I definitely would look up to as one of the older people on the team. Her fielding's been sensational.
And also, I mean, Amy, I know she's having a few issues coming back from injury at the moment, but she's also a very good fast bowling mentor.
Very quick, yeah.
We saw her bowling a lot last year, but Zwilling lifts it up. And we saw a similar to one last over that kind of fell into a gap that time. Wheeler was in her wheelhouse, and that's a key thing for the Roses. Have to catch better today than you did yesterday. 100%. So far, well, you've exceeded expectations really with some of the efforts. But Zwilling's going to go for 20, and it's 62 for 4. But yeah, so you were 11 when you went to hardball cricket. And the second part of Rico's question was, how did you change your mindset when it came to stopping and catching the hard ball? Was that quite intimidating?
Well, to be honest, I never really played softball cricket. I joined Jersey when I was 11, and maybe 2 months after playing cricket, I got asked to go to France with them to play in this tournament in France. I think we ended up winning that. I went home early with that one. But I never really played softball. I went straight into hardball. I played hockey since I was very, very little because my dad, so I was used to playing hardball sports. So I think it was more just I'm going to throw myself into
Hockey's
this.
a pretty good grounding as well, and I played a lot of hockey when I was young as well. Ferrari ends up with a big wicket as Zwilling, and Bartram comes in, vice captain of Team Europe, starts with a single. So yeah, like I said, a bit of a window of opportunity. 101's expected. That's what the supercomputer is telling us at the moment. And that'd be a pretty interesting second half. Tell us a bit about women's cricket in Jersey. I mean, we know the club scene a little bit because of the ECL Champions League of European Cricket. We've seen Farmers do pretty well there in Spain. We've seen Old Victorians as well. In fact, runners-up last year. There'll be 2 clubs from Jersey in the men's ECL last year. This is hit pretty well. Picks out the fielder, though. Yeah, so tell us, so outside the international level, what kind of cricket are you playing, and what's the kind of women's infrastructure there in Jersey?
So for the women's, there's no games for us older ones, but the younger ones, you've got the same as the men's league, but for the youngest, you've got under 11s league, so they play against the boys. So we've got our lionesses, and then you've got your under 13s, under 15s, but us as women's.
Hit up in the air, thick outside. Oh, what a catch! What is going on right now? Merritt with the left hand, and everything sticking for the Roses. What a difference a day can make. She kind of just lurched at that and put the hand out of hope, and it just stuck to the left palm of Merritt. Another unbelievable catch by the Roses, 64 for 5.
That is an incredible catch from Annalise Merritt there. Bartram's a very big wicket to have. We played her in Germany, and she got 79 odd against us, and I know she can be a very strong batter, so we'd be very proud of that.
Well, cricket's a funny game, but I don't think Team Europe are laughing at the moment. Yesterday, to be honest, your team couldn't catch a cold. Today you've taken 2 unbelievable one-handed catches. Bartram's got to go 64 for 5, and Merritt, it was almost just like a hand of hope, wasn't it? She said, I'm not going to get there. I haven't really organised the dive, so I'm just going to stick out the hand. And lo and behold, there it was. And look, who's the first there? It's Wheeler saying, yeah, well, you've seen it. Now you've done it.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Okay, so that was Kroom's question, by the way, about club cricket in Jersey. And And tell us a bit more then about what your plans are for the rest of the season. Obviously, the Northern Hemisphere season is probably coming to an end in probably a month or so. As Naomi Bermejo is the new batter from Spain, coming out number 7. So what are the kind of plans from here until December when we see you in the ECCW?
Up until December, I've now just started Meltl boarding school in the UK to go progress my cricket. So for me, I'm going to be training there, but for the Jersey girls, I think our new coach Ted, Darren Thomas, he's been brilliant. I think he'll be working up with everyone for that, to train them all up that. But the thing with our Jersey team is it's only 4 on Ireland now. All of us are at uni boarding school.
Sure.
So it's slightly different for us to train.
But that's still very exciting, I think, for your cricket development. Just quickly, of course, Valletta Cup final day today. Serbia taking on Greece right now, and MCC, quite a famous club, also in action later on today. And then the final, bit of news about the Valletta Cup. MCC won't be in the final because it's an international tournament. They agreed that they won't be playing in the final, even though it looks like they'll probably top the table there in Malta. Let's just have a look at this again at another angle of Merit. It's an unbelievable catch. I mean, if you tried that 10 times, I don't know how many times they're sticking, but all the stars are lining at the moment. Naomi gets a good ball from Charlie Miles. Okay, thanks to everyone for your questions in the chat. I've just got some questions that aren't to do with cricket. Tell us what do you like to do? Tell us a bit about Grace. What are your hobbies? What do you like to do outside cricket?
Outside of cricket, I work in a chippy. So
I like that. We might be coming to Jersey next year as well. You will see me there. So, that's a thick outside edge flying away. That'll get to the boundary. So Naomi is able to get her first boundary. Has a top score on the network of 99 not out. And that was against Malta last year. Spanish international. Again, she's probably similar age as you. Also plays cricket in the UK. Naomi. And she'll be happy to get off the mark there. So for all of you out there that don't know what a chippy is, because in Australia a chippy is actually someone that's... that knocks down trees.
Yeah.
Right. But you work in a fish and chip shop.
Yeah,
Am I understanding correctly? Miles, comeback ball. Throws it wide, but just a little bit too wide. Okay, that sounds fun.
Yeah, so I've been working there for about a month or 2. I also have a level 3 qualification in personal training.
Really?
So I do a bit of that on the side.
Jeez, you're multi-skilled. Okay, I'll give you another random question. If you had a free day, you can do whatever you want. Miles again. Pretty good Yorker. Just had to be kept out by him and Bermejo. What are you doing with that free day?
With a free day, I'll most likely go down surfing because me and my brother surf quite a bit. So we'll probably go down there.
Well, I come from Perth, Western Australia, so I'm sure there's a few clubs down there that might be watching you and saying, hey, come down there. And that's plenty of coastline there for you to have a go at. This one's fairly straight and it's gone. Naomi trying to hit across that. Miles has 2 wickets now. And British and Irish Rose are just throwing absolutely everything they've got at Team Europe. We'll check this one out in the replay. Naomi. She's going to have to go. We'll check it out in the replay. She does pretty wide of the crease. I mean, it looks pretty adjacent to me. I think it's taking a piece of leg stump. I couldn't really see it slipping past. So, I think they're getting full. That's been a bit of a key as well, but not too full. Miles with a brace, and it's 70 for 6. Okay, final random question. Where would you like to travel in the world? That you haven't been?
I haven't been. Probably Hawaii.
Nice one. That's quite far away from you.
Yeah, it's quite far away. Australia's my main place to go because my auntie and my uncle are out there, and I want to go play some cricket out there. So after school, that's my aim, to go play cricket out there.
Beautiful. And where are they in Australia?
Queensland.
Queensland, beautiful part. Plenty of sunshine.
Yeah.
I like that you picked Hawaii because you're trading one island for another.
Yeah.
Quite like that. And Australia, I mean, I know a lot of the players in Europe and obviously UK like to get down. Well, how about that for a shot first ball? Although it almost finds the fielder. Greekin down there. Lenia Sims, again, long batting order, number 8. She is someone that could easily be batting in the top 4 or 5. Look, Chloe, you're still young. I love watching you. I know you've done a bit of everything. You've done a bit of keeping, I know, but you've switched to bowling. I think as a bowler, you've got a lot of potential, and even seeing what you can do with the bat. We're really, really proud to have you here as part of the first ever British and Irish Roses side, and I'm going to let you get back to the bench and wish you all the best for the rest of the day.
Thank you for having me.
That was Grace Weatherall here with us as a special guest here in match 6. And I don't know, Grace has been good on the field, but I think the Roses might just want to keep her in the commentary box, because since she was here, they just pulled out probably 2 or 3 best bits of cricket the whole weekend. Oh, I wonder what Rico Foole's making of this. He'll be back in a second. His Ferrari took 2 for 3 in her first over. Now it's going to be Ramp City, USA here, as it's going to get down to the boundary. Will Sims, well, she's shown her hand twice now. She's gone reverse ramp and then actual ramp, and just spots there's no one back at fine leg. And really, I think it's quite brave batting at this stage, being 6 down, but again, shows the confidence. I suppose Team Europe, they'll also be feeling, look, we've got nothing to lose here. We're 4-1 up in the series. You know, we're going to still be quite attacking and take a few chances to try and put that 100 on the board from here. Ferrari. Oh, reverse, gets a piece of it. They run on contact, and Coulter-Riley can't prevent the single. Rico, what is going on this Roses side? Yesterday, they dropped so many catches in the first innings of the day. They've taken a ridiculous one hand and then a ridiculous left hand jalebi catch in 2 minutes of cricket.
Well, I missed breakfast this morning, and I wish I hadn't, because I want to have whatever they had, because they are catching everything. The first one from Wheeler, that was just extraordinary. I mean, I think you're right. I think she loses it, but the way she just plucks that ball right-handedly, jalebi style, was amazing.
I got a
really
feeling,
was.
I know we couldn't see she had the dark glasses on. I reckon she had the eyes closed and just hoping for the best. She did not see it at all. Just reacted. And then how about Merritt with the
left-handed,
the reach of it. Anyway, Sims, 1 boundary so far in her 6.
Well, I think is there something on this? I think there was, you know. Yeah, well, Sims has gone out there and wanted to play everything behind the stumps. And that's the way she plays. She's tried to scoop, she's tried the reverse Malachi, she's tried everything. And now this time around, she's just feathered this into the gloves of Christina Coulter-Riley. Another one will go. Nicely taken, because that was dipping on her. It's a very good take, actually. So Sims will go as well. Rebecca Blake, she's just running out of partners, isn't she?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Sims, I suppose, tried it one time too many. And 1-800 dialer hero, it's Elizabeth Ferrari, the Gibraltarian, who's come up with 3 important wickets. I do agree that was a good catch from Christina Coulter-Riley, because she's expecting a certain pace, and that slight deflection actually took pace off the ball. So she had to readjust, come in, get under it. And the score now 77 for 7. Here's Caroline DeLanger, who's coming out at number 9. Can I tell you something about Caroline?
Tell me.
She is a genuine bowler.
Yeah.
Right? Not known for her batting so much. She told me last night she's never hit a 6.
Never?
Never.
All right.
I did say something about me going out there to give her a high five if she hits one. Now she's got a chance. Ferrari doesn't get any shape on this one. Goes down the leg side. But Caroline, she's a real cult figure, I think, in the Dutch side. We mentioned her bowling. It's quite an unusual action that she's got with her wrist spin. But now, I mean, unexpectedly, she needs to perform with the bat here if Europe going to edge up towards that 90 or so.
Well, the British and Irish Roses yesterday turned up in a Ford. Today they've upgraded to a Ferrari, and it is going beautifully. 3 for 10, and that one's just in the gap. Well, she might not have hit a 6, but she certainly does get a 4. She's almost there. These are valuable runs, you know. If they can get up to the 90, I reckon we're going to have a nail-biting first match here. Match 2 of this Meltl Shield on day 2.
Yeah,
match number 1, beg your pardon.
Tail enders of the world unite, because DeLanger, she's going to compete. And she's still there. She's got 7 balls to go. Ferrari, last ball of a brilliant spell.
Well, they like it. The umpire says not this time. It's a swing, but though it's still, well, yeah, they're still asking, and end of the over, not out, say the umpires. So dot ball to finish, but what a spell that's been. Elizabeth Ferrari, fantastic. It really is wonderful. She takes 3 wickets for just 14, and she really has given the British and Irish Roses the hope that they needed, the start that they needed. And I think it was absolutely right what Grace was saying there, Vinny. If they can start the day well and get the win under their belt, then the confidence comes into the game, and then, well, they'll believe that they can win 4 on the spin.
Build the wall 1 brick at a time. Yeah, that's it. You just got to focus on the next obstacle. Certainly capable of winning any game. Can they string them together? Full toss and great catch. Blake's going to go now. Starved of the strike. Went through more partners than the quarterback at the box social. He hits a full toss straight down to Miles. What a difference today makes. Once again, great bit of catching in that area. It's 82 for 8.
Yeah, it's Rebecca Blake will be very disappointed. She's been waiting an age to try and get on strike so she can get some momentum going, but she's hit that. I mean, she's hit it firmly, but it's a really good catch. We've seen some catching this morning, and I think there's no doubt that they've come out with a bit of fire, with a bit more passion and desire. The British and Irish Roses. Yesterday, sometimes in the field, wasn't a good day for them, but today, the way they've started has been fantastic. And if they keep moving upwards from this, well, they are going to be very difficult to beat here. What a performance, what a catch.
Back row with a wicket. Slides this next one across. Delta Balapur is new batter. It's caught a wide. It's a tight one. Delta Balapur, by the way, she's much better than your average number 10. She's someone that is a genuine all-rounder at international level. She's been pushed down the order in this tournament.
Yeah, it's good bats on this. They'll take the single. Every run here, so important. Of course, into this last over now. I said if they can get to 90, we'll see a cracking game. And it's Vakral that's trying to stop them getting there.
Delanger.
It's nicely played. Now, I wonder if they try and push here. They're just happy just to take the single. They are 8 down, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't think you want to risk a silly run at this stage. Oh, well, it's a slightly underwhelming score, but certainly quite defendable, I think, if Team Europe can string together an impressive bowling fielding performance.
Goes for the big shot. It was there for the shot. Just misses out on it. So it's a dot ball. A bit of gold dust with the dot ball. Back well again. This one's in better areas, but she's going to get unlucky. This is going to go to the boundary. Well, that's just a little bit of luck that Team Europe needed. So ever closer to a 90-something score with the ball to go. 89 for 8. And Dora Balpur will be swinging. And they've got to be prepared to run here. So Nalanga has to be ready to come down. And that's hit pretty well. Will they go for the second? You might as well just turn and go for it, really.
Yeah. Well, I suppose you would have made it anyway, but yeah, probably agree with that. But it will be 90. Exactly, 90 for 8 off the 10 overs. But, well, actually, we're at 89. We still got a ball to go. Or do we?
No, that should be it.
Yeah, that's over. So, yeah, 90 for 8 off the 10 overs. Look, it's an interesting one, isn't it? You know, the biggest difference, I know we say it all the time, the hold your catches. And it's amazing how different the game could look. And the one game where they fielded out of their skin yesterday is the one game they won the Roses. And they've done the same again here. They put themselves in the box seat. Last time they had to chase the score in the 90s, they got there off the very last ball. But they'll need 91 to get back to 2-4 in the series. Team Europe, well, they've got the runs on the board, and I suppose they've got a free shot here at securing the shield in match 6.
Yeah, I mean, just have a look at some of these highlights, though, because some of the catching that you saw were just quite incredible. I mean, it started off with, of course, Deleda. She was the first to go, and she was cleaned up. Quite beautiful. The bowling there from Taylor was fantastic. And then Ratanaika needed a good one to get rid of her, and it was a good catch behind the start. But a wonderful, flawless performance, you have to say, in the field from the British and Irish Roses. Well, let's take a look at the highlights. So they know they were fighting for their lives. Well, there he is. Richard Cunningham was like, come on, girls, you know what we got to do. And they had a fight. Well, they almost were fighting each other at one point. This one was pretty close, but they only just got in. But you knew they were going to have to hustle. This one hit firmly down and over the top. That was a little bit of unluck, but you knew, you just had the feeling that the breakthrough would come. And after being hit a couple of times like this, Taylor, where she was just a little bit too short, she did go fuller. And look at the turn and the movement that she extracted in this delivery as well. And that was a big one, because that was a player who yesterday got 219 runs. So they got the leader, and then after that they just never stopped. They kept on taking the wickets at the right time. You thought that Ratanaika and Zwelin were going to put a good partnership together, especially with a shot like that. That still so far remains the shot of the day. But then, well, the catching was tremendous. This one, by the way, was just an outrageous hit for 6 off the back foot, and she thumped it over. Those were dangerous signs, but how about this? I mean, first of all, the stop from Wheeler. Remember that. That ball was going to the boundary, and she was just sensational. There's that stop there once again. But remember, just keep an eye on this catch. And Vinny, me and you were talking about this. I don't know how much she saw. That was first a dismissal of Ratanaika. I'm a little bit disappointed. I think she will as well. She's trying to play shots over cow corner to balls that she would normally be creaming over the offside. And she knows that. And I think, you know, one or two other players, and even someone like Pravas will say to her as well, look, you played that shot so well yesterday. Yeah. Why were you going over cow corner? But then comes this. Yeah. I mean, have a look at this.
I mean, it was quite unbelievable. We saw, obviously, the Dutch batters in particular. We keep talking about them because they're the ones that really did the heavy damage yesterday. But you had to do something amazing to get rid of them. And Riker, well, she thought this was 6 off the bat. Wheeler wasn't quite sure what was going on. She looked in the right hand and found the cricket ball.
Yeah, and I love her reactions. The reaction say it all. She takes the catch, she pauses for a moment, realises what she's done, and just puts the hand over her mouth to say, oh my God, how did I catch that? Well, that was an opportunity. It was a great effort there for Miles. Thing is, though, it didn't really hurt him that much.
And that was the very next ball. Can you imagine if they were both taken? But just when you thought you'd seen it all, and Cara Green has to watch from the sidelines here in match number 6, then we saw that one from Wheeler. Again, a bit more regulations, but still quite a tricky catch, having to traverse around the boundary. And, yeah, another good bit of fielding, which removed another dangerous hitter, with feeling obviously in reasonably good form. So that took care of the 3 kind of Dutch batting threats. But how about this? Then Merritt said, whatever you can do, I can do with my other hand. And she took a non-preferred hand thriller as well in the left.
It was really good. Well, there was jalebis for breakfast for the British and Irish Roses, that's for sure, because they were pulling off some great catches. And the thing is, they were applying pressure, and that was the thing. Every batter that was then coming in, a bit of pressure. There was a little bit of luck there towards the end. A couple of edges that saw the ball go to the boundary. I still maintain, as I said earlier, a chase of 90 will be interesting. That one, I think umpire's call could have been either way.
I think umpire's call. I'm not satisfied. It's definitely missing the leg stump. Kind of hit her middle and leg, angling slightly. I think, you know, it's probably just a risky shot selection that doesn't pay off for Naomi. But then Ferrari, how about her? Her ability to just continue to turn the batting lineup over. She ended up with 3 wickets. The Gibraltar fast bowler. And she got Sims there, just getting a little bit of a graze on one through to Coulter Riley. But, Delanger came out. I don't think that was in the plans for Team Europe, but actually Carolyn hit a nice shot to the boundary here. Had to scramble for all they could. 90, like I said, it's below par, but we'll have to see if the Roses can bat well enough to chase it. There's Leslie with the fruit. And, well, to be honest, that ball was a bit of fruit, wasn't it? But didn't matter because Miles had Fackrell's back and took a nice catch. And, yeah, are you not entertained by that 10 overs from the Roses, who do very, very well to restrict this strong Europe batting lineup?
Well, Rebecca Blake was trying to hit it, Miles, but in the end she found Miles, who took the catch. Blake would go, and you just had the feeling that if Blake could have stayed there, maybe the 100 probably would have been on the cards, maybe even the 105. But with that wicket going, then it had to be a real hustle from the last 2 batters. But they do get the 90 on the board. Now remember, we did have a very close one yesterday, match number 4, when Team Europe once again struggled with the bat. They got to a 98 score. And the British and Irish Roses, they did get there, needing 14 off the last over. And remember, it was all done with that last ball as well. So this could be another, well, certainly could be one that goes right down to the last. Could it go down to the last ball? Let's have a quick look at the scorecard.
Yeah, I mean, certainly could go down to the wire from here. We saw a really tight game in the 90s yesterday. Zwilling with 20, Ratnaika with 19, and Delater with 15. Only batters to reach double figures for Team Europe. Again, pretty disciplined bowling. Once again, it's the 5 wides in the 10 overs. But yeah, it was those half chances sticking that made all the difference for the Roses in this one. 3 for 14, Ferrari. Sensational effort by the Gibraltarian. 2 wickets for Miles as well. It's brilliant catch in there. Merritt, Taylor and Fackrell also chipping in with the ball. But yeah, the Roses, well, they've come out of the blocks quickly, but the job's only half done here in match 6. 91 is what they'll require to keep their shield alive. We'll be back with the chase in just a few moments. Vinny's out of here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Thanks to Grace Wetherill as well. I mean, she was an impact commentator, if there is such a thing. We'll be back very shortly with the second half of this match in the Meltl Shield.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back. A very good morning or afternoon or evening to you wherever you are on this beautiful Sunday in Rome. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday and enjoying watching the cricket here as well. The Meltl Shield, Team Europe needing just one win from any of the 4 remaining matches today. If they can do that, they will be taking that magnificent Meltl Shield home with them. Well, there's the coat of arms, the Meltl coat of arms, the handshake. But of course, we know that the British and Irish Roses, they're not out of it yet, and they're in a good position here after restricting Team Europe to a score of 90. So 91 required for victory. It will be Iris willing to start with the ball, bowling to Ria Thakral. That's a good hit. That's going to be 4 runs to start off with. Lovely hit through the ball. 4 carreras to start. The perfect start then with the British and Irish Roses. Lovely shot. Of course, Ria Thakral has just got better and better, I feel, with the bat. Her confidence is flowing. She's a good hitter of the ball. And she's got Amy Wheeler out there with her as well. I think this is this is a message to really go for it. Oh, just out of the reach of the infielder. It's not going to be stopped either. It's a long chase there from Payal Chingalia. She can't get there either. So back-to-back fours to start. This one is just out of the reach of the outstretched hand there. And that was Amelia Bartram. Couldn't quite get there. Good start then from the Roses. Into the pad. No run this time, Swilling. Has to do the fielding herself. Now remember, Roses, they can be very beautiful. And most people will say pretty loving, nice. But Roses, they have thorns. And they can bite back if you're not careful. And that's what Team Europe have to remember. Can't take anything for granted. Just a good delivery. Just keeps back row there on the back foot. And that one climbs as well, you'd expect. Oh, is willing to get a good bit of bounce from this pitch, and she does. Hello to Wayne. And a few new people joining us as well. Hello to Miss Mash. Thank you for finding us, and hope you stay with us. That's another fine shot. This one could be coming into the commentary box. And it does. Let's catches some of the tables behind us. Yeah. Vinny will just pass it back. In it comes. Well, we're in there, the Casa Grande. Hit a few cables and things before it came to us. That one goes back. It's another boundary there. 3 boundaries in the over. What a start. Wickets needed quickly. Now the field changes. 2 players back on the boundary. And now that has been hoiked over into that cow corner. And that's going to be 1 bounce, and that will be 4. So we're still waiting for the next maximo, which takes us to number 50 in this Meltl Shield. Of course, had 47 yesterday. We've had 2 here today. 104 matches since the Golden Ball. And the first over, and it's been a good one for the British and Irish Roses. 16 coming from it, and just starting to, maybe for the first time, just starting to feel from Team Europe that they're under the cosh for the first time. They seem to be a little bit quiet. They don't seem to be buzzing, and certainly very different sound in the field when it was them compared to the likes of the British and Irish Roses. Now that one's a full toss, gets worked away. They go with Naomi. Naomi bowled very well in the day yesterday. She just had that 1 over, the last over, when she admitted to me later that, by then she was pretty tired. And that's the area where she's bowled really well. What a pickup that is. Oh, that is sensational. Sensational work. And, well, you don't often see this in the game of cricket. There's 2 batters. They attempt to run 2 out first. This is one end. There's the throw. What a good fielding. She gets back. And then look at this. And then Naomi tries at the other end. But the throw, unfortunately, not powerful enough from the leader. So the batters will get back. Well, there's a bit of action for you first thing in the morning. So Naomi, after all that, no run. That one's played out. Once again, wait on. Naomi keeping that ball outside the off. That's where the field is set. She's difficult to get away, I think, unless you're prepared to try and come down and hit it down the ground. That's the shot that's on, especially with the Dalanga inside the 30-yard circle there at long off. And there you go. She goes for it, but can't get past her. That was thumped pretty hard. And I think you just felt Packrell saying, well, I've hit this so well, I want to run from it. She does get one. As wasn't able to be taken cleanly there by Carolyn. Oh, what's happened here? Batter just running out of the way, maybe being attacked by a fly or a wasp. Let's have a look here. Yeah, just something's getting inside there. And Amy Wheeler has had an incredible day so far today. catches, 2 great catches to remove 2 of the dangerous batters, remember. Riker couldn't believe her luck when she was caught, and then Zwelling also was taken by Wheeler. Plays that nicely, but to the field, no run taken, so first ball wasn't the best from Naomi, but she's come back really well. And that's the end of the over, so just 2 come from it. So they needed that over badly, didn't they? After 16 came off the first one from Zwilling. And they probably will hold her back. It looks like they are. So they're going to go with the very impressive Caroline Delang to bowl over number 3. So yeah, they just got to, I just think they're a little bit flat here in the field, our Team Europe. They just need to get a little bit more energy and a bit more buzz about them, a bit more purpose, maybe a bit of belief. And a couple of wickets will certainly get that started. Up in the air, but hit very straight. The fielder can't get to it. It will be a single. And, well, what part could somebody like a Payal Chingalia play in this match as well? She certainly will cause a few issues with her slow bowling as well. And the right shot to be attempted here. This one is just slightly down the leg side. And rather than allow the ball to go for what would be a wide, you see that Amy Wheeler's trying to play the sweep shot, but doesn't quite get it right. And this time she does, and that's going to be a long chase, but it's going to be 4 runs. Good shot from Wheeler. Sticks to her guns. Doesn't get the first one away, but gets this one nicely out of the middle of that bat. And that's going to be 4 runs, so Caroline just needs to get this ball a little bit further outside that off. That's the field that she's got set. Making a slight change here now. She's Chingalia coming into the circle, so she's pushing back square to get a bit of protection there. A bit more protection on the leg side. And probably that's why she's just struggling to get that ball outside the off. That's onto the pads there of Wheeler. Wheeler gets to the other end, and now the dangers. Ria Thakral comes on strike. This partnership flourishing at the moment. 24 already. We're into the 3rd over. Of course, after this over, the field can be spread, but I think they're looking really mainly to try and attack. You're not going to win this match unless you take wicket, so going over defensive probably is not the approach that you'd want to take. Still a little bit too leg-sided here, Caroline. And once again, that one too. And the ball just seems to be drifting towards the leg. But it's a dot ball. You'll take that. Dot balls are important. Just the 6 from the over. I think that is the over. I'm just waiting for the scorers to confirm with the umpires. Still checking. I think that's the over. Yep, it is. So end of the over. 25 without loss. And of course, when you look at the like for like, they're 10 runs behind where Team Europe were. But of course, Team Europe did start with those aggressive batters. The top 4 can really go big. But even though they got a few away, they then lost their wickets to some great fielding and great catching from the British and Irish Roses. So I don't think they're going to be too worried about that. The thing they've got to keep an eye on is the rate they need to go at, which is at the moment about 9.5. So again, you're looking to run those singles hard and be picking up a boundary per innings. Now, Dodabalpur yesterday was fantastic, and that's been hit really well, and that's not going to be stopped. Lovely strike straight down the ground, and Thakral, it's a shot she plays really well. I think that's in her zone. That's my area, she says. And she's played this shot already once today, a couple of times against Welling, and now she'll do it again to Dodabalpur as well. Lovely shot, straight down the ground, beautifully played. And that one is straight down the leg side. Very good take from Deleda behind the stumps. Good gloves from her. Doradalpur yesterday, she was the wicket taker. Well, she's probably created, I mean, it's instincts to go down here, but I think she's probably created a single because I think this ball was going to smash into the stumps, and the stumps probably would have saved the run, but she gets a hand on it. It diverted away, and now she has a chance to have a go at Wheeler. Need a wicket, need one desperately. Wheeler gets it in the slot. That's going to be runs 4, I think, just dropped before the boundary. Lovely hit from Amy Wheeler. And boy, is she having a good match. And it's a little bit too short, but you can see she's ready to play that shot. I mean, what somebody like Doradalpur needs to be thinking here is, right, okay, that's the shot that she wants to play. I've got to just push it a lot straighter and try and get it to go across the line to a straight delivery. And she goes outside the off, but once again, a little bit short, work to be done. And that's a very good one-handed pick up there from Chingalia. Great work on the boundary. Just a single. Have a look at this pickup. Backs herself to pluck it one-handed. 55 of 38. Floated up, and that's hit firmly. Well fielded. Very good technique there on the boundary there from Naomi Hilman-Bahama. Nicely done. It's going to be just another single, but right now that's fine. Once they've got that boundary, and of course I said one boundary and then run the singles. Well, they've got the 2 boundaries here, so they've easily got the 9 they require from the over. In fact, 12 from it so far. With a ball to go. These are all bonus runs which are just helping to chip away at that rate, which has now fallen below the 9. And that's been hit beautifully, and there it is. Bolle, 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 manos. Arriba, 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 Vitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. That is 56s now up on the board in this Meltl Shield. And it's day 2, 47 yesterday, and that's the 3rd of the day. Oh, what a cracking hit that was from Amy Wheeler. It was tossed up there, and she made no mistake smashing that away. End of the over, and the British and Irish Roses are going beautifully at the moment. 43 without loss after 4. Cracking hit. And that over from Doradalpur doesn't quite go as planned. 18 come from it, so it almost looks like that the homework this time from British and Irish Roses has been done. Maybe yesterday they didn't really know what to expect, but they know what they're getting here today. Well, the medics have been on, and looks like they're coming back off again. I don't know who had some treatment there. It must have been pretty quick. So, well, let's see. Yeah, here we go. It might have been, I think it was the one when I think you saw Doradalpur making the stop when the ball was hit straight down the ground. But 43 without loss, and just needing 48 in 36 balls. That's at a rate of 8 as Vinny Sandhu comes back into our commentary position here.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to be back. And, well, yeah, British and Irish Roses are in the box seat here, but like I said, for Europe, it's a bit of a free shot. I mean, if they could kind of restrict from here. We saw yesterday, even when British and Irish Roses got up, they kind of had a bit of a slow period in the middle where they fell from this kind of position to almost behind at one stage, and then were able to claw it back. Fackrell hitting the winning run off the very last ball, but, well, Sims is going to come on. Didn't she bowl well yesterday?
Sims bowled very well. She had a fantastic day in the field in that match. Not only did she take 3 wickets, but also 3 great catches. Once again, though, they're going for the slower stuff, but can she get it in the right areas? She starts leg side-ish, but she's got protection out there. And, of course, Zwelling in that area yesterday, just like Wheeler, took 2 sensational catches. But they need a wicket. If you ever needed a wicket, now's the time. Got to break this partnership.
Lisa Bowring's on the field, by the way, for Anuradha Doradalpur, who seemed to take that knocking into the fingers. So, yeah, Lisa from Estonia. I know that everyone in Estonia has been cheering her on as well. I even loved that they put together the nice montage video to wish her luck going into this weekend's matches.
Of course, you mentioned Estonia. Estonia, big match for them today, right? I think Estonia do play Guernsey today. And it's kind of a winner takes all. Big match. Smashed. Big. Gone. Adios, Bolota. And Amy Wheeler has certainly found her mojo here today. That is a cracking hit. And this is what the British and Irish Roses couldn't do yesterday. They didn't have this kind of firepower. But look at that. That is just clean. Hit clean as a whistle as it goes for 6.
That was an absolute banging slog sweep, like kind of standing slog sweep. Seems though, good comeback. Gets this one to stay in the general area.
It's that leg side is shot again, and that one also will clear the rope. It's 6 more. Manos arriba from the arbitro. Que guay, que genial, que grande, 6 más.
Yeah, the ability to clear boundaries. It's just not something we saw enough of from the Roses yesterday. Such a game changer. 35 or 31 now.
It's a better delivery, clever delivery there from Sims. It's not always easy to make that little adjustment, so this time she goes a little bit fuller, of course, hoping that Wheeler gets that same shot wrong, but she doesn't. She gets bad onto ball, takes a single, will stay on strike. And at the halfway point here, they're going very well with the score on 57. 57, but no loss. They are well in front. That over goes for 14. A beautiful shot off the Roma cricket ground there. And it's our last day here as well, and it's going to be sad to go. We've been really well looked after, as we are most places we go to. And of course, it's been wonderful adventure in Rome. This ground and the hospitality here in Rome has been fantastic. Uppish, but we'll still get the single. Where is this wicket going to come from? We saw yesterday on, I think, on 2 occasions where Team Europe won and they didn't lose a single wicket with their batting. Yes, is this the comeback now from the British and Irish Roses to do the same? No wickets down so far. That's a good delivery. Naomi, she's always tested the batters. There's no doubt about that. Getting that one in the right area. Gets good bounce as well. Good delivery.
Yeah, very good bounce. Naomi, very, very accurate. Needs to break through here. Almost. But Fackrell, equal to the task, keeps it out. Even a dot ball's a bit of a win here. If you can just kind of get a gap between runs and balls. Again, 33 off 27 right now. So that's pretty comfortable for the Roses, especially with all 10 wickets in hand.
Yeah, I get the feeling that you probably are going to be maybe forced to bring Zwelling back a little bit sooner. That's in the air, and this one is going to be too wide off Jungalia. That will be 4 runs. So, cuatro más. It's a good hit, though, and both these 2 batters, I've just liked their intent from the word go. Of course, that first over, Zwelling went for 16. They took her on, a couple of straight drives, and then there was the one that went over the cow corner as well. So, yeah, 4 more.
Yeah, Naomi gets knocked away there by Fackrell. 29 off 26. Good striking from these 2.
Short, up in the air. Is this going to go to hand? No, it flies over. And that's not out of the middle either, but there's so much power going into the shot. You can see the fielder for a moment interested, but that Grizzly just kept going and going. It's going to be 6 more. And the British and Irish Roses, not only did they want to get a win in this first match, but they wanted to get a big win to send a big message to Team Europe. And it looks like they're going to do that. That's well bowled, well dug out. They won't take the single this time. Well, they'll decide to just leave it at that for the over. So Naomi bowls another decent over. 11 come from it, courtesy of those 2 boundaries towards the end. And the British and Irish Roses, 68 now. 68 without loss. And they only need another 23, so less than run a ball to get a victory here.
They're flying away at the moment. Still a pretty good spell from Naomi Hillman-Bameko. I mean, 14, no disgrace at all off her 2 overs. Well, there's Grace. She was in with the commentary box. In the commentary box with us earlier. Now she's running the drinks. I'm sure we'll see her back pretty shortly out there in the 11. But Wheeler and Fackrell, they have been instrumental in turning this around. It could have been a nervy kind of chase as well. I mean, they didn't have a crazy good power play, but they've just kind of found those pressure relieving boundaries, and really Roses should pull the series back to 4-2.
They've just found the momentum, and I think I've said this yesterday, that when good things happen, whether it happen when you're batting or whether it happen when you're in the field, it rubs off on everybody. You believe that maybe the impossible is now possible. And I think the way they fielded, those great catches that we saw, of course, Wheeler taking a brilliant catch and then Merritt as well. And I think that's rubbed off everyone. And the batter's gone out there, and these two have done what, for me, apart from Kiara Green, that nobody else in the British and Irish Roses could do yesterday, and that is to take on the bowling and hit the ball over the top. Yesterday, they just didn't seem to have the power. The timing wasn't there. But today, this morning, everything has gone right. They've bowled well, they've caught well, and they've hit well. They've taken on the slower bowlers that they couldn't get away yesterday. This one is a great stop from Chingalia, or Payal does brilliantly well, because this one hits the deck and takes off.
Yeah, great fielding by Payal. Just watch her react to that. Delanga, not a bad option here to try and break this partnership. Last roll of the dice for Team Europe.
That's a full toss. Now, the height on this will be interesting. I think it probably is dipping, because I think the batter, you'll see, probably does come out to this as well. So, yeah, no real issues with that. That gets played away. Just a single. Hasn't been able to get it in the right spot, though, today, I don't think, Caroline.
Yeah, see if she can get it right here. Not bad. No, the thing that makes it so interesting is, yeah, she's got these slight variations. That one kind of goes straight on. She's got the one that'll turn a bit. But because it's such a weird action, it's not easy to pick those subtleties. Smelling Dutch teammate doing the fielding there.
That's a beautiful pickup. Nobody stopping that. Amy Wheeler, when she's hit these shots down on the leg side here, they are not coming back. She's just found her rhythm. She's found a momentum. And what I like about these shots is if you look at her body and her shape, she stays so still, the upper body. Head straight, still, and she crunches it beautifully out in the middle. So just 13 runs away from an all-important victory that keeps this Meltl Shield alive. That's the better delivery. That's the areas, especially to a batter that's looking to slog sweep on the leg side.
Yeah, that's the dropper, isn't it? So Delanga, again, not a bad spell from her, number 16, but it's a tough road back, if there is one, for Team Europe in this contest. 78 without loss after 7. 13 required off the last 3 overs. This is what's coming up. Let's look at teams. So match 7, and well, no surprises there. Although, I got to say, no Kiara Green in the lineup for the Roses again. That surprises me. Green will lead the side again. Don't know if there's a slight injury or something like that. Looks like they do play Deleda, Riker and Zwilling all in match 7 as well. Europe. Priya Sabu comes into the side. Delisha into the side as well. Interesting one, actually. There's Kiara right there. I wonder if there's some sort of issue.
That's beautiful. One bouncer maybe into us. Oh, well, just catches a bit of the boundary fencing, but what a delightful shot. Beautiful. Where was this yesterday? It wasn't evident, but it is today. There's another delightful stroke down the ground. And Fackrell, she's 6 short from what would be a fantastic half century, but she's not being greedy. She'll take the single. Well, only just, actually, because I think if this one hits the stumps, it probably could have been out.
Yeah, it might have been. It's a very good piece of fielding. She's quite far back there. Pick up, throw, direct hit. I have a feeling it would have been very tight anyway.
Oh, that's going to be a big wide. Of course, just stays inside the markings there of the pits. So a wide ball from Chingalia. Difficult time for her to bowl, really, when the match is almost done. It's hit firmly, has to be stopped, and it won't be. There's going to be 4, so that ties the scores now. Amy Wheeler, she does hit the ball well when she's timing it like this. And it wasn't going to be an easy stop as that ball slithers past Sims, who's normally very good and solid with the fielding, but that was just too hot to handle. Scores tied. The British and Irish Roses keeping their dreams alive of winning the first ever Meltl Shield. This will make it 4-2 with, of course, 3 to play. And they'll take the, well, they will go for 4 in the end. It's another one that gets through this time. It gets through Rebecca Blake, and you can hear the cheers and the screams of joy as the British and Irish Roses win one of the 4 that they've got to today to win the Meltl Shield.
Oh, have you just thought that they're going to rock up today, Team Europe, and just kind of just grab the shield without too much of a fight? Well, you've got another thing coming. The Roses, they have come out of the blocks hard, and that's quite a significant win there. 14 balls to spare in the end. Set it up with, again, a pretty complete fielding performance, I think. Just they took the chances they didn't really take yesterday, restricting Team Europe to 90. And then, not just that, and I agree with what you said, sometimes one aspect of the game translates to another. The batting clicks. Okay, we only see the openers, but they did hit the ball very, very well. 6 sixes, 10 fours in the innings. And, yeah, Wheeler had a brilliant game, didn't she? She finished 46 not out, Fackrell 45 not out, and the Roses take it back to 4-2. That's the teams for match 7. I've got to say, I'm still quite amazed that we don't see Kiara Green in there. But hey, they won without her in the first game. They could easily do it again. That game's coming up in around about 40 minutes time. Right here on ECN. Let's go and have a look at the highlights.
Yeah, well, why don't we have a look at these highlights? And of course, they didn't hang around, and that's what I liked about the display from the British and Irish Roses. From the word go, they were aggressive. They didn't hold back. And, well, that one came in here. And I did a bit of fielding from under the table. But, yeah, just nice shots being played. That first over from Zwelling, game for 60. Naomi came on, and she bowled a very good second over. In fact, she brought the Team Europe back into it with just going for 2. There was a chance of that run out there. And could have been one at either end, actually. But they do survive. But the hitting, I mean, I think what you saw here was that Ria Fackrell, her hitting down the ground was splendid. It was superb. But then Amy Wheeler, she was hitting them over long on and the mid-wicket. And that combination just worked very well. They were selective. Every time the ball was there to be driven, it was whacked out of here. And every time it was a little bit too short, the same approach. They just never gave Team Europe the win. Apart from that second over from Naomi, they never let them win another over. They stayed on top. They kept reducing the rate over by over. And then, as you heard Vinny say, winning with 14 balls to go. So they're sending a message right back to Team Europe, saying, well, if you thought it was done and dusted, it ain't over yet. And that's a comprehensive win. And as I said, well, Roses, they are beautiful. They are lovely, but they can also bite. They've got thorns, and those thorns are biting back here now. As Team Europe know that it's not going to be a walk in the park. They won 3 on the spin yesterday before the British and Irish Roses bounced back to win 1. But of course, Team Europe won the last match. They finished 4-1 on the day. 4-1 becomes 4-2 with 3 to play. And of course, we know, as you see, smiles there from Kiara Green, who once again not playing in the next match. So not sure if there perhaps is a bit of an injury scare there. But no scares really for the British and Irish Roses in this match. Ria Fackrell, 45 of 24, and Amy Wheeler, my player of the match, and I'm sure she will be the player of the match because that knock, fantastic, scores 46 and 22, but her performance in the field was brilliant. All right, I've got to give a shout out also, of course, for the bowling of Elizabeth Ferrari, because that was fantastic as well, 3 for 14, but I just think those 2 catches to remove Riker, to remove Zwelling, and then also then to bat 46 and 22, that takes my vote. Anyway, have a quick look at the match summary there. So the British and Irish Roses have made the start that they needed. They get that win. They make it 4-2 now with everything to play for in the next month. But they know one blip here today and it'll be all but over. So 38 minutes to go to the next match. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo, when we return. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. We're at the Meltl Shield out here in the middle. Of course, this is Casper Weston, who has just smashed a massive 6. It is time to go for match number 7 as we get ready for this series, which is very much alive, isn't it? Because the Roses, they brought it back with a win earlier today to make it 4-2 in the series. Still, remember, every match is like a final. Every match is a must win. So what I will tell you is that the Roses, they've got the option in match 7 and they have elected to actually bowl first, which surprised me a little bit. Having said that, they did chase and they bowled very well when they bowled first in the first game of the day. And the conditions, because of the later start, they're pretty similar right now. Now, interestingly, Green, they've decided to rest their captain once again. So she'll be very fresh for the end of the day. So they're kind of gambling on a similar kind of team as before. They can keep the series alive and get it back to 4-3. For Team Europe, they do go with the 3 big Dutch hitters in there. They'll all play again, De Leijder, Zwilling and Rijker. But, I mean, we saw that when they gave half chances, they were snaffled in that first game of the day. And, well, the Roses, they're hitting this game pretty hot. Let's get ready for the first ball. Rico Full is standing by. And I haven't had too much work to do as wicketkeeper here because something must run in this family. He's very talented. And watch out for him one day playing for Team Europe, I think, in the Western Shield. Let's get ready for the first ball. Rico Full standing by. The Roses bowling first, trying to keep the series alive in match 7.
Thank you very much. What a shot that was. I tell you what, that boy has got some talent. And I'm not talking about Vinny, I'm talking about Casper. And yeah, it won't be long before we're going to see him smashing the ball all over the place for some big teams. I can tell you what, he's got a great eye. He's got a lot of talent. Well, I suppose he's got a pretty good coach in the form of his dad, Daniel Weston. Well, one team that needs to be in good form, once again, is the British and Irish Roses. I must admit, I agree with Vinny. I'm surprised that they're putting Team Europe into bat. And when you look at that lineup, of course, De Leijder has been in great form. I think she'll be looking to bounce back in this one. Rijker was unlucky the way she was out, thanks to that incredible catch, of course, from Ailey Wheeler. And Zwilling was out to a good catch from Wheeler as well. I think that lineup is ready to hit back. And I'd like to see Mathanara start to play more shots on the offside. I think she was a little bit too leg side conscious. I understand it, and of course the feeling there is. Let's have a look at that. That's come down a little bit. Remember, it was 80-20 in the first match. Now 64-36, but still in favour of Team Europe. But yeah, and just thinking the logic there, they don't want to break what's working, so it makes sense. They want to try and do the same thing again, apply the pressure, and try and take those early wickets and those big wickets, and then go on. Restricting again a score, I think under 100 is what they're looking to do here, and then knock them off again and keep their hopes alive to get their hands, of course, on that Meltl Shield. Understand it, I just think it's a risk, but sometimes you've got to take the odd risk in life if you want to get what you're after. And of course, they're after a win here, so they're going to go with what worked in the last one. But the thing is that we know that means that you're looking to find a way to get 3 or 4 very good batters out and try to get them out early, because that's the other thing. It's not just getting them out, but getting them out early, because even if they're there for 5 overs, some of these big batters, they can score plenty of quick runs. I mean, they're more than capable of getting 80 on the board in the first 5, and then if you get them out, then other batters are still coming in and they still can get to that 120, 130 score. I think that is ideally what Team Europe are looking to do. Let's see how it goes. Umpires are ready. Tracy is out there first up. This gets played away, and there's going to be 4 runs. So there's the start. And Barbette, the leader, I don't think she's looking to fail again, but again, a positive shot. She's not holding back, uses the feet, elevates it over the offside. 4 to start. With the ball, it's Annalise Merritt. Also had a good first match here this morning. Welcome back to everybody. around the globe, around the world. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. A day of rest for some, not for us here on the European Cricket Network. Well, that's crunched, and that's going to be 4 runs. The timing on this and the sound of the willow as that grizzly gets crunched to the boundary just sounded immaculate. Looking to do it this time. And Deleda knows one more win. That's all they want. Team Europe, one more win, and the Meltl Shield is theirs. In the very first time that these two teams coming together for the Meltl Shield, and Team Europe are wanting to keep hold of that shield. That is a great shot. It's the going for the Yorker here is Merritt, but look how quickly that Deleda picks the length on this. Watch her come here. Look, she picks it. She's there. Body perfectly still, crunched away. It's another good hit. I think they're just checking the boundary here. Maybe I think perhaps just goes. I think it just goes over. We'll have a check here again. It hits it well. Let's see when this comes down. And yeah, 6 runs. So 4, 4, 6. Captains come out on a mission here. Merritt needs to go a bit wider outside the off. Go short again, and we'll get punished. It's too short. It gets a swivel on this. A little bit of the first thing in the morning here. And that's going to be worked to as well. That was a shot before, by the way, which went for 6. And, of course, straight after that, she gets a swivel. So 4-4, 6-4. Rocking and rolling here. Barbette, the leader, the captain of Team Europe. And welcome back. Hello to Kroom. I hope you're well. John Heesham is there as well. Let us know how your Sunday morning has started. This one's down the ground. Oh, it's a bit of a misfield. It's going to be another boundary. Oh, dear. Now, this one really shouldn't have been. I think that's Blag. Yanira Blagus gets the hand out to this, but she doesn't get enough on it. And then Packrell coming across to try and stop it. Another boundary. What a magical start this is. And that one ricochets off the field. That will go all the way to the boundary as well. So every ball in that first over going to the boundary. And Barbette, the leader, comes out fighting this time for Team Europe, wanting the win, wanting to do it now and then have the comfort of playing the next 2 matches with ease and no tension and be able to mix it up. 26 coming off that first over. A magical start. 29 days to go, by the way. Well, if you're liking the action from the women, well, you're going to love the action from the men when we talk to you about the Euros of cricket starting there in Spain, in Andalusia, in 29 days' time. Of course, the Cardamom Oval, which, of course, well, I'm calling it, this is the twin of the Cardamom Oval. Well, the Cardamom Oval will look splendid. I know there's some new additions to the Cardamom Oval. Can't wait to be there again. Cardamania will rock the world. Good start. This from Packrell and Matanara Ratanaika, and giving another opportunity there at the top. Gets beaten, and now that's up in the air. Catching opportunity. If you can get there, it will drop just short of the fielder coming in. It's Merritt trying to get there. Yeah, Matanara, she batted so well yesterday, and I know that she needed a couple of knocks under her belt before she had that splendid knock on 47 in match number 5. Cut away. Oh dear. Well, I've got to say, I know it's early days, but this looks pretty similar to the kind of fielding that we saw in kind of match number 1 and 2 yesterday from the British and Irish Roses. That's a couple now that should have been stopped. That's gone to the boundary. Better delivery. Yorker length gets dug out and just be a single. And let's see how Matanara goes here. I wonder if you'd be tempted to bring... See, I would be tempted to bring my long on up and probably put a sweeper out. Well, they're going to go for it, and it's going to be 6. So, well, I suppose that's why she's back. But what I was going to go and say, I think when she hits it, and she hits it well, she's going to get the boundaries. Look, that's a shot we saw play a couple of times this morning before she got out. But I think there's more of a chance of the miss hit. So I would just, at the moment, you got the mid wicket back. I still would have mid on rather than long on. I think this is the chance there. Well, that's over pitch. That's not going to be a chance. That's going to be a one bounce, 4 runs that just come out the hand all wrong. And the pressure really being piled on here early on. So just a little bit too high. Does it come down enough here? Ooh, it's definitely, you know what? This is so close. So close, I think, to maybe being called waist or above. And, oh, it's a tight one, isn't it? It's really tight. I don't think I think they've called the over. So it won't be called. Just having a few issues with our graphics. We'll come back to that in a moment. But, of course, it is 4-2 now. 4-2, 3 to play. And British and Irish Roses have to win all of them. And this is not the start that they wanted. 42 on the board already. And they will now go to Taylor. That's swept pretty well. And Wheeler, she's been brilliant in that area. We need, the Roses, they need a moment of magic again. It was a couple of moments of magic that got them, I think, in front in that last match and got them that win in the field. That's what they need here again now. Oh, no. Well, if it's not off the bat, this one is just going to hold up. Let's go by. But this one really does pop up from Taylor. Pretty good start. Attacking and being aggressive. Good early call. Yeah. They'll take the single. So first over went for 26, second for 16. Oh, well bowled. What a lovely delivery this is. And I'm liking that. This is about the flight. Ratanaika doesn't commit to it. And then it comes back as well. So that surprises her a little bit. Down the ground. This one bounce. And, nearly. I had it covered. It was coming right into my mitts, But it just hits the top of the boundary fence. Mind you, I think it might have caught the camera on the way, but I was ready. I was. And it doesn't quite make it. There you go. Had my eyes on it. Look at that. Just didn't get there. Look, the hands were ready. Still got it, Still got it. Good shot. Cracking shot. So much power. This 50 partnership has come up with a ball to go in the third. What a power play. And that is up and over as well. Now, that is what I was talking about. For Matanara, she plays these shots so well. She's very powerful in that area. And I just noticed that in that last match, she was too focused in trying to hit these balls down on the leg side. But now she's doing what she does best. Gives herself a little bit of room and crunches that away. 4 more runs. What a power play. 55 off the first 3. And, well, you can see that the fears that and to be fair, Maximo had with them putting Team Europe in. You can see that it's justified. Look, they can still bring this round. But as I said to you before, that they're a team, if you don't get that early wicket, could get to the 80 mark in the 5 overs. And that's what they're looking to do here. I know Vinny joins me back here. Vinny, this was always a concern.
I got him and did a bit of a double take when I heard that they had elected to field here. I know it worked this morning. But they were on such a great batting run in that second half of the second game. So I probably would have continued with those same 2, feeling confident, having a bit of a breather, going back out there and maybe building to that partnership. But anyway, Delata on fire right now as Marion is getting a bowl. She's put one up in the air here. Oh, Fackrell didn't quite get in time. Kind of got yorked in the end. Delator gets 4.
Yeah, this is disappointing in a way. It's Emily Marion that comes on the ball here. And I just think she just picks it a little bit late. Sometimes it's difficult to pick this early. There's a lot of greenery around this ground. And then has to throw herself at it. She had to really try and get the catch. It's important to get the wicket. Now that one, oh, that's been well hit. Now is there a chance here?
Oh,
if she
wow.
can pick up and throw. Oh! And look at the keeper. The keeper saying it needed to. You can see that Grace is saying needed to be in my gloves. If you put it in my gloves, I would have had it. Look at this. So it's a risky one. Ratanaika struggling.
Well, because Delator just took off, and I think that would have been out. Let's have a look. Yeah, it would have been out. Delator just took off with a hit. Didn't wait to see if it got past the bowler. That was a genuine opportunity. Probably had to be direct, to be honest. I don't think Weatherall would have had a chance to take the bails off in time. Marion, could see her getting an opportunity in a key situation. Lifted up over the top. Greeken won't be able to hunt that one down. It's going to be 4 more. So Mathnara survives a bit of a scare and then cashes in with 4 runs.
Yeah, better from Mathanara, playing those shots nicely. And nice to see that Terry Richmond is joining us in the chat. It's saying buongiorno, buongiorno to you. Hello to, once again, to Mishmash. And that's 4. So it's just not going well. Chris Smith also joining us in the chat. Hello, world. Hello, cricket lovers around the world. Thank you for joining us. That is straight down the ground. Work to be done here for Fackrell. She can't get there. The batting here is sensational from these 2 openers. And Team Europe, remember they elected to bat first in the first match of match day 2 of this Meltl Shield, match number 6. It didn't go to plan. I think they were surprised that they were given another opportunity. This time, they're trying to make sure that they don't blow it. 68 on the board.
What a good shot that is. Backs away, cracks it off the stumps. Rathnayaka will get 1. Yeah, Marion plays a cricket for Guernsey. 14 wickets in 17 T20 internationals. It's the first time she's been playing in T10 cricket, though, because we haven't had Guernsey play any ECIWs. Although of course, we'd love for that to change in the not too distant future. Best of 3 for 24 against Jersey in 2023. I bet she enjoyed that one. Well bowled. Nice line there. And beats Delator on the drive. End of the 4th, though. And it's 69 without loss.
Not a bad over at all. Good finish. 14 come from it. But it has to be said, I think there was that half a chance of her very first ball. It could have been a great start for if that catch was taken. But, well, you can see that Fackrell just not able to get in the right position.
Yeah, it's a funny one. I think she just misjudged it. It would have been a real tough catch, but we know she's very capable of taking those. We saw that yesterday. But, yeah, the Roses. Sternest test so far today, at least, to see if they can keep this series alive.
Well, put it this way. If they are to do it, it's going to have to be one hell of a fight back here now. They're going to need wickets pretty quickly. Well, that's a good areas. Mathanara just missing out on that one. Loving the shades, by the way, here from Chloe. Well, that's one thing that was brilliant about, of course, the English side at the ECCW. They had good shades. Well, this is a good hit from Ratanaika. Her power. I mean, let's talk about the power that Mathanara has at the moment. I don't think there are that many women players that can hit the ball as well as she can in Europe.
Oh, man, 6 on most grounds. Don't care where you are in the world. She does have that strong bottom hand. Powerful swing of the bat. Greeken coming on. This is hit as well. Taylor comes round to her left, but this one doesn't quite carry. So maybe slightly fortunate. Hey, Rico. Yeah? I'm going to ask you to do me a favour.
What are you going to ask me to do now?
Because I need you to step out for a second, because I just spotted someone carrying something that looks pretty valuable around the commentary box.
What is that, your wallet?
I wish. The carbonaras have hit it pretty hard in Rome, as they normally do.
Well, you know what? I'd take you up on that offer, because I can smell the espressos. So I think it's time for an espresso. So, okay. I will.
But don't go too far, because we need you.
You know what I thought you were going to say? I thought you were going to say, as this one gets played away, it's just going to be a single. I thought you were going to say you were going to get Grace in here so that we can see some more brilliant catches. But you can't. She's playing, so you can't get Grace back in here.
They might
to
send her
help
back
the
over here,
Roses.
the way things are going. All right, but I'm going to get you to jump out because I just spotted that we have a very special guest in La Casa Grande. Here's the last ball of the over. Lifted up, leg side, but Wheeler is hovering, and she takes the catch. She's been catching so well today. So Delata falls for 39 on the stroke of the halfway point in this first innings of match number 7. Greeken finally gets the wicket that she was after. And Team Europe, after a rollicking start, have lost their first 78 for 1. It's a big moment in the game, and well, it's a nice opportunity to welcome my special guest in the commentary box. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, and with me is Manuela Meltl Weston. I want to say
Hi,
welcome
Vinny.
to the commentary box.
Thank you.
Now, I know you're very busy because this is the Meltl Shield. Obviously, you can see it there, and it's everywhere. We've actually got the Meltl Shield here. But firstly, how's the weekend been so far?
Amazing. It's really, really exciting to be at the first Meltl Shield here in Rome, and exciting that there are more women's competition on the ECN. And this is just the first of many to come.
Yeah, well, we really have to hear that. Now, we've got Rico. He's going to be useful, and he's going to pass us this shield, hopefully.
I can get it.
Okay, all right. Or he won't.
Oh, yes.
All right. It is pretty heavy, but maybe if you hold that to the camera, maybe you can show some of the detail in this Meltl Shield and the significant elements of it.
Yes, so in the center of the shield is our family coat of arms from the Meltl family. I come from a Bavarian business family, and it's a handshake that stands for mutual respect, trust and integrity, which I think really well resonates with this tournament. And we have the Bavarian colors, blue and white. And then we have loads of little four-leaf clovers, which I always seem
love
to
that.
find.
Do you mind if I grab that? I'm
Yes.
going to hold up the camera a little bit, and you can see there, and you can even freeze frame if you're watching. You can kind of see the handshake there, the four-leaf clovers. It
Yes.
is a beautiful trophy. Obviously, someone's going to walk away with it at the end of today. And yeah, obviously, I want to ask you, personally, obviously, your husband Daniel, the founder of European cricket, it's been a crazy ride. And what's it been like, I suppose, watching him go through this whole experience of ECN?
Well, he's always busy and traveling and building the cricket and adding more tournaments, thinking of new competition to keep it exciting. And yeah, it's been a whirlwind experience since we started 10 years ago.
It's crazy. And it's been a long journey and not really overnight success. Success, long time in the making. Well, this is long. It's a long ball. And, well, Methnara, she's not too fussed. Losing her captain, she pumps that out of the ground. Maximo, seis carreras. And a powerful strike off Fackrell. Yeah, but I was going to say, even the whole story of ECN is traced back to the fact that Daniel stayed in Germany because you two met and
Yes.
started a relationship.
And it actually started with a four-leaf clover. Actually,
Yeah.
I found a four-leaf clover and wrote him a little note, and that made him think to stay longer. So it's always, four-leaf clovers have always been around and brought me luck, and also
Yeah.
with Dan, and hopefully it also brings luck in this tournament to both teams.
I love that symbolism as well. Oh, wax this as well. This is going, and it's gone. Maximo. Well, that's young Casper Weston, who was almost in the drop zone there. But 6 more, Team Europe. I've got to say, I know you have to kind of stay neutral, but I suppose being from Germany, do you kind of have a soft spot for Team Europe? Are you happy with the success this weekend?
I have a little soft spot for Team Europe, that's true. And yeah, very, very excited how they're playing. But yeah, let's see who wins this one.
Oh, that's going to just get away from the fielder as well. It's going to be 6 more. Maximo. That's McMahon out there. We couldn't quite hunt it down. But obviously, the last couple of years, I know that you have seen the focus on women's cricket, the fact that we've started doing a lot of internationals. Even we did our first ECSW in Croatia a couple of weeks ago, which we had one of the best games we've ever had, a golden ball over there in Zagreb. Must be really happy to see more women's cricket. And I suppose, as Daniel always says, I'm sure you'd agree, is creating role models for young girls in Europe to pick up a bat, pick up a ball and get involved.
Yes, for sure. I think it's very important that the girls also see the women play on TV to get inspired and to have more women play the sports, 100%. And also with the ECC coming up this winter again, with the women's ECC, that's very exciting.
Yeah, isn't that great to go
Yes.
from 5 to 10, obviously. And Germany, of course, your home country, will be
Yes.
involved for the first time this year. I know Anuradha Doddabalapur is in the squad. Unfortunately, missing this match with an injury. She was a late withdrawal because of that finger injury. But yeah, I know that you enjoyed as much as I do seeing all these smiling faces and all these people meeting that would have never met or have played cricket with or against each other if it wasn't for the ECN.
Yes.
So, well, I know you're a very busy person, but I'm gonna borrow you for one more over, okay?
Yes.
And it's gonna be Taylor to bowl, and she's hoiked away. It's another 6. Oh, Ratnayake is on a real heater here. Moves up to 64 at the start of the 7th over. Taylor's a very good bowler, very clever, but that was a well-judged slog sweep. And look, I will say you are a wife, but you're also a mother. Casper, obviously, we see him at events time to time. He's been growing up so quickly. He loves his cricket, doesn't he?
He does. He does. He loves hitting big shots.
Well, speaking of big shots, I think he's enjoying this. That's another big shot. Maximo time. Ratnayake to 70. What a knock this is in a game the Roses need to win to keep the Shield alive. Yeah, he loves big shots. And I know we had a bit of a break in between games, and you were out there, Casper was out there. It's a really beautiful thing to watch, isn't it?
Yes, and it's fun to play as a family too. Yes.
Taylor, what's she trying now? Tries around the wicket.
Wow.
Oh, belts it again. Going. One bounce 4. That's almost 6 more, but it'll be 74 for Ratnayake. But, yeah, obviously, Manuela, we love having you here. I just want to say on behalf of everyone, as part of the ECN family that's on the ground, that we appreciate and acknowledge how much support you've had to provide to allow this ECN to flourish.
Thank you.
I think it's a beautiful thing, a bit like that for Ratnayake, who has just found the middle of the bat again. She's 80. And one thing we haven't had so far this weekend is the century. And the way she's going, she's going to be really hard to stop. Maximo 6 more. But yeah, from the bottom of our heart, thank you. I know it can be a stressful environment, but I think it's wonderful the Meltl Shield has been named in your honour.
Thanks, Vinny. It was great being on the commentary.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I'm going to hand over to Rico again, I think.
That's right. And
yes.
I tell Manuela, we'll need you later in the day because, of course, Manuela will be presenting the trophy ceremony that's dropped. Oh, 2 fielders come together. Blagg was running at it to her left, and her Gibraltarian teammate Nikki Caruana coming to her right. But that's a huge moment in the game because Ratnayake is dropped on 80. And, wow, just no stopping this freight train at the moment. Riker gets a wide. Interesting the keeper's gone back here, maybe feeling there might be a thickish edge that might be catchable. Rico Full joins me back in the commentary box. I'm interested to hear his thoughts on this hitting exhibition as another one disappears. This time it's Riker who joins the party. Maximo, half a dozen. And at the end of 7, Europe 129 for 1. Rico Full.
Well, I think Europe were pretty stunned and surprised when they were told the news from the middle. You can have a bat. Well, there's Casper. Well, he's had some batting practice. Now he's doing a little bit of fielding practice. Well, he's going to get plenty of fielding practice the way this is going. Well, first of all, Mathanana Ratnayake, you can see how dangerous she is when she plays the right shot to the right ball. Stunning hitting. Does get a chance. Does that mean that she's going to go on and score the first century of the Meltl Shield? Well, she's still got 19 to get, and of course she's got someone like Riker out there with her, who also is a solid hitter of the ball.
Right, a solid jinx I put on her on 80. I said, looks like she's on for a ton. She got dropped the next ball. This is the men's ECC, of course. That's coming up not too long to go now. We're under a month away from that tournament, and look how many countries involved in that. I'd love for the women's to one day have parity with the men as far as the amount of countries. Right now, though, Ratnayake just pumps this down the ground for 4 more. Meltl is on to bowl. But just very still there, Mathnara. You mentioned earlier, she's a very powerful driver of the ball. And she helps herself to 4 more. Moves now to 85.
Incredible stuff. Can you imagine? I mean, can you imagine the eruption around this ground? And she's doing it at the moment here, performing on home soil. Well, that's going to be a freebie. That will be a 7-up. And she's going to get a free hit here. So 7-up to take her into the 90s. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Well, that one goes all wrong, and Ratnayake will have a great opportunity to go for another big hit here and get closer to the first ever 100 on the Meltl Shield, and she's doing it on home soil. Everybody here on their feet. This could be a magical moment here in Rome.
Wow, this has been some assault from Ratnayake. Free hit, can't really put it away, but does get one, moves to 86. You know, we saw it cost to 50 yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
The ball was millimetres from the boundary. Unfortunately for her, it didn't go But I'm sure she'd trade a 50 for 100 any day of the week. Even on Sunday, Riker feels that this one pretty well bowled there by Hannah Meltl.
Yeah, I just think here, Riker, because of the way that Ratanaika's going, she's not playing a normal game. I mean, she's normally very super aggressive herself, and I think she's just feeling, well, look, I probably don't need to be, so I'll be a little bit... I don't think you need to be cautious. Just go for your shots here.
Riker gets another go. She launches this one up in the air, and it just falls out of the grasp of the fielder. Pretty good recovery, though, from Emily Marion. We'll get to... Ratanaika now has gone past her previous high score on the network. She scored 78 not out versus Spain. That was earlier in the season. In ECI cricket, also scored 74 against Spain last year.
Here she is back on strike. And that one gets played away, and that's a very good effort from the fielder. But that gets played away. That's going to be another boundary. And this time is Riker that gets this one out of the middle of the bat.
Yeah, Riker double back for 2, and then she was able to crack that one through the covers. I mean, she's got a license as well. I mean, it's just getting very, very dangerous and out of hand. Last ball of the over. Big swing and a miss. That could be gone. I got a feeling she might have just been out there.
Yeah,
Maybe
well,
she's kept the foot behind the line. Let's check it out in the replay.
I don't think she was sure herself. Let's have a look. I think there definitely is an opportunity. And she just, well, you need a slide.
That was a proper moonwalk from Riker. I saw where her foot landed. I said, surely she hasn't gotten back, but she slid back just in time, so she will survive. And it takes us to the end of the over. The score continues to climb.
Yeah, 147. So remember some of those scores yesterday. Well, the highest score was 149 in match number 2 by Team Europe, and they're going to smash that here. So expected at the moment about that 178. They are going to go back to here to Merritt. I think they maybe have just waited a little bit too long to go back to her, but don't forget her first over, having said that, did go for 26. That's where it all started. Every ball of that over was hit to the boundary. Ratanaika on 92. Hits his hard. That's going to take some stopping. And it goes for 4. 92 becomes 96. Are we witnessing something magical here? The Meltl Shield, the first ever Meltl Shield here. And it was quite fitting that we just had, of course, Manuela. Of course, this was named after her. She was talking to you when Matanara went past the 50 mark. Is she going to now double up and get the century? I think everybody watching, not just here at the ground, but around the globe, are on the edges of their seat. This could be a fantastic, magical, and historic moment. See the centuries there, 107 we've had on the network so far. Hits it in the air, but it could be gone. Oh, no, it's been dropped. She's been dropped on 96 minutes. She could be run out. Oh, it's all gone pear-shaped. All gone pear-shaped here. Let's have a look here. First of all, the catch presented itself. Millie Taylor, she looks like she had it in her hands, but it just got away from her.
Oh, you can't believe it.
And then, well, I thought it was Ratanaika was too slow to run to the other end, but have a look at this now. And they were going for the second. Right back, up in the air again. She's going to give another chance. And it will be taken. There will be no century. Ratanaika did get back on strike, but she's going to fall on 98. Can you believe it? But, I mean, like, there's a lot of joy there from the British and Irish Roses because they'll feel that at least they prevented Matanala Ratanaika from getting a century. She will fall on 98. I don't know about you, Vinny, but I just wonder whether the single there probably would have been enough. Just give her a little bit of time at the other end to compose herself. She was made to run to get to the other side, but she falls too short. But having said that, it's the highest score that we've seen on the Meltl Shield, and it comes from Matanara Ratanaika. What a lovely moment that is from all the players. She doesn't get to the century, but 98 is one of the best knocks that we've seen here so far.
Oh, definitely. But I mean, dropped on 96, 98, gives another chance straight away. Wetherill takes a good catch. Otherwise, that would have been 99. Who knows? Oh, you got to feel for Ratanaika, though. It's kind of elating and heartbreaking at the same time, isn't it? But, well, what she has done, she's put her team in a very, very strong position. And,
Yeah.
And her teammates quick to get around her. Merritt gets the big breakthrough, but look who comes to the crease. It's Villing at number 4. So it's not going to get too much easier with just over and over to go.
No, it's not. I mean, fair play to Grace Weatherall. Of course, we had her in the commentary, the Casa Grande a little bit earlier in the commentary position, but holds on to the catch. But what a knot, 98 of 31.
Riker will charge and get one. Yeah, 90 out of 31. Look at that strike rate. Well over 300. Oh, yeah, well, Taylor gets a reprieve. Cost her 2 runs in the end, but, geez, Taylor is such a solid fielder. You wouldn't have expected it. A bit short this time. Pulled away, and Wheeler. Well, she's been like a praying mantis today, hasn't she? Some of her stops just judging that unpredictable bounce so well. And
Well,
stops another boundary.
If there was an award for the best fielder, well, this is it. I mean, even with matches to go, Wheeler just been tremendous in that area. The number of runs that she's saved, of course, yesterday there was the one which she was down on the ground but managed to pluck the ball on the bounce as it was going over her head. She's taken 2 sensational catches here today. Took another one, of course, a bit earlier to remove the leader and now makes that stop. So she's been fantastic. But Team Europe, they were given the opportunity to bat first, 156 for 2. And that's the end of the 9th over. 6 balls to go. They still will be eyeing up a 170 score here.
All right, Greeken gets the last over. Actually hit the toe. It's going down the leg side. Oh, it would have been a wide if she got the toenail out the way, but no harm done. 156. Still 5 balls to go.
It's a dot ball. You'll take that. Of course, Greeken took the wicket of the leader. And that's hit beautifully down the ground, and it's one of those that the bowler has to try and stop, because if it's hit so straight and timed so well that once this gets past Chloe sort of, yeah, you can see there, I think that's a smart move, because I think if that hits your ankle, Chloe's going down and she ain't getting back up. But she wasn't able to react fast enough to get her hands to that. So 4 more, 160 on the board, still 4 balls to go.
Belted down the ground. Again, they've kind of been better at squeezing that long on, long off today. We saw a lot of balls hit straight down the ground. And they've kind of gone for, it's kind of Southern Cross. They got kind of deep extra cover long off and a very straight long on.
Yeah.
So just more of a conscious effort to block those straighter hits. Riker on strike. And this one, it will still get through. Well, you can put as many fielders there as you like, but when you've got batters hitting the ball this hard, there's not too much you can do about it. What power from Riker.
And watch this one also really skid off the surface. It just hits there and it just accelerates. Sometimes the balls can hold up for you nicely for the fielder. Not this time. That whizzes past. Back to the action. Floated up. That's up in the air. And it's going to be well stopped as it gets over Taylor. And Thackeray comes across. There probably was another one there if the batters went straight away. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't. It is the last over. Well, maybe that's one that they leave out there.
Oh, this is a huge score, 166, gone past the 149 that Europe scored in match 2, the previous highest score in the series. Last ball coming up. Hit in the air. Thackeray comes around, drops the catch. There's one. They'll have to come for 2. Thackeray slow to get up. And they will get 2, and they'll settle there. So it'll be 168 for 2 after the 10 overs. Europe sent in, and well, they've put on a bit of a show, haven't they? And the Roses, look, they came out there, they attacked, they were able to clear the boundaries. They know that they can do it for short periods. They'll have to do it for a sustained period if they're to get this 160
69 is it the chase?
Target. 169 is what they'll need to keep the series alive.
Yeah, just having a look at that last one. Let's have a look. I don't know if you got the last one here, but Thackeray doesn't take the catch, but you can see she's a little bit slow afterwards getting to it. I think disappointed, but I think there was some damage done here to something.
Yeah, maybe.
Something definitely broke there. I wonder if...
And also when she kind of slipped,
yeah,
she wasn't happy.
Is that a watch? Is that a watch that's come off there?
I thought it might have just been a support, some sort of support she had on the wrist or the hand. But hold on, take nothing away from the hitting here from Team Europe. They have been absolutely out of this world. The highest score so far in this series, and it comes in match 7. 1-6-8. Team Europe, if they defend it, they know that they're going to win the first ever Meltl Shield.
Yeah, look, it ain't over yet. Let's remember that. I mean, it's going to have to be a one hell of a chase. 169 for a team, let's face it, that has struggled to get to the 100 mark sometimes. But the start was just astonishing. First of all, remember that first over. Marriott went for 26 as Deleda just went to town. That was the intent from the word go. They didn't want to go down in this one. They wanted to make sure they got plenty of runs on the board. And what was nice to see there from Ethanara Ratanaika, when in that last match she was trying to hit most balls down the leg side. This time she was playing the right. Well, thought it was going to be in the action there. Thought that was coming in. It didn't. Hit the fence in front. And to save some of the equipment maybe, but some of the hitting there from Ethanara was absolutely outstanding. It really was. Now, this one could have, though, been out. That was so close. A direct hit here, as you'll see, and it would have been curtains. You can see that Weatherall was saying, oh, if you gave it to me in the gloves. I don't know, you know. I think in the gloves probably would have been tight, but Ratanaika with the dive, maybe he would have made it. But, well, after she survived that, you just thought that she was just going to go big, and she did. It was hit after hit, and, of course, she had the support out there from Deleda. But what a good catch that is. Wheeler once again coming to, you thought maybe to the rescue, but the problem is she went, and Matana Ratanaika just went bigger and better with every ball. And I think for the first time, we don't normally see somebody like Riker out there just watching and taking their second seat. But she was just at the right end watching an exhibition of batting. It really was. Shot after shot. I mean, she got a few in herself. This one, a lovely hit down the ground. And, well, saw Casper there almost in the action. Casper, he started the day hitting the ball all over the place. We saw that in the intro, and then he ended up fielding. But there was no let-up, was there? There was no let-up at all. There was a couple of incidents in the field as well. I did say with some misfields at the beginning of this innings that the British and Irish Roses, it was a little bit like they went back to the way they started yesterday. But that was a chance. That was when she was a 96. Then they took on the arm, and this was all about, I think, Riker sacrificing her wicket to get Ratanaika back on strike. But unfortunately, she got the heavy ball, tried to go for the big shot over the top of the covers, went up in the air, and it was Grace Weatherall that took the catch. And look at the celebrations. They were overjoyed, not only to remove Ratanaika, but you can see there the Roses said, we're not letting her get a century, not on our watch, but still, the damage could already have been done.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker really for Ratanaika, but hey, you know, she might get another opportunity the way she's batting today. Wheeler, I think she's been a real star in the field. It's a shame she can't bowl actually for the Roses. I know that they would love to have her at their disposal at the bowling crease, but yeah, chance we might see her opening up again given how well she batted in that last game. And late in the piece, things went from bad to worse. Vakrall dropped this one to her right, might have got to the end of the finger, took a bit of a slip there as well. And Team Europe put on the biggest score so far, 168 for 2. It would have to be the biggest chase we've ever seen in a women's game if it was to be pulled off. But hey, this is ECN, expect the unexpected. Can Team Europe hold their nerve for 10 overs and keep British and Irish Roses to 167 or less? If they do, and that Meltl Shield will be presented to them at the end of the day. It was great to have Manuela Meltl Weston in as well to just point out some of the intricacies of that Meltl Shield. 98 for Ratanaika, 10 Maximos in there, and just got on an absolute barnstormer, didn't she, in the middle overs. Such a shame for her that she didn't make the first ever Meltl Shield 100. Babette Deleda, again, very solid start from the captain, 39 off just 15 balls. Riker with a nice little cameo, 19 not out, and Sevilling scored a boundary towards the end as Team Europe piled on 168. Not too much love in the bowling figures. Greeken probably the best of the bowlers, 1 for 21. The other wicket went to Merritt, but a fair bit of punishment was handed out to the Roses in the second game of the day. We'll take a break, back in just a few minutes, and we'll see if we can have the British and Irish Roses miracle of match 7. They'll need 169 to keep the series alive. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We're back very shortly with more Meltl Shield.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, cricket lovers. Well, there it is, the Meltl Shield, and of course with the family coat of arms as well, a sign of integrity, trust and mutual respect. That's definitely what these players have had. And of course, the four-leaf clovers representing faith, hope, love and of course luck values that also resonate with this tournament. A tournament which lies now in the balance for the British and Irish Roses. They have to chase and get to a score of 169 if they are to stay alive in this Meltl Shield. Remember, they had to start here today, day 2, winning every single match, all 4. They won the first, but now, well, they are in danger of being beaten in this one, thanks to a 98 from Ratanaika, 98 of 31 balls, well supported there by the captain, Delaney, that started brilliantly, hitting 26 of the first over. She scored 39, and of course Raika also played an important role with a 19. So here we go. It's going to be Naomi Hillman Mahamo to bowl the first. And Ria Pakro knows she's got to go big right from the start. Gets a juicy full toss to start with, and that's what they've got to do. This one is crunched out of here. We get a chance to see side on this as well. This one doesn't come out right from Naomi. Let's have a look at this. She's back in a crease, and I think height may be okay. Well, we need a lot of those in that last innings. 12 boundaries of 6s. Ratanaika hitting every one of them. Miscue just dropped short of the fielder that's coming in there. Couldn't get there. Gonna have to take the chance or two though, aren't they? That's the key here. Yeah, look, that last innings from Ratanaika, she hit 10 of the 12 6s that we saw in the innings. Also, what's quite incredible, the number of dot balls in that innings, only 7. And that was the key. And that's one thing, and just talking about it there. So that's your dot. That's the first dot. So, of course, in that last innings, only 7 dot balls. 28 boundaries in total. 28 boundaries in total. 10 of those were 6s that came from Ratanaika. As well hit, but again, it's another dot. So you can see that's what the British and Irish Roses have to try and find a way to eliminate. You can't have dot balls. Wheeler. Well, it's another foot. This has got to be a no ball. So Naomi, there's something different about. I'm just trying to see this again. Let's see this delivery again, where she's going wrong here. Yeah, look, that ball just coming out wrong now. I wonder if it's just sweaty palms. There seems to be more humidity here today. So that ball just slipping out. Now that's 2 now, remember. Can't bowl another, or she'll be taking out the attack. That's beautifully played. And that will go all the way. And, well, we are in Italy. And that means we're seeing a little bit of sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. It's a little bit of showtime here at the Roma Cricket Ground. That's a beautiful shot there from Ria Fackrell. Gets another boundary. They need to be going at 17s. 13 or so far off the over. Another boundary is what they're searching for here. And she goes for it and will get it. So they're right where they need to be at the end of the first. They needed 17. They've got 17. And Naomi, just those extra deliveries, the 2 no balls, well, they certainly help out. And you can see they've just got to believe here. Just got to believe. They've got to be stronger together and see if it can happen. Of course, Ria Fackrell and Amy Wheeler were instrumental in the win in match number 6, the first of day 2 of this Meltl Shield. They put that 94 partnership on together, batted pretty quickly as well. Of course, Ria Fackrell was 45 and Amy Wheeler 46. Can they do it again? Got to find a way to. So they start with Naomi and not with Zwilling this time, and it doesn't really work out. Naomi just looked like she was having difficulty just holding on to that new Grizzly. Zwilling, they want a good over in here from her. And starts with a dot, big swing. I think Wheeler is much better with that ball. If you see, this was a little bit short, and it's outside the off. So shorter outside off stump, so she's not able to get that strong shot that she likes to play down the leg side. They've got that fielder there, though, waiting. That's going to be a wide, just loses her line a little bit here as well, and she's done that a couple of times today. Just going down the leg side, that's going to be another wide. This one is just going to be a single. They will get there, a little close. Let's see this again. Zwilling just makes a little change in the field here. So long on, pretty straight, and long off going back. So the feeding that Fackrell likes to hit straight down the ground. I think that's a good move. And that's why it won't quite carry. I always think though, and I know those of you that have listened to me with me commentary for a while, I'll always say this, and I'll say the same again here. I can understand that those 2 straight fielders going back, but let the batter hit a few over you first. I would always start with them inside. And once you get the first one go over, say, right, okay, now you move back. And if you go with that approach, you saw that last one there, it would have gone straight down the throat of the mid-on. But of course, different format maybe of what I'm used to playing. Boundaries are important. If you can save one boundary, it probably helps you out a big time. But when you've got big runs on the board, maybe you can be just a little bit more attacking in the field. There's those dot balls again I'm talking about. So just to repeat, only the 7 dot balls in that first innings. 28 boundaries in total. And that's really shows you that what the Rosies need to be trying to do here. Only the 3 off this over, and they will get a boundary. That has been clubbed big. And that's where Amy Wheeler likes to go. They needed that badly, but even with the 6 coming off that last ball, it's only 9 that come off the over. So there it was even Stevens in the first. They fall some number of runs short in this one. So 8 runs short of where they need to be. Brings the score to 26. But of course, we know if these 2 stay there, they can get the momentum going. But just to show you the rate they have to go at, I mean, even when they chase down the 91 one they needed in match number 1, and they did that, remember, with a number of balls to go. But they have to go even quicker than that. You did it with 14 balls to go, but they have to go even quicker than that to get to the 169 they need here. A good time to welcome back into the Casa Grande to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Thanks very much, Rico. And yeah, it's great to be back. And it's a promising start, but the scary thing is they're still behind where they need to be. But really, got to keep attacking. Delanga comes on over number 3. Pretty good start. You can see Fackrell backing away. Wonder if she's a little bit bothered by that knock she took last ball, the first innings. Looked like hit her on the end of the finger.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's very well located. Ratnaika behind the stumps in this game for Team Europe.
Yeah, you can see that. Yeah, Delanga just wants to move the 2 fielders out a little bit squarer. Tosses it up, and it's another dot ball. I mean, the thing with this one is it's an annoying one really for the Roses, because if you don't get anything on it, you're going to get a wide, and it's not an easy take there for Mathanara as well behind the stumps, but gets the pad in the way. It's dot ball.
Ratnaika, I think, will enjoy keeping to Langer as well. Does well. That one keeps a little bit low as well. Thacker wasn't sure whether to go forward or back to that.
Better areas from Delang. Remember, in the last match, she was a little bit leg side-ish, and Wheeler particularly was able to get her away with ease. Outside the off again. Well, that's the big shot, but there is a fielder out there as well. Will not be able to hold on to it. It's going to go into the hands and over. It's a difficult catch because she knows she can't step backwards. I think in terms of her positioning, it's spot on, but she's trying to take this one over her head. If it sticks, she takes a great catch, but if it doesn't, the ball goes over her and goes for 6. So 6 runs. The first runs, though, off this over. And even if the next 2 go big, they'll probably only finish with an even Stevens. Well, that's not a good delivery, but she hasn't been able to find the boundary. Doesn't quite find the middle of the bat. That's the one really she's looking for and waiting for. But you've got to say that Fackrell probably is better going for the straight shot. Wheeler, though, when you give her anything short, she will bounce on it. And that's why you see the second fielder going onto the leg side boundary and mid-on coming up.
Last ball, the power play coming up then. Again, very good length. Hit those spots mostly that over, didn't she? And Delanga only goes for 7, turning the screws. Wheeler needs to get a move on if they're to have any chance here. The Roses are 33 without loss after 3.
Yeah, again, dot balls are everything. Gold dust, we call them. And quite exceptional, though. I was just, don't know if you heard when you were coming in, Vinny, but only 7 dot balls in that first innings. And that's a sign of a really good innings.
I know we've said this many times this weekend, but these players are setting the standard for the other women players in Europe to aspire to. When you think about at the lower levels of women's cricket at the moment where it's emerging, they have a lot of dot balls, struggling to turn over the strike, struggling to find the boundaries.
Yeah, I'll go one better than that. Not just women, men as well.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of men's teams that will be watching and thinking, yeah, we can learn a lot from what some of the women are doing here. It's another challenging one, but this time, well, if there was another Zwelling on top of the shoulders of Zwelling, maybe, but that's gone big. And, well, Ria Fackrell does show that she is able to go big in those areas. Simmons comes on and will go for 6 off her first ball. They need a big one here.
3 boundaries and over. I think that's what they need. Well, there's 1. That is going to be another. In fact, I think that might have bounced just inside. And Fackrell, I think, is going to get 4 more. So there's 2 in the over, 2 in the first 2. That's the other thing. If you get 1 big over, maybe get closer to back on target.
Just a little bit short. Let's see where this one bounces. Just inside. You saw Zwelling giving that signal as well. She was saying,
well, the thing is, I think the rope never moves. So, I think you probably take the fielder's word.
This time it is a little bit fuller. You can see what the batters are going to be trying to do here, it seems. They're going to try rock back and they're going to try and hit the ball out there on the leg side boundary. Now, you could put an extra person out there. They're going with the 45 on the boundary as well. So 45 on the boundary, square leg, mid-wicket and long on. But Sims will know this and she'd just be thinking, all right, I know the plan. Just got to get it a tad fuller on off peg.
Hanging in there, Roses. But that'd be almost perfect from here. That's well knocked down. Hilma Bameko keeps it in the infield. Meltl get 2, so it's a little bit loose. Sims not able to gather the throw cleanly, so they'll get back for a couple.
Yeah, that's a nice little bonus there. Should have been just 1, but they'll get 2. So that takes it to 13 off the over so far. They are looking for that 1 more boundary of the 2 balls to come here.
Sims under the pump. Takes it on down the ground, doesn't get it though. And it's going to be gone. Great catching by Robin Riker. And Wheeler's going to hold out. Never really got going in that innings. It's Sims that bites back with the first wicket of this innings. And the Roses are 46 for 1.
Good catch from Riker. And running in, taking it at a height that she's comfortable at. And well, they're jumping in from everywhere. I'm liking that little jump there. And who was that? Is coming in? It was Priya Sabu. Comes running in, and well, she's hopping with joy. As well, they know that's an important wicket to get. Amy Wheeler, they couldn't get her out in the last match when she batted beautifully for 46, not out of 22. So they've got one of the big hitters out. It's 46 for 1.
Yeah, disappointment for Wheeler. Just couldn't quite find the string of boundaries that she was hoping for. Batted really well, kind of kept her team in the shield so far in match 1, but that was down towards the bottom of the bat. Sims next spun around, said, "Hey, I think that's in the catchable zone." Riker really shows how to do it. Keeps it right in front of her eyes, watches it all the way in. It's a big wicket for Team Europe. And I suppose, yeah, a bit of a gamble. I think not playing green here, thinking, okay, well, if we can somehow sneak this one in, then she can come back, play the last 2. But I think she was one of the players that hit the ball well for the Roses yesterday, and there weren't too many of them. We're back live. This one sneaks under the bat of Merritt and almost gets away from Rathnayaka. That'll be the end of the over. And Team Europe now, I think they've got the Roses right where they want them. It's 46 for 1 after 4.
Good comeback there from Sims. Remember, she was under the attack. First 2 balls went to the boundary, and then she did exactly what I was thinking she needed to do. Just went a little bit fuller, denies the batters the opportunity to go big on the leg side. The field was well set, and Riker take nothing away from that catch. A very good catch, so they get the breakthrough that they need.
This is Delisha Naniakara, who's going to bowl over number 5. I thought she bowled pretty well yesterday. Again, another off-spin option. And Fackrell, well, almost like she's the last hope, I think, for the Roses, and takes this on and smashes it. Maximo went and fetched it from outside the off stump. Well, yeah, they say in the famous song, it's now or never, and we ain't going to live forever. She's going to have to go big or die trying. Fackrell get 6 first ball.
Oh, that is huge. That is such a good pickup. And it wasn't the worst of deliveries from Delisha, but
ball was fine.
Delisha bowls it, and the shot was delicious. Well, that's a big one. That almost knocked out the man carrying, of course, the watermelon.
50's up as well for the Roses. Challenges her again. This time she goes offside, finds DeLange down at long off.
DeLange is solid. I don't think I've ever seen a ball get past
There's
her.
the viewers that are pushing for DeLange to be called an all-rounder now because of the boundary that she scored in the first innings.
You're just trying to attract your attention. Right, catching opportunity. Zwelin, no mistakes, is another one that bites the dust, and it's going to be a 2-ball duck for Annalise Merritt. Look, you can't really give the batter too much stick. You've got to go out there and play your shots. You're needing 20 and over. So she goes for it, and Zwelling, well, she had a bit of a mishap. One she tried earlier, but this one is right in the comfort zone. Takes the catch, and it's going to be a 2-ball duck there from Merritt.
Yeah, look, everyone makes the occasional mistake, but I think don't let it bother you. And Zwelling, she looks solid as a rock under this one, unfortunately, for Merritt. It's going to be a 2-ball derrick. And, she'll be disappointed, no doubt about it. But credit to the bowler there as well. She got crunched first ball. She comes back with a big wicket of Merritt. Merritt is someone that can hurt you. Again, Merritt wanted to drag that leg side, and I think it's just such a more difficult shot. But it was created by a good line from the bowler.
One thing I've noticed by Zwelling, a lot of fielders, I don't know if when you were out in the field, if you had the same, a lot of fielders like catching in a particular area, like to your right.
Yeah.
Zwelling, either side makes no difference. Very very confident no matter which side.
Natural pair of hands. And that's a ball that probably would have been a wide, but Taylor goes after it, hits it, gets one, and pretty well backed up there as well. So Team Europe, I mean, look at that. I mean, it would have been out if they tried it. But I don't know, just as a unit, they just seem to be quite cohesive in the field, considering that they wouldn't have played together before, even thinking a couple of steps ahead there, the anticipation to back that up, the bowler in position. They're hunting as a bit of a pack here.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned something that I was just about to touch on as well. It just goes to show how many matches we've done together. But they don't look like a side that haven't played too much cricket together. This one is probably going to get in the gap. It does, 4 runs. And, well, Fakro here at the moment, she's the Lone Ranger, isn't she, in trying to get something out of this match. But, she's going to have to do something quite sensational. But, yeah, just going back to that, from what we've seen, they've just gelled very well together. They understand each other really well. I mean, even when you see them in the field, depending on who's bowling, they know where they need to be. They really have, they look like a good all-round team.
Yeah, agree. All right, picks this up. Pretty well judged. That's a fantastic shot from Fackrell. It'll bring up her 50. Brings it up off 17 balls. She is the one obstacle at the moment standing between Team Europe and the Meltl Shield.
Yeah, I mean, cracking shot. But you can see just how big a task this is for them. So that over, all right, there was the wicket for Delisha. But other than that, it still went. For 16, there was for 18, there was the 3 boundaries, 2 sixes and a 4. But it goes for 18. It's still below the required rate. So a great 50, but still below where they need to be.
Let's welcome you into the box just quickly. It is Meltl Shield time. First one we've ever had. Vinny Sound here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Faulkner. I've worn this pineapple shirt today, and you might be wondering why. I just say stay tuned to social media.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a debate.
There is a bit of a debate.
I heard it's just gone up. It's dropped. I'm expecting the comments to get it. Let's just try and keep it civil. But there's some strong opinions on it. That's all I'm going to say.
Check it out.
Let's get back. As DeLange comes back up in the air. Well, it's a funny one, really. It was probably Naomi's catch, but Delata was hovering around like a giraffe. And I think she might have even called it by bet. I suppose at this stage, you're pretty happy just to make sure that you keep it on the field of play.
I suppose what you're really trying to do is put the squeeze on somebody like Taylor and try to make sure that Fackrell faces the least number of balls possible. Because if she does the same thing as what Rathanayake did, she could get them this win. Look how easily she's hitting these balls for sixes. She's onto something here now. And I'm feeling it. She is onto a big score.
I'm telling you, this won't win too many beauty contests, this shot. But it's a really hard shot. Really hard shot. Because you need to judge the exact turn, the bounce.
Yeah.
It's hard to hit that straight. She takes a chance. But the judgment there to get that in the middle of the bat was first class. And yeah, still getting that one back. Maximo for Fackrell moves to 57.
Yeah, Team Europe, the only thing they can do is try and push one much wider. They got the field set on the offside, just get a single. A single is a win. If 2 singles and over is a win for them.
I'd like to see it go slower here. Can't. Oh, that's a nice little drop kick shot again. Finds the fielder though. Feeling solid out there.
Yeah, now that's the win because now it's a single. They've had 2 singles in the over and it's Taylor now. So Taylor, she's got to really go for a boundary shot here. It's got to be a boundary.
Goes for it. Does she get enough? She does. Maximo. Well, Taylor, she batted really well yesterday. I thought, she's kind of more 4 heavy than 6s.
Yeah.
6s and a bunch of them. That's the only way that the Roses can get there. Right now they're fighting. They've got 2 players that can clear the ropes at the crease.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Once there's just those 2 singles, every other ball's got to try and go to the boundary. That could be a blessing. Does she get anything on this? The umpire feels there's a little touch on this, maybe bad or bad. So it'll be a dot. That's a killer for them.
I think it just grabs a bit of the body on the way through. Check it out. Must have. I mean, I picked up something live. Just a deflection means it's not a wide. Last ball of the over. Reverse time. Doesn't really get it. Probably gets on the thumb, if anything. But Taylor will get one. DeLange, I suppose, look at her figures all up. None for 22. Goes at way less than the required rate. It's the end of 6 overs, 79 for 2.
Yeah, so once again, it's just the task on hand is so difficult, even though that over as well, going for 15, 2 big 6s in there, but it's the 2 singles, the dot. And also there, I think you've got to be thinking there, you don't want to take the single of that ball. You've got to be thinking that Fakro has got to face the majority of the balls left in the innings. So she's off strike here at the moment, and this is an opportunity for Team Europe to once again get a dot ball in here, just a single. Every time you do that, you've almost won the over with that one ball.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. Obviously, you want the set batter on strike, but I mean, I think Taylor still needs to click as well. You know, she's more than just a support act if they're going to do this. Oh, a little nick there, I think, and Rathnaka couldn't quite hold on.
Yeah, let's see this again. Naomi, her first over didn't go to plan. It went for 17. She opened the bowling. There's a touch on that, but it just doesn't stick. She doesn't allow the ball to go into it, does she?
Well, she knocked it away on the second attempt, actually. Ain't no harm, no foul.
Dot ball, though. You'd take that.
Oh, bowled by Naomi. It kind of reminds you of the old-fashioned put a handkerchief down and she could hit it. I just think she's so accurate. It puts in a difficult area. I mean, I do say it does make it slightly predictable as well, but hey.
I will say this, though. She can't bowl another beamer. If she does, she'll be off because she's twice done it. That's time to be perfection. What a lovely shot that is. That's glorious. We've seen the ball being muscled and bludgeoned to the boundary this morning, but there's always time and there's always room for a classy shot like that.
Fakro makes it look so easy there. Just timed that away into the gap. Good to see the crew enjoying themselves as well. All right, up in the air. Fielder can't get there. We'll have to take it on the bounce. Wild throw comes in. They'll think of an overthrow here. They'll take it on. Svilling's going to go keeper's end. And Fakro will make it.
I don't know if you want to go for this. Again, play the smart game. You get the danger batter off strike. You take that, leave it to a single. I don't think you really needed to go. Even if there's a chance, you didn't need to go for that throw. Keep Fakro off strike.
Yeah, true. True. And like I said, Taylor's still a threat, but she's new to the crease. It's just not easy to go out there and hit boundaries from the get-go. Fakro's kind of countering the Rathnaka innings, going 300 plus strike rate at the moment. 83 off 20. It's gone up past for a ball. It's hit offside. Should only be one. So, yeah, Naomi, still a very good over. Naomi, sometimes I forget how young she is.
Yeah.
You know, she's kind of such a cool head. Never seems to panic. Last ball of her spell coming up. This is hit well, hit straight, hit into the gap. It's going to be 4. So Taylor finishes the 7th over with the bang. The pilot light's still on, but the fire is dwindling for the Roses. They're 91 for 2 after 7. They will need 78 off the last 3 overs.
Yeah, and if you want to know a comparison after 7 overs, Team Europe were on 123. So you can just see the difference, and also you can understand just why. They need 78 here of 18 balls. That means they need to go at 26 per over. Well, it's Leslie. Leslie has made it. He was under attack. It was Leslie when he was coming over with the watermelon. The watermelon coming a little bit earlier here today. Leslie's totally thrown us on this Sunday. And, of course, it is Sunday, but we don't have any rest. There's plenty of cricket on the network.
Yeah, MCC Serbia right now, but Isle of Man Greece confirmed they'll be playing in the final later on because MCC Sporting actually said, this is an international tournament. We think that you should get the opportunity to play a full T20 international. Isle of Man, well, they won against Greece in the initial stage. Let's see how that goes a little bit later on. By then, I think we'll be done and dusted here. We might be able to watch the rest of the final. Be a wide start. The overs Willing. She's quite clever. She's got a couple of different slower balls. She's got the back of the hand, kind of almost like a fast leg spinner slower ball. She's got the off spinning, kind of just roll your fingers left to right on it slower ball. I think that was the one she bowled just then. Fakro is going to have to come up with a ridiculous performance here to get her team home. Bowled almost takes out her partner. In fact, that's going to be 4. I mean, Riker was pretty straight there at long on, but it was just hit too well by Fakro, who moves to 69.
Quality shot, but one thing I think that Team Europe have forgotten, they've forgotten the field that they had set to Fakro a few overs ago. They actually had 2 very straight. It was almost a Southern Cross, and you can see here now Zwellin making sure that Riker does stay a lot straighter.
Goes for this, drags it slightly with the bottom hand out to Babette Deleda. And Babette, I know it's going to be hard to knock her over for player of the series, I just think, with what she did yesterday. But she's such a complete cricketer. The wicket keeping's first class. If she does go out in the field, she's a natural mover out in the field. The way she's led the side, kind of juggled her squad. She's had a wonderful weekend. This one's hit down the ground towards Talanger, who, as Rico mentioned, a bit of a wall there, isn't she, when she's fielding on the boundary.
She's got such a great eye, the way she sees the ball. Her positioning is fantastic. Nothing gets past her. I mean, I've seen her play a number of occasions, and she's just solid. She really is a great fielder. And when she's in close as well, she's got excellent reflexes. But just the whole movement, the way she walks in, so starts just outside the rope, comes in with the bowler. And, well, this
watch
one.
out. Going, and gone.
Well, it has gone. Well, this one, I don't know how much damage it's done. Well, one of Maximo.
That's
Number one rule.
It's a worst
Number
case
one
scenario.
rule.
That's one that you just could not see. That's bad.
Maximo, number one
This is
rule.
the ground where I broke my only other one of these monitors back in 2022. I think that might have hit the Starlink.
Well,
I think it might have saved me.
And this one's up in the air, and oh, it's a great effort. Great dive there to try and get to this one from Priya Sabu. She can't stop it. The same way Vinny couldn't stop it.
I think I've saved it. It turned it off, but I just turned it back on.
I've said this before. I love a Casa Grande, but we do need a transparent roof so we can see these balls go. Well, there we go. That's the ball.
It could have been worse.
In one end, out of the other. Well, there's the Grizzly, the guilty. I was ready. It didn't come to me, and it came and knocked Maximo over.
I got my plane stance, which is the more expensive of the electronics, but it's hit my last monitor. But good news is we're back up and running. Anyway, let's get back to the cricket now that I'm feeling a lot more confident.
Save the equipment.
That could have been so much
You
worse.
made me sign that.
How
you made me sign save the equipment.
Thousandths of a second do you think we could see that when it came under the horizon?
You can see I'm standing there. I'm only standing in hope. If it comes straight to me, I've got a chance. If it don't, I've got no
hit
chance
that?
at
Was
all.
that Ria? I'll have words.
It was smashed by Ria. Hey,
please give me your address. I'll be sending the bill.
Ratanaika got close. Fackrell is on here. It could be for a losing cause, but wouldn't it be something special if, even though they go down here, and if they go down here, of course, that means that the Meltl Shield is going to be held for the first time ever by Team Europe at the first time of asking as well. But if she can get a century here, it will be the first century on the Meltl Shield. So there's still something big to play for here, especially for Fackrell and the British and Irish Roses.
Could have been so much worse. Imagine if it landed in the plate of watermelon. Imagine that would have been a disaster.
Well, let's just say you would have had to get... Well, you on your shirt wouldn't have made any difference.
Yeah, that's true.
It would just blend it in. You've got pineapples on there anyway. A bit of watermelon wouldn't have made any difference. On mine, though, well, I think I would have to go back to that.
Are we on the Fackrell train here for a ton?
Yeah.
Ton in a losing cause? I just don't see how it could possibly get 60. That's a pretty good shot. 85 now for Ria. And
it's on. I'm telling you, it's happening.
It's been a fighting knock. You know, more than fighting. That's just an example of some of the power and the placement we've seen from Fackrell in this innings.
Yeah, that over from Zwenning went for 19, but again, still falling short of where it needs to be. Asking the question, shake of the head from Tracy, and they will take a leg by here. Still waiting to see the signal from Tracy. Not seen it yet, so there must have been a bit of bat on this. Let's have a look.
I didn't see it myself.
Oh, there's the signal now.
It was high.
Yeah, signal does come. Well, it takes Fackrell on strike. Should be keen to get back on strike here. But, of course, Taylor she's played a few nice shots herself. We'll go back to the live action now here. And it's going to be another wide. But I like what Sims is trying to do. Thinking about it, thinking, all right, the batters are playing everything in the arc. They're hitting everything over long on and cow corner. Try to make them play outside the off. That's the plan here. Oh, that's the moon ball. Gets played away. Fielder's going to have to be pretty sharp here. Can't get down to it. There's going to be 4 runs. We'll just check the height on this. My initial feeling is that it is coming down. Gets played away. Tremendous effort to try and get down. Of course, the issue with all of these is it means that Taylor is hogging the strike, and Fackrell can't get on there. Nicely played away. Another nice shot there from Taylor. I mean, on another day, that strike rate is pretty decent, 19 of 10. But on a day like today, they really have to go some. So you can see there, she comes a fair way down the field. And that one is going to be okay for me. I think it goes right over the guideline there. So well bowled. And that's what I was talking about for Sims. He hasn't always got it right, but just getting 1 or 2 balls in there that don't then go to the boundary is a massive win in the over. So I really do think it's getting to a point now where it's basically getting to a point where it's impossible unless there's a couple of 7-ups where there won't be a 7-up here. It's going to be a wicket. And as a great moment for Mathanara Ratanaika, who herself is eyeing up a player of the match performance.
Yeah, well, trying to rock in a hard place, really, Taylor. Went down, wanted something she could muscle straight back over the bowler's head. But it's clever bowling as well from Sims. Just pulled the length back a touch. Pretty good take from Ratanaika as well. Slightly awkward, was rising on her. Just made sure she gloved it cleanly and had all the time in the world to break the wicket. So the Roses lose Taylor for 19. And in the 9th over, they're 120 for 3.
Well, Vinny, the good news is that you're lucky now. You've got 2 bodyguards that are guarding you.
Yeah, well, where were they when I needed them?
The Wild Thing, and Daniel Weston himself. They're here to save you next time that ball comes
just
through,
like the guards at the Buckingham Palace. They were probably posing for pictures with the tourists in their fluffy hats. When, actually, I would love a replay to see what that hit. I thought it knocked my monitor off and it took the blow, in which case it was gone. But I think it just knocked some auxiliary equipment. But anyway, Wetherell, good to see her out there getting a hit. We saw her in the commentary box earlier today. It was great, really great to chat to Grace. Thought she kept pretty well in the first half of this innings. Last ball, the 9th. And that will be it. Sims finishes 2 for 22. And it's 120 for 3 after 9. Thakral will be on strike. She's 85. Could she bring up the first ever Meltl Shield 100?
I'm going to see if we can pull something up. There's some spectators holding up a sign, and it says there, Mathanara Ranaika, our superstar. And I think we're going to see if we can get that. It was a fair way away if we can get a close-up of that. But, well, she certainly has been a superstar here today. Somebody else who could be a superstar is Thakral. Well, there you go. You can just about see it. And, the Italians are in.
Kumuru that's holding it up as well. I love that. And
national team captain.
Yeah, Nimesha as well. Yeah, well, she has batted like a superstar. But, Thakral, a personal milestone on the cards here. She'll need 15 off the over if she wants to bring up the first ever Meltl Shield century. If you can't win, get greedy. Delisha with the ball. Hits it pretty well. Zwilling like a gazelle. 4 steps to the left, keeps it to 1. Thakral is going to have to watch it from 22 yards away.
Yeah, I think here you hit that and you hold your ground. If you don't go to the boundary, you stay where you are. I mean, it's not often you get an opportunity to score a ton in a big tournament like this, the first ever Meltl Shield. She's at the non-strikers end. Can Wetherell get her on strike straight away? Well, no, she goes for the big shot, catching opportunity. And, well, she shies away from it, so Thakral will get on strike. I suppose they're thinking, well, I could go for this, but you know what? I don't really need to hurt myself here. So the leader just decides at the last moment, you know what? I'll give the single. Thakral makes room, plays it away, but once again, doesn't time it as well in. Deals with the bounce. In comes the throw. It'll just be another single.
Just hasn't been able to come up with the Maximos in this last over. Yeah, Deleda went full-on cricket zombie, didn't she? Kind of chasing after that one with the flight. Anyway, 3 to come. Wetherell gets another chance. Hits it in the air. Ratanaika's after it. And, well, we saw the sign, and now we're seeing the superstar with the gloves. And so Wetherell's going to go for just 1. It's a wicket for Delisha, her second. And it's as easy as 1, 2, 3 for 4. As Team Europe now are 2 balls away from the Meltl Shield.
Yeah, Mathanara Ranaika, our superstar is what the sign says, and she is a superstar going by her performance in this match. The crucial match, which it looks like Team Europe are going to win. Well, there's the sign, and she is the superstar, and certainly she's my player of the match in this one, without doubt.
Yeah, I think she has to be. When you think about that kind of acceleration she was able to provide, and taking Team Europe to heights we haven't seen so far in the series with a score over 150, over 160 even. And it was always going to be tough. You know, credit to the Roses. If you look at this score, 120s, that'll win you a few ball games this weekend, but just not this time around.
I mean, it's their highest score as well in this series. And, well, the Italian connection continues. Delisha, the bowler. Ratanaika, the catcher. And 2 now for 21 with 2 balls to go.
Thakral, unfortunately, is going to get grounded short of the the 100 as well. She'll maybe get on strike here if this doesn't go to the boundary, although it might. It doesn't. Again, good fielding. It'll be a bye. And so we've got the last ball coming up. Just checking this one. No issues there with the stop. Fakra will get one last chance to try and send the ball into orbit. Last ball to 10, and it will be a single, and that will make it official. Team Europe will be the winners of the first ever Meltl Shield. They take an unassailable 5-2 lead in the series, and you can see the excitement there for Team Europe. Okay, the day isn't done yet. We're only halfway through the games, but they now know that they'll be the first ever holders of the coveted Meltl Shield.
Yeah, and we know we were talking yesterday that a lot of silverware did go to the British Isles that way, but not this time. The Meltl Shield, the very first ever Meltl Shield, will be won by Team Europe. They have won another match here, so they bring up the win. They are 5-2 with 2 to play. So the British and Irish Roses, they cannot win now from here. The best they can do is 4-1 short. What a great performance there. But of course, the damage was done with the bat. You felt it. I felt it. Putting them into bat just seemed like the wrong choice.
Well, there's a bit of damage from both sides really in this game. Our equipment felt it at one stage, but I think credit to Helmian and to Quinton as well, bringing the group together. Babette Delayed, I think, deserves a lot of credit. She's been a fantastic choice as captain. But really, it's been a team effort. I think it's got to be really difficult and challenging to pull people together that probably haven't played together before. Maybe they've played against each other. Maybe they've had some tension.
Yeah.
But they just seem to have really bought into the experience, and they've just kind of had that little X factor, which I think has got them out of some tough situations. They played some magnificent cricket, and they thoroughly deserve their success this weekend. 5-2 with 2 games to go, and they'll still want to win the last 2 games. Of course, there's going to be a lot more competitive cricket to come, but it's an historic moment in season 2024 as the first ever Meltl Shield is decided, and yes, it's going to stay on the continent. Let's have a look at the replay, and it was a proper Mount Everest to climb, wasn't it, for British and Irish Roses. 169 to keep the series alive. No lack of intent. Fakra in particular was outstanding, wasn't she, in this response?
Yeah, look, they needed 17s to start off with, and they got the 17 in the first over. And Fakra, you're right, she was hitting the ball beautifully well. And Amy Wheeler as well, don't forget, she's had a wonderful morning so far as well. But it was a big ask, and she did get the big shots in, but you just knew that when that rate started to get up to 20 required per over, that as hard as they tried, then the bowlers were clever though. I think Sims bowled particularly well, and there's the catch. That was a big moment. Riker coming in and taking the catch, and that one makes all the difference. That was the end of Amy Wheeler for 10. Remember, Amy Wheeler was, she was on form in the day earlier with 46 and 22, but not this time. Well, she went, and unfortunately, Annalisa Merritt, she had to go big straight away, went for the big shot, but found the safe hands there of Swilling. And Delisha, nice moment for her, picking up the wicket. Well, there's Swilling. She is so good in those areas. Never looks like she's going to drop those, whether it's to a right or to a left. So takes hold of the catch, and then they were really going to struggle there. And you saw that Millie Taylor came out to join Fakra. Fakra, an amazing array of shots from her. Very powerful, very strong, hitting out over the hop. That was the 50 that came up there. But of course, after the 50 came up, we knew then at a certain point with 3 overs to go, the chances of the win was not on. Maybe she would be the first player to get a century on the Meltl Shield. Well, she's the first one to knock your equipment out.
We actually have to send that one to the lawyers and the insurance brokers. So, yeah, your face said what I was thinking. But we saw Sims bite back with a late wicket at Taylor. A nice bit of keeping from Methnara at Naika. Had a brilliant game. She's got to be the player of the game. Despite the efforts of Fakra on a losing cause, I think she just set up that monster score. So, yeah, British Irish Roses, they have got so much talent on their side. It just hasn't really happened for them this weekend. They haven't been able to pull it together as often as they would have liked. It's very clear that when they have been able to win ball games, and we'll still see them, I'm sure, be very competitive in the last 2 games. They would love now, I'm sure, to set their sights on in the last 2 games and to take it back to 5-4.
Yeah.
Again, not the result they would have wanted. We saw the Rathnayaka, you're a superstar sign, and she played like it, didn't she, here? Player of the match in a famous match in ECN history. the match that decides the first ever Meltl Shield. It goes to Team Europe. You can see there, just you see the genuine feeling within the camp that they set themselves a goal as a bunch of players that they haven't played together before, and it was all hands in, wasn't it, as they celebrate their victory. Meltl Shield with the wonderful designs and detail that we saw explained by Manuela Meltl-Weston earlier in the game. Fackrell with a fighting 88 there of 32 balls. Apart from that, Taylor with 19, Wheeler with 10, but Wheeler couldn't really reproduce what she was able to do in the game before. Merritt unfortunately missed out. Wetherill went late in the piece. And once again, pretty disciplined bowling. You look at just 4 wides and 1 no ball over the 10 overs. That is something I think has been outstanding from both sides, and I agree. I think a lot of the men could learn from the kind of accuracy and skill that's been displayed by the women this weekend. 2 for 22 off 2 for Sims and Delisha Naniakara. But it was a team effort, wasn't it? Look at all the 2 over spells. Everyone in the 20s. The only way you can lose a game like that is if you have 1 or 2 bowlers get absolutely taken down, and it didn't happen. So again, even the bowling a team effort for Team Europe in this one as they get over the line by 43 runs. We'll take a break and we'll be back in approximately, I think it's actually the extended break, so I'm going to have to go to my notes. The next game is starting at 2:30, which is 1 hour away. So we'll have a bit of an extra break. If you like, you can turn over to the Valletta Cup. But in 1 hour, we'll be back. And still 2 games to go in this Meltl Shield. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. More action to come today. It's Super Sunday here on ECN. Back soon with more Meltl Shield. After a wonderful 2 weeks here at the Roma Cricket Ground in Italy, the show must roll on and the European Cricket Series will move on. 11 teams do battle at the next European Cricket Series starting Monday the 26th of August in the beautiful city of Vienna, Austria.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
It was a monster score. Methnara Rathnaka with 98, the highest score by an individual, just missed out on that century. Now, no, she's sitting out of this game as well, but still plenty of batting there for Team Europe. I just feel though, now the Shield is secure. They have a 5-2 lead at this stage with 2 games remaining. They might just change up their batting order, try and give a few opportunities to some players that haven't really had a chance to shine as much. For the Roses, well, you've got to say Ria Fackrell, she batted really well in that last game, but again, I think they'll mix things up a bit and they'll probably try and give a few more opportunities to some of their players that haven't had the chance to show what they can do as much so far in the weekend. So still 2 matches to go. No surprise for me that Europe, they elect to bat. They can put some big runs on the board again. They've got the hitters there, but can the Roses fight back and make this series a little bit closer? Rico Full is standing by. Let's get ready for the first ball. Europe batting first after winning the toss in match 8 of this Meltl Shield.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, and welcome back to everybody around the globe that's joining us here in Rome for match number 8 of the Meltl Shield. But of course, we already know that it has been won by Team Europe. They've taken an unassailable 5-2 lead. So even if the British and Irish Roses were to win the last 2 matches, it wouldn't be enough. There's the magnificent shield that later on, of course, will be presented to Team Europe, but not quite yet. We've still got 2 matches to go, and this is the fantasy dashboard for match number 8. So you can see once again that it will be Team Europe that will be batting first. It was their chance to call, and they decided, of course, that they will have a bat. You can see the British and Irish Roses do call back their captain, Kiara Green, but well, let's just say we were a little bit surprised that she didn't feature in that last match. It was, of course, a must-win match for them, but now she's in the side. All she can do is try to help the British and Irish Roses to finish. Well, you can see that the gap between the 2 teams is coming closer. It's now 60-40. Remember, this morning it started at 60-20 in favour of the Team Europe. So I wonder if this could be a win here for the British and Irish Roses. I'm just laughing here because, James Pond has, gained a set of shades. I think those belong to Casper. Maybe we'll see James Pond a little bit later if there is a duck, perhaps. But we're ready to go here, start of the match. And thank you for joining us. Hope you had a nice break there. We certainly had a nice bit of lunch. Of course, we are in Italy, so we had a little bit of lasagna. It was very nice too. And of course, if you haven't done so already, and check out the social media, let's just say we got a very interesting video on there for you. It's always a debate whether pineapple should go on pizza or not. Well, you can see what some of the people around the ground thought about that. And let us know when you see it what you think. Hello and welcome to Paul and Wayne, who join us back. So ready to go. Here's the first. It's played away up in the air. Could be a royal duck. I know it's not. But we had the chance to see the James Pond in action straight away, but it gets put down. Oh dear, what an opportunity this is. And down it goes. That's a big opportunity. And Hannah puts that one down. A big moment there, but down it goes. Hannah Metcham had the chance. It could have been exactly what they needed, but it's not. And you don't want to be dropping Deleda. Deleda's been the leader, and she's been fantastic. She certainly will be certainly talk of MVP, no doubt about that. She's been brilliant. And just changes her mind here, Emily Bartram. Nice to see that she's given an opportunity here at the top of the order. Hasn't quite gone her way for Emilia, but I suppose most of the times that she's been going in, they've either, on the one occasion, they've been in a bit. It's going out there to swing the bat, so she has the opportunity to try and make it count. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Look at the pickup here, and you can see just why you do not give good batters a second chance. Barbette, the leader. What a lovely shot this is. Dropped on 0 though. Remember that. And presented an opportunity to Hannah, who just couldn't hold on to it. So first boundary of this one. And that one's going to take some while to come back. Wheeler, of course, has patrolled that area so well. And I think she's going to have to be at her best again. So the first boundary of this match number 8, remember, after this, one more to go. But of course, the Meltl Shield has been decided. But I know that the British and Irish Roses would like to reduce that gap. They wouldn't want to lose any more. They want to at least make the contest between the two feel like it was a close affair. Ferrari, that's hit firmly down the ground and will stop there by Fackrell. Just notice a little hobble or a bit of a limp there from Fackrell as she stops that. I suppose the bodies are getting a little bit tired. She's had a long day. What a wonderful performance it was from her in the last match. Of course, Vinnie Sandu made reference to that as well. 88 to 32. She has had a great day. In fact, I think she's had a really good series. It didn't start so well all the way back on day one when the wet ball was causing her all sorts of problems, but she came back well. It's a nice little shot there, and nicely played away. Amelia Bartram, she'll be happy to get a boundary under her belt as well, the left-hander. So Elizabeth Ferrari looking to finish the over well. 11 have come from it so far. Yeah, good areas. Defensively played away. And they'll take a single. So 12 coming off the first. 12 without loss. And not a bad over there at all from Ferrari. Remember earlier in the day, she bowled beautifully. 3 for 14. They just couldn't deal with her, could they? And combination of Ferrari and also of Wheeler worked very well. So first over down. I want to say a big shout out to the umpires. Meta, Tracy are doing this one. Snehal is the third. Of course, being brilliantly led by Ian Rubbage. Let's see a brief look at the Euros of the women's cricket. And of course, you can see that England will be in that Premier Division. Ireland, well, some of these players will be going against each other when it comes to that. And of course, also including the Netherlands. And of course, Scotland and Italia will be there as well. That's going to be fantastic. So you can see that a lot of those players at the moment are on the same side, but when it comes to the Euros of women's cricket starting on the 9th of December, it'll be very different. That's been well hit. That's a very good shot from Amelia. She notices that the field is in on the offside, gets given a little bit of width, and she plays that away quite nicely. So Chloe Grecken, once again, I think she's probably been one of the pick of the bowlers for the British and Irish Roses, but a little bit too short and wide, and that gets put away. Vinnie Sandu wearing a very dashing sort of pineapple orientated shirt. That goes, you should have worn that yesterday when you were on that video.
Yeah, pen, pineapple, apple, pen. Check out that video. That's an absolute banger as well. If you ever think that you're not very cool, have a look at that guy. Anyway, here's Chloe, Lord Bowls champion. We saw that yesterday with her underarm run out that we saw on our social media. European cricket as well. Bartram's made a solid start here, being asked to open the batting.
And just works that away nicely. Watches it onto the bat and just sort of pushes it into a bit of space. Takes the single. Is very keen to get a partnership going here with her captain, the leader.
Yeah, Bartram didn't play the last game, so obviously they said to her, okay, we'll give you a game off and come up to the top of the order and do a job for us. So far, so good. Babette Deleda walks it there, has to beat mid-off, and she does fairly comfortably. Cuatro carreras. Babette has been so consistent and powerful, leading the batting charge of Team Europe in this series.
Yeah, what I've liked about her, and it's been from ball one when it concerns her, that she's attacked everything that's come her way. She's not held back. She hasn't been afraid. Almost chops this one onto her own stumps. But she's been good. Yesterday, 219 runs in the day. She got out early in match number 1 today. But in the second match, match number 7, once again, led from the start. 39 of 15, put her team in a great position. Then, of course, Mathanaika did the damage with that brilliant 98. This is dodgy. This really is dodgy. And, well, that's a really risky one to take.
It really is at this stage, and Deleda was at risk. I mean, Greeken, she's the one that you'd bet underarm that would be able to hit the target, but just pulled this one slightly away, and believe it or not, Babette would have made it. That's unbelievable how quick she is between wickets.
And that was with a slight hesitation as well. Okay, up in the air. Wheeler will get beaten. Well, let's have a quick look at this. She's a little bit disappointed with herself. I wonder if that's gone through her or over her. What do you think, Vinny?
I think it just went straight through the hands, if I'm honest. Let's just have a look with these bounces again. I mean, does it go for 6? I think it does. He just goes straight through the hands. Slight misjudgment, does go for 6. But Amy's taken some amazing catches today in that region. She was just on the move. It was tough. And obviously, she was moving. The ball was moving as well. It'll be Maximo to finish the over. Babette, though, perhaps a bit lucky to get away with that one at the end of 2 overs. Europe on 29 without loss.
Yeah, I think she is a bit lucky. So remember, she was dropped on 0. She could have been a Royal Duck. And now you've got to really say she's been dropped on the 11 as well. So not the worst of overs there. But with that Maximo 17 come off it, 29 without loss after 2.
5-2 in the series. So now we know that Team Europe are going to have the trophy. We'll just give you this one. First of all, the new over. One thing about this series, they really have pushed through their overs. That's why catching us a bit unaware there, but there's green. Pretty close, actually. Was it turning enough down the line, or was it just sneaking past the leg stump?
Yeah, this time Lex to go for the sweep. So I think that was a very similar sort of delivery. And I think it's a good shot there from the umpire. Meta just deciding that one is probably going to just brush wide off the leg stump. No real complaints there.
Meta herself, very good cricketer, of course. Plays for Estonia, national team. Her national teammate, Lisa Bowring, is in the side. She actually was listed at number 3, so I've got a feeling we might see her pushed up the order a little bit.
It's a very good shot. Oh, that is quality. What are the shots of the day this is? Well, let's cue this one herself. It's all about the positioning. She picks the length of this really well, picks it early, a little bit shorter from Kiara Green, and she's in position. And once again, toying with the field. And once that gets past the short to square leg, it's only going one place. That's to the boundary. Short again, similar shot. This time to the fielder.
Yeah, fine sense competition.
That's going to be over Fakro, and it's going to be 4 runs. And once again, just the same as her captain, Deleta, just toying with the field. So they make an adjustment. They bring up long off and keep long on back, and she's able to thump this over to precision timing, you have to say, for another boundary. So Amelia Bartram starting to get going here as well. She hasn't really had, I don't think she's had a real opportunity, a real crack at it. Well, she's getting on here and she's making it count. That's the end of the 3rd over. That one from Green goes for 14. And the score at the end of 3, 43 without loss.
Lizzie Ferrari. She's really impressed me, I think, at a tough level of competition here.
Yeah.
We saw her play really well in the CE Cup in Czechia. Also batted really well. She's a good cricketer. One thing about Gibraltar, they do have some wonderful facilities there for the players to hone their skills.
It's played delicately, and I don't think it's going to be stopped, you know. Just both of these batters at the moment are finding the gaps, and they're creating something like this. She knows there's nobody there on the 45, nobody at fine, gets herself in a really good position, and you can see there, not trying to crunch this ball, it's almost just a little paddle into that spot, and on this outfield it'll go all the way to the boundary.
Bravo. Bet they'd love a few more fielders, because I bet you're right, she's toying with them.
And now she goes big down the ground. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna sona. Shaka Alagia. Beautiful batting. And what's sweet about this knock so far is that she's hitting them all around the ground. That brings up the 50.
Oh, Babette Deleta. That is a mouth-watering straight drive, isn't it? Just so well balanced. 36 and counting.
And this one, if it gets through the field, it's always going to be trouble. And I think that ends up being a sensational save. We'll have to have a look at it.
You know what? They're going to need some counselling, some of these bowlers that have had to bowl to Babette Deleta. And it is soul-crushing stuff. And this isn't a bad over from Ferrari at all, I don't think. But Babette, again, even with that fielder pretty straight, it's just hit too hard. It's probably 5 metres away from Fackrell, who covers the ground pretty quickly. Babette to 42.
Now I think she loses this one, and it'll be interesting to see the height on this. It is coming down, but does it come down enough? Let's see. Yeah,
probably is coming down because she's kind of crouching as she plays that shot as well. I like the thinking though from Ferrari, even though she didn't really hit her spot with that slower ball, but I like the thinking just to change up the speed. Now she'll get a crack at Amelia Bartram.
Amelia's been good herself here. Has played a part in this partnership. Plays that one out to the mid-wicket. Gets stopped. Will take a single. That will bring us to the end of another over. So Ferrari goes for 30 off her 2. That one is going to go for 18. And just like that, Team Europe are on 61 without loss after 4.
Funny how this series has worked out. I mean, in a way, the first innings of the whole weekend seemed like it was a big turning point, even though it was at the start, because if you remember the Roses, they elected to field first, but then they dropped a bunch of catches. It was tough conditions. I get the theory behind it, but then they had to field in probably the toughest conditions we've seen. It was the earliest start we saw as well. It was a 9:15 start, and it got Europe off to this run that they've kind of carried all the way through. Couple of blips in there, but they've been the better of the two teams. This is well struck by Bartram. That's going to run away. 1 bounce, 4 runs, 4 carreras. And Amelia, she's playing against Babette Deleda, who, of course, was playing that famous game. Match 9 of the first ever ECIW in Gibraltar, where Italy needed 6 off the last ball to win. And Amelia smashed one halfway to the rock at Europa Point for a famous victory.
Well, goes for another one, trying to get this one in the gap, but won't get it past the fielder. Nice pick up there from Chloe.
The reason I bring that up is that Bartram, she's probably more of a worker of a cricket ball, and she's more comfortable, I think, playing a bit more of an orthodox game, keeping it on the ground, holding her shape. But when she needed to, when the game was on the line, she just found something special. I know it's something she'll never forget.
Wasn't that the match where they had to go like pretty big in that last over anyway?
Yeah, I think it was right? 18 they needed off the last. So this is cut away. Nice shot once again from Delade, who moves to 47. Yeah, from memory, I think it was 18 off the last. And yeah, they got there. And you know what? There were a few tears shed out there. It was a big moment for the Italian team because, to beat the Dutch team was something, I think, that they didn't really believe it until they did it, what they were capable of.
It's played away quite nicely, but will be picked up there. A good bit of fielding. Nice arm as well.
Credit also to the Dutch team because, and it was Iris that bowled that last ball. She kind of just said, well, it's a good shot. And credit, they were very humble about it as well. And they kind of took it on the chin and they came back. They won the series pretty comprehensively in the end. So and it says a lot about the way that the Dutch play their cricket as well. They could acknowledge the moment and say, this is T10 cricket. It's the format. And Italy were just better on that day. But that was our first real classic women's T10 match on.
Say hello and wish you not only a happy Sunday, but I hope you're enjoying the coverage of the first ever Meltl show here in Rome.
Definitely. And we've had some visitors, haven't we, in the Casa Grande here. We had one unwanted visitor in the form of a grizzly ball that may have threatened some of the equipment.
Whack.
Last game, wow, that was a big, I think it's Fackrell, wasn't it? It's got to have words with her. But no, it's been a great weekend. I think everyone's really enjoyed it. Obviously, we'll see a lot of these players in the ECCW at the end of the year, which is expanded from 5 to 10 teams, hopefully 15 next year. I think it's awesome. I'm super excited and enthused about the state of European women's cricket right now. I think Bartram, she's making up for a bit of lost time as well. She had a bit of a rough trot with the bat yesterday. I like this as well. Obviously, she's not the tallest, so it's a bit of an uncomfortable sort of length to pull because she's almost on the jump. But it's going to be 4 runs. Bounces just inside the rope.
Yeah, and of course, the scoring runs so quickly here. And Deleda, we've almost missed the fact that she's got to another half century.
We don't even worry about bringing that up in.
Outside leg.
Amelia starts pretty low down. She'll be the first to tell you that. She gets even lower there. But she can actually use that to her advantage. You see the way she's able to kind of paddle balls that other batters probably couldn't.
This one should be fielded there in the deep by Millie Taylor. So Amelia Bartram, looking like she's getting herself in and set for a pretty big innings. Once again, another good partnership from Team Europe. And if there's one thing that probably Team Europe, well, that's a nice shot there from Ratanaika. Not in the playing 11 this time, but of course, what a knock from her, 98, the highest. And she's got a lot of support out here. And to do it on home soil as well was quite amazing. And what also is amazing is, well, the leader here, there's the footwork again, finds the gap. There's going to be 4 more. Tell you what, Vinny, I think the guys and girls that are looking at who the MVP is going to be, they're going to have to. There's going to be a difficult job to see if somebody else can compete with what we've seen here from Deleda. I mean, Ratanaika, that 98 was good, but the consistency from Deleda has just been amazing. Oh, what a hit. And that really just, that underlines what I'm talking about. That is a monster strike. Brutal hitting here from Deleda. 6 more.
Oh, that is right out of the meat of the bat of Deleda. It was see you, Deleda. That was a maximo and a half, wasn't it? Well, I think the people involved in the MVP voting, I think I saw them on the way to the beach. And I said, all right, our work's done. Send it to the engravers and we'll see you at 6 o'clock because, Deleda has gone absolutely loco on that one. That might have been close to the biggest hit we've seen this weekend. End of the over 95 without loss, Team Europe.
Yeah, on their way, of course. There's going to be a few fiestas here later. I think everybody will be involved in the fiesta because it has been a fantastic series, the Meltl Shield. I think both sets of players will party well later. Of course, speaking of parties, it's today is the start of the Notting Hill Carnival, of course, in West London, and has become one of the biggest street festivals in Europe. It celebrates the British West Indian community and encourages cultural unity. That's what it's all about. And I know that a lot of people will get dressed up and get involved in the Notting Hill Carnival. It's really a very colourful, spectacular as everybody dresses up in their costumes.
Love a party.
Yeah.
Here's Greekin coming on to bowl. A few people saying maybe the Grizzly took out some of our internet because I think we might have a few stream issues at the moment. Hopefully you're back with us. Hopefully you saw that last shot from Babette Deleda. She sent that one. It's a 75 to 80 metre hit.
Yeah, that was huge.
It was huge. It's got time, 62 off 6 overs. Bartram faces up.
Hey, I've got a question for you.
Fire away.
So we just saw that hit, right? Now, we also know that the balls that the women use, the Grizzlies, well, in all format of cricket, are lighter.
Yeah, slightly.
So if that was a normal, say, men's ball, would it have gone even further?
Don't think that's how physics works. As we see another ball hit up, although this is catchable. Fackrell is going to drop it. She just stayed back on the boundary to make sure she knew where she was. She made a late charge forward, but unfortunately, this one hits the turf.
Yeah, it's. I just think I don't know, there seemed to be that little delay. I'm not really sure what it was, a little delay before she went for it, and that means that she tries to then take it at what ended up being an uncomfortable height.
Bartram gets the strike back.
Up in the air, and she's got this over the fielders. Chases on, but they're not going to stop it. There's another intelligent hit there from Amelia. Good shot.
Yeah, just gets enough bat on it. Ferrari thought she was in the game for a catch, but couldn't quite chase it down in time. Yeah, well, I suppose maybe Babette's unjinxable. You tried to jinx her last night. You did stop her getting the 50 only because Methnara at night
I slowed her down.
Went absolutely crazy. Kept her off strike.
Okay, yes, powerful hit, and once again, you can see there that Hakra can't get there. She seems to be struggling to me, Vinny. If I'm honest, every time she goes to set off, and maybe that was the problem with that catch, she seems to have a little twinge in getting going. Just watch here. I don't know if you can follow it. Just there. She's got a bit of a twinge. I don't know if that muscular
we saw it earlier
upper leg
as well.
or the knee. And dot ball there. It's a good comeback from Chloe.
Up as well for Team Europe here. Yeah,
so you don't think it's a heavier ball, it will go further?
No. I think that the lighter it is, the further it will go.
Do you reckon?
Well, if there's any physicists in the chat.
Yeah, there we go. It's a bit early for a random question.
Can I tell you, well, first, let's watch Amelia, who's going to go downtown, baby. Maximo, and it's 50 for Bartram on home soil. 23 balls. And I said, she's got this power in the back pocket. That one was sweet. And it ends the over as well, 111 without loss after 7.
Well, the Italians in Team Europe are doing the Italian job, aren't they? We saw Mathanara Ratanaika 98. We saw Delisha bowling pretty well as well. And now Emilia Bartram brings up a half century as well. Well done. Felicidades to Emilia Bartram. Muy guay, muy genial. Tiene 50 carreras.
Something you can enjoy later on today. Probably after we're done here, you can catch Netherlands versus USA. First time that they've met on the network. That's match 3 of the Tri-Series in the Netherlands.
She says, you know when you get throwdowns in the net and you're just going bang, bang, bang? It's almost like that.
Well, I thought Bartram brought up a 50 with that 6, unless they scored it so quick. Maybe she's still in the market for a 50. Anyway, we'll find out. As far as the weight of the ball thing.
Gone. Yeah.
We'll check it out. But I think this is going to be the end of Babette delayed it. Pretty clever bowling. Just saw her coming, pushed it through. Good take. Rode the bounce. And yeah, Christina Kulturali, that's a top-class job as well. So Babette is going to have to go. It'll be 69 for her, but a good run continues in the series. But good credit to Taylor. I think she thoroughly deserves that wicket. She's bowled pretty well without luck, I think, in quite a few games this weekend. But it will be the end of the European skip-up. She'll go. And the score is 117 for 1.
Yeah, but once again has left her team in a very good position. Interesting to see who the Team Europe go for next. And I think, well, I can see who it is. It's going to be Lisa Bowring.
Yeah. Who's
going to go out there. I saw the number on her back as she goes out there. But what another knock. A great knock there from the latest 69 off the 22 balls that she faced. And, well worthy of the number 1 that she wears on her back.
Yeah, absolutely. She has been number 1 this weekend. Taylor, credit to her. Interesting, she goes round the wicket. Bowring hasn't really had an opportunity with the bat yet. I'm sure everyone will be cheering her on in Estonia.
Goes for a lofted shot over the offside. First ball. Doesn't quite get it.
Clever bowling. I mean, Taylor's probably your nightmare bowler to come out to face as well.
Yeah.
You know, he's got a lot of tricks. He's pretty accurate. It's not the sort of thing you practice against a lot either. Good take once again by Riley behind the stumps.
Right. Here we go. Bowring again. I think there definitely will be nerves there. Bowring first time she's getting a hit. Just wants to get off the mark, and she will do so. Well done to her. Congratulations to Lisa. It gets off the mark, and all of a sudden, a lot of the tension will just should be sigh for
one's so much better than none when you're batting. Trust me. Well, I think the heat's getting to us because we didn't call a 50 for Babette when she got it. We did call a 50 for Bartram. Apparently she's on 47. Let's have a look. Oh, I think she's gone. She's chopped on, so she's going to be stuck in 47 on this game. And Taylor will get 2. Removes the 2 set batters in quick succession, and Europe 118 for 2.
Yeah, well, Emilia Bartram, well, we were pretty sure she was bringing up a 50, but obviously either we got it wrong or those
probably
runs
we got
probably went somewhere else. Yeah, it must have come up so quickly that we're calling it while it's already been put on. But anyway, it's still been a tremendous knock. It's a very good partnership between her and her captain. We've said already that one thing that Team Europe have done really well all the way through is got the partnership together. Of course, it was a 117 partnership that she put on with her captain. She'll get 47 before she departs. But once again, it's a good time for the likes of somebody like...
got a feeling Kiara Green's going to bowl next over there.
Yeah. Tell you what, this could be one of those where you'll be over the moon that the scorers and the umpires get it right, especially for Taylor, or she'll be disappointed she's had to bowl another one. Her spell's been pretty good so far. 2 for 21. Can she make it another? No, nicely played. It will be a single. Nicely played there by Riker. She'll go back on strike, and she'll have to face, well, we're pretty sure it's going to be Kiara Green to bowl her second. The score at the end of the 8 overs, 119 for 2.
Yeah, Taylor and Kiara Green will swap positions. So just covering a bit of extra ground. And it looks like Grace there, who's, again, sitting out of the lineup in this one. Again, I think it's been really healthy the way the teams have rotated their squads as well. They're trying to give opportunities. I know it is tough in such a competitive series as well. I mean, first and foremost, you're here to win the Shield. But, you know, obviously watching these slightly larger squads achieve that balance, it's been pretty clever, I think, how players have been rested at different times. Here's Kiara Green, who we saw have a bit of a rest this morning, but she's back in the side. She's going to hold the ninth over.
Oh, wow. No, it stays low, this one. Probably just going to go and miss leg, I suppose. Let's have a look. It stays low. Where's the impact here? Yeah, it just cuts away, doesn't it? So missing the leg stick.
Yeah.
Good delivery, though. Hello to Manav Nayak, who joins us. I hope you're well, Manav.
Yeah, good to see Money there. I think he's over in the Valletta Cup at the moment. He's part of the Blue Crew over there. So, yeah, we have 3 separate Blue Crews in action today across Europe. One here in Rome, of course, as well as one in Malta and one in the Netherlands as well.
Yeah, Manav, part of our crew, and also a very good young cricketer as well. Cricket delivery up in the air, but it's going to fall short and wide of the fielder. Just to be a single. Hello to Jeffrey Mobbs as well. Wayne is also in the chat. I hope you're all having a wonderful Sunday. And well, we're giving you a thriller, aren't we? Day 2 of the Meltl Shield. We also got cricket coming from Malta. Oh, that one just pops up. What a delivery this is. Wow. I tell you what, Riker is saying, hang on a minute. Where does this one come from? Oh, look at that. That is spicy.
It's above the shoulder.
It's what a very good stop as well.
One for the over.
Very good stop.
I'll tell you something funny.
It gets away from it.
This is one of those ones, it's actually, even if you don't catch it, if you get it on the full, you have better chance of stopping it. Now a little under edge from Riker. It's going to run away for a single. And they'll have to stop there. So Green, pretty decent job, all things considered. None for 21 off her 2 overs. 126 for 2 off 9. Yeah, with Fackrell down there. It only bounced a metre in front of her, so by backing off, she actually made it probably a little bit tougher for herself.
Well, she gets given the ball here to bowl. And what will be the last over the innings? So 125 becomes, I think, with that single. So 125, it's going to be, what were they looking for? I mean, you've got to be saying, let's try and get to a 140 here. Try and get 15 off the over. If you can do that, you'll be pretty happy.
Yeah, it could be a really good game here again. I mean, especially the Roses, they seem to be kind of picking up the pace with the bat. I think Green coming in gives them another option that can bat in the top 4 or so. But Fackrell, she's trying hard, hasn't she? But you can see fatigue factors kind of creeping in for her as well, I'm sure, at this stage. Riker faces up, 10th over.
Not the ball to be playing that shot to. I mean, Riker, if she just stood still, this is one where she takes a step into it and hits a full toss down the ground.
But
so
it's clever bowling because Fackrell saw what was being attempted and she took all the pace out of the ball. That's why it became really tough to ramp.
Well, that's well played. Could have been a wide, but it's the last over, so you know the batters are going to be swinging hard at everything that comes their way. So good first 2 deliveries here from Fackrell. Only the one from it. Bowling gets one that's pretty full. That just sort of slices off the end of the bat. And take a single. That's a good result. Get to the powerful Riker back on strike. Who'll be looking to get hold of at least a couple of boundaries with 3 balls to go here.
Yeah, interesting kind of total, isn't it? We haven't seen a chase of this magnitude as yet in the series.
And that's the shot. And that's why I was a little bit surprised she did go for the scoop. I think once that ball is tossed up there, she normally comes down the track like that and hits it on the full. Really good shot. And turns that into a half volley.
They're hitting this weekend, honestly. We've never seen anything quite to this level. And then you expect it when you've got a shield like this, when you're bringing the best of ECN cricket to one place. Riker. I mentioned yesterday she's one of those players that they're quite special in that the higher the level of cricket gets, the better they get.
Yeah.
They rise to the occasion. I think she loves this format, this concept.
Well, that's well struck. Now, he should be pushing here, I think. It's a wonderful pickup, but you got to go for it. They do go for it, and I think it will be out there. That's good fielding, top fielding, but I like this. This is good cricket. It's smart all round. I mean, the fielding here, wonderful pickup, and it's a great throw from Chloe. But also the batters, I like the fact that they've gone for it. In the end, she's going to fall well short, but you do have to go for those. So good cricket all round, I think. Even though there's a wicket there, I think the batters really did have to go for this. If she does get back on strike, she gets a chance to hit a ball out of the park, the last one coming up. As it is, she doesn't. They'll get the one.
That's one where the ball is in the glove. It's actually the impact with subs that knocks the ball out, so that's perfectly fine. And, yeah, I think it was pretty good fielding. Identified the situation, fired into the keeper, knew as long as you get into the keeper at a decent pace, then it's going to be too tough for Riker. But again, smart thinking. I mean, Riker's just, as they said in Zoolander, so hot right now.
Well, so hot right now. I think everything's frying. I don't know about you, but our monitors are going off. I think, yeah. Oh, that's going to be a slice of luck, as that's going to go for 4. It's unlucky for Fakro. It's pretty decent delivery, but Sims just gets a little bit of bat on this, and it will go to the boundary. They're going to finish on, well, 139, so just for 1 short of that 140, but it will be a 140 chase for the British and Irish Roses.
And I tell you, if the Roses can pull this off again, it'll just kind of give them a little bit more of that fuel, I think, to take into the last game and perhaps get it back to 5-4. But yeah, Europe, I think they were licking their lips at the prospect of batting first here in match 8. And once again, they had a solid opening partnership. Again, what's been interesting, they've had a lot of good opening partnerships. Hasn't always been the same players.
Yeah.
Now, this time it was Delata and Bartram who were able to put on 117, set up this very healthy score of 139 in the first half of match 8.
Yeah, well, we often say that partnerships are everything. Kiara Green, I think she's got a big part to play with the bat this time. If she could give somebody like Fakro a good bit of support, and then definitely I think this is chaseable. I don't think they've shut the door on this time. I think we all suspected that the 169 was going to be unrealistic, but 140 certainly is on. But you do have to bat well. Let's have a look at the way the inning started. It could have been a dream start, couldn't it? It could have been the letter getting out for a royal duck, but it wasn't to be. Hannah not able to hold on to it.
Yeah, we haven't seen the royal duck this weekend, have we? But that's about as close as we've gotten. Bartram was the decision to open, although Greeken had a snifter of a chance to run out. But again, Delata with the long strides was able to get there. Then absolutely teed off. Okay, had a couple of moments that were a bit hairy. That was one that kind of went through the hands of Wheeler. Ended up going to 6. But forward or back, she's always on the attack. Babette Delata, she has been a revelation this weekend in Rome.
Yeah, she has. And just look at the shot selection. Look at the area she was playing. Look at the way she manipulated the field. She really did bat well. But when she's hitting down the ground and she's taking and dancing into these balls, really, I don't think there's anybody better. Really good hitting from her. She was on her way, gets to another 50. And she was well supported there, though, from Amelia Bartram as well. She was right up there with her all the time. But that's a shot, isn't it? That one was humongous. That one went past the futuristic village and beyond.
Yeah, it did. That was probably one of the biggest ones we've seen, if not the biggest. And Bartram again, hey, I told you, she has another gear. Almost like she goes into overdrive occasionally. I know she enjoyed hitting that one out of the ground. It was only 6 in her 47. And of course, it was nice to see Bowering coming out. We saw Delata eventually get stumped for 19. Clever bit of bowling by Millie Taylor. That was when Lisa came out. I'm sure all of Estonia was behind her as well. Bartram ended up chopping on just short of the 50, but still was a pretty crucial contributor in this score. I think for Lisa, though, is that then she had Robin Riker come out and kind of say, well, look, I'd love to give you the strike, but I'm just loving hitting boundaries. She was able to go bang, bang, and ended up with a quick fire 15. Got run out trying to get the strike back. We saw Alenia Sims come out last ball and I suppose just kind of squeeze a boundary away. and that took Team Europe up to 139. So, yeah, what's quite interesting in this series, I think we're seeing scores that are, to be honest, they're interchangeable with the men's scores we've seen on this ground. If you actually look, I think the more you play, we're gravitating towards that kind of 12 and over, 12 and a half and over as a par, which just shows you, I mean, that pound for pound, the action we're getting is just out of this world in the Meltl Shield. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Babette Delator with 69 leads the scoring. That was a really good knock as well, with 4 6s, 9 4s in there. 47 for Bartram before she chopped on a quick fire 15 from Riker. Bowering and Sims also sighted in that 10 overs. And I'll say it again, I think that some of the men bowlers we've seen should have a look. Not a single wide or a no ball in that 10 overs. If you lose your ag and give away 15, 20 wides or something like that, you end up looking at chasing 160 here. In the end, these are the bowlers. Millie Taylor with 2 wickets was the best for me, although I think Kiara Green did a pretty good job as well, just conceding 21. We'll take a break. Back in a few minutes. It'll be 140 for the British and Irish Roses to get it back to 5-3. Vinny Sounder here with Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We're back in a jiffy with more Meltl Shield.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground as Naomi is going to start off the reply and she could get a wicket. She will be a royal duck. Well, we almost had one at the start of this match, but we will get one here. Amy Wheeler will go very first ball. Well, we are in Rome, and there's a fair bit of royalty around here. Well, there's some here at the Roma Cricket Ground as well. It's going to be a royal start for Team Europe as the Roses lose their first. The dangerous Amy Wheeler will go for a royal duck. Well, Amy, she's been so good, but of course, once again, you've got to be super aggressive. You've got to play your shots. Now, we often say on the network, well, if you're not going to score many runs, but don't hang around, don't waste any balls. Well, Amy, she hasn't wasted any, but she's going to be disappointed that she's gone first ball. It's a very good catch, well held, and we've talked already so much about Caroline DeLange. She's just a wonderful fielder, and as soon as that ball was anywhere near her, and I thought that the writing was on the wall for Amy Wheeler, so she will go, and Naomi Hillman-Brahma will pick up a wicket off the very first ball. What a start. New batter. It's going to be Aria Packrell. If she thought she was going to have a little bit of a rest before she came out, it's not the case. She's in after just one ball at number 3. Plays this one out defensively out on the off. Now up in the air, could be another. It will be another. And Naomi Hillman-Brahma takes the second. Well, a little bit of Spanish delight for Team Europe as Naomi takes 2 wickets in the first 3 balls, and she has taken 2 of the dangerous batters. First we saw Wheeler go without scoring, and now Packrell, it will be the same. It will be a 2 balls up for her. So another one bites the dust. It's a disastrous start, it has to be said, for the British and Irish Roses. No score on the board and 2 wickets down. Oh, how are they going to come back for this? They don't go for the captain green. Trinity Smith will come out to join Millie Taylor in the middle. It's a nightmare start. And another good catch this time. No mistakes out there from Riker. But if there's 2 people you don't want to pick out, well, both of them would be DeLange or Riker, and they're the ones that would be picked up. So Naomi, what a start. And another dot ball. One thing that we were saying during the European Cricket Series here, of course, that came to an end on Friday, and Royal Roma were, of course, the champions. The number of maidens that we've seen here. Are we going to see another one here? Oh, she's put it down. She's put it down. Can you believe this? I mean, I wonder the height on this, by the way. I'd like to see this side on. It could be a no. I don't know if we're going to have a chance here. It looks pretty high to me. I think that's high. That's high. And we haven't... still no runs. Oh, well, there might be now. And they're not going for it. And I think we're going to see... Let's just see that this ball come in first. It comes in. The over will be called. We have seen a double wicket maiden from Naomi Hillman-Brahma. What a start. But I do think that she got away with one there. It was definitely too high. And she's a lucky bunny, that's for sure. Another person out there. And come on, Grace. The clock is ticking. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. Well, we're normally used to seeing this at the Grand Prix. Nice technique there. Yeah. It's the old wiggle technique. You can put a bit of music to this as well. So, a shoe change for the wicketkeeper here. And now Trinity Smith now has to run back. So, how about that? Well, we've seen fielders. Sometimes normally it's bowler, but here we go. Yeah, rum, 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 rum. Well, you've seen it on the Formula 1. Now you see it on the European Cricket Network. You're loving that from Spring Media. Yeah, come on, speed it up. Come on, speed it, double speed. Give it some. Give it some. Speed it up. Ah, there we go. We give you everything. Cricketainment. That's what we do in the European Cricket Network. And now he's up in the air, and it's going to be gone. Well, it's going to be another wicket. It's Millie Taylor that will go. Well, she got tired of hanging around. Can you believe what you're seeing here? Can you believe what you're seeing? There's still no runs on the board, and it's another wicket to go. 3 wickets have fallen. There is no run on the board. And, well, Zwelin coming on to bowl, and Millie Taylor hoiks it out to Riker. Riker takes it. It's a golden duck now. We've seen the royal duck, we've seen the normal duck, and now Goldie is out there having a little bit of fun. Well, all the ducks are coming out to party at the moment. Well, forget the Notting Hill Carnival. We're having our own carnival here in Rome. The Fiesta de Patos, maybe. The Fiesta of the Ducks. Riker, well, she's pretty happy. Oh, this is a tragic start for the English, for the British and Irish Roses. We've seen 7 balls, no runs, 3 wickets. New batter to face. Just gets played away defensively. Once again, no runs, dot ball. Now, this is quite amazing. Naomi bowls a double wicket maiden, and if you said to Ferrari that she would be in here after just 7 balls, she would thought you're having a laugh. Edge, well, that's your first runs, and maybe a little learning curve there perhaps for the Team Europe. When you've got a team in a bit of trouble like this, well, you could maybe be a little bit more attacking, maybe put a slip in there if you had done. It could have been another, but instead it will be Elizabeth that will get off the mark. Elizabeth Ferrari gets a boundary. The first runs on the board for the British and Irish Roses. Irish Willing. It's a good delivery though. And that's a good one as well. Beautifully bowled. I'm missing the off peg by a whisker and also the edge of the bat. Iris back to a mark. Oh, getting closer and closer. Well, if you thought the ball before was close, well, this one was just a fraction away. I think here now, Elizabeth Ferrari knows what's coming her way. She needs to really push forward on her feet to try and defend this one out. And it's up in the air. She will take a single. Once again, I'm pretty surprised that the field is so far back. I think you can afford to have one closer in there on the leg side. It will be a single. That means Ferrari will take herself back on strike. 5 come off that over. One of those, of course, that cheeky and lucky edge, which went to the boundary. 5 for 3. And I wonder if they go straight back to Naomi. No, they're not going to. That's a pity. I think they could have done. They instead will go. I would be really attacking here now. I mean, 6 for 3. I'd be a little bit closer. They've got nobody in short on the leg side. And if you have a look at the batting style here from Smith and Ferrari, it doesn't look super aggressive. They're in a bit of shock. So have a look there. Nobody in close on either side. Look at the leg side, for example. Have one in there. Yeah, once again, if somebody's in there close, maybe you're not giving a single away there. So really, just keep applying the pressure and wait for the false shots. And you could even push on a little bit close on the offside. And also, I wouldn't change it even at the end of the power play. I'd keep it the same. I wouldn't be pushing players back just because the 3 overs are back. You see here, look, just a little nudge. They're just looking to go for those singles. I think there's an opportunity here, definitely for the leader to say, right, okay, I know what they're trying to do. Come on. I want to put the squeeze on. I don't want to give them 3 easy runs. I don't think you need long on and mid-wicket. But here we go again. You see, you have that fielder in there. That's another run that's not happening. Again, I know that the philosophy and the thought here is singles don't matter. Singles can't help them win the match. They need boundaries. So I do get that. but I think you can make it even harder by just getting those fielders in close. Oh, this could be a shocking run-up. It will be, I think. And, oh, dear, that's just total miscommunication. Total miscommunication. Trinity Smith here. Let's have a look at this. She's hit this, and she's running straight away. It goes straight to Caroline. I don't think there's a run there. And Elizabeth Ferrari, well, she might. The name might be Ferrari, but there's no way, not even a Ferrari that has 4 wheels was going to get from one end to the other in that short space of time. So the Ferrari can't make it. I don't think even a Lamborghini would have made it. Not even a jet aircraft would have made it to the other end. And that's a real disappointment. It's going to be another wicket that's going to fall. And you've got to say that Trinity Smith gets that call wrong. And, well, Ferrari is going to go for 7 of 8. And he gets run out. That's really unfortunate. That's the last thing that they needed here now. So you got to say that this is just a real tragic collapse from the British and Irish Roses. You really thought that they would have wanted to really put a big fight in here, but I don't see how they can come back from this. That rate, by the way, never mind the wicket scenario, the rate is coming up to 19 now. That's floated up there. That's hit down the ground. This is just going to be a single. So that last over from Caroline de Lange went for 3. And of course, there was the wicket, the run out from there as well. At the end of that over, 8 for 4. All right, like in this, like in Baba coming in to have a bowl. She had a few issues yesterday. I'm pretty sure since then she's had a bit of a practice. That one just drifting towards the leg side. But I'm liking the movement here from Team Europe. I think myself and Vinny have touched on this before. They're only playing, look, this is only the 8th time they're playing. And remember, it's not always been the same players on the field, but I like their movement. I like the way they back each other up. We're just in that one there. Just even though it's only gone a short way away from the keeper, there's players backing up from all around. Right in front of me, Sims is on the long off boundary. She was running in to back up a throw if it went to the bowler side. So they've gelled as a team. They're reading each other well. And obviously, I think delayed the captain, and of course the management team have got them performing and working well together as a unit. Into the pads, going down leg side, and once again no run there. You can see, and that's Nikki Karuna who's out there. He getting her first chance. Baba, once again, just wants to keep that slightly better, but she does get a lot of movement, doesn't she? I mean, that one started a fair way outside the off, but still ends up going down the leg side. And also, I think just needs to pitch up slightly. But I know she's had issues with that. Every time she has gone to pitch up, she's...
It comes on, another clean stop there, Naomi, on the edge of the circle. Can't stop the single, though. I got a feel for Ferrari as well.
Yeah.
Just one of those things that's going to happen again. You know, also batting with people you might not have batted with too much before. You know, it wasn't a great call, but these things happen in cricket. And so now the Roses got a bit of a tough time, I think, trying to keep this competitive. But still, I mean, action. Royal Duck with double wicket made, and I still agree. Might have been a little bit of an asterisk there. I think there was probably no ball in there, but hey, when you're hot, you're hot.
This one gets played out. This time decide not to take the run.
Hello to Solj in the chat saying he loves Caroline de Lange's bowling style.
Yeah.
And you've got Trinity Smith here, of course, from Jersey, and you've also got Nikki Caruana of Gibraltar, who are out there batting together at the moment. It's a unique opportunity that you don't get every day. That's what I'd be thinking if I was out there. Not every day you're out here in the middle of the Roman cricket ground playing against some of the best cricketers in Europe, and let's see if you can compete on that level.
Yeah, and we'll welcome you briefly into the Casa Grande. Of course, the Casa Grande that's been under attack a fair bit, but we have survived. We have went to the field. The catch gets taken, and unfortunately, Nikki will go for 4 of ball number 7. And at the moment, I've got to say, this scorecard is starting to look a little bit like a telephone number, isn't it? Another one will go short, and they think there's a run on. And you saw there, it starts to go straight away, and then it has to be a good call from the non-striker to say, hey, no, it's going straight to the fielder.
Use your veto power. It should be another one. Babette is going to take it. And so Christina Coulter-Riley is the next to go. Oh, the Roses wilting in the afternoon heat here. It's an unbelievable scoreline, really. It's 17 for 6. And now Sims has 2 for none.
Yeah, well, Sims gets another. Goes for the big shot. Gets the edge. Good work there once again from Deleta. Gets there. And, well, the Ducks are having a field day at the moment. And they're probably not wanting to come out the pond because it's pretty hot out there. But they're coming out and doing what they've got to do. So another one will go. They're under all sorts of problems here. 6 down here. 17 for 6. And, well, we've seen the highest score in the day posted in that match earlier. And now we're probably going to see the lowest.
It's a tough one to get after. It wasn't actually that full in the end. It jumped. And also Babette, she gets the jump there, doesn't she? Judges that perfectly. Uses those long arms. Could we have another maiden here? It'd be unbelievable.
Yeah, well, I know I was saying to you when we were watching the men's, what I would like to see is that maidens graphic that we used to have, maidens in particular places. And I am pretty sure that here in Rome now, in fact, I'm 100% sure that we've had the most maidens in anywhere here in Rome. We saw probably, I'm guessing, at around 8 to 10 in that European Cricket Series. We've seen a double wicket maiden from Naomi. And of this over so far, no runs. And that will be the first. Are you like me? Are you a little bit surprised that they've got nobody in there? Because we haven't seen a hit to the boundary.
Yeah.
It's all ending up around about there. Why not just attack?
I think attack. You can also take a catch in there.
Yeah.
I think I'd be putting the squeeze on for sure. Seems 2 for 1.
Well, that's been hit. Once again, you've got a fielder in there. They're stopping that. It's no run. So, yeah, that's something going forward that Team Europe can certainly look at. But what a great over. Sims, I think what do you think here? It's a tough question for you. Of all the bowlers, who's your bowler of this Meltl Shield?
That's a really good question. It's a really good question, actually. It's hard to pick.
Yeah, it's tough.
Isn't it?
We've seen good. Naomi's been brilliant.
Naomi,
she's
definitely
been brilliant.
up there.
She's probably had
Donna Balla poor early for sure. I know she ended up kind of going out
she was fantastic.
with an injury. That's a really good question.
Yeah, yeah.
You've stumped me.
Payal bowled yesterday.
Payal, yeah.
Me, if you're asking me, I'm saying Sims. If you're asking me, because I think she's performed all the time and she's got wickets in important times. We're talking about important times. That's a very important boundary. Trinity Smith, who is seeing batters fall all around us, brings up, which I believe only the second boundary of this innings. The second 4, no 6 yet. Maybe that will just start something here. A bit of a momentum changer that the British and Irish Roses really need.
Bawa Baba of Czechia almost hits this. Oh, we could have another run out here. We will. It's a disaster for the Roses. And, well, unfortunately for Valverde, she's going to be their next run-out victim. Let's just have a look. I mean, how are we going to assign the blame here? I will say it was very good fielding by Bartram. He summed up the situation well. It took all the pace off the throw. But you can see there's no eye contact there between the batters. Valverde just kind of took off. Trinity was watching the shot. And really, it's no one's fault. It was probably just an error on both their parts. They weren't looking at each other. Got to give credit to Bartram. She finishes the dismissal very professionally. And Barbara did well to get back to the stumps as the Roses have lost wicket number, I'm losing count now. Is that wicket number 7?
That's 7.
23 for 7.
You know what I like about that fielding? I think we've seen so many times, not just in this Meltl Shield, but I think in cricket in general, where fielders would really fire that in. They want the glory themselves, don't they? Fire it in. It beats the bowler, beats everybody. But sometimes just a nice, gentle throw. So you can see she went to have a shot. I thought, you know what? No, it doesn't need to.
Could have even kind of bounced. The main thing there was that Valverde, she was kind of doing the right thing to an extent. She was backing up. She was looking to run. And she just got kind of, she like went off with the starter's gun, I call it sometimes. The ball was hit hard, so she just took off. But of course, because it went to the field and the field took it cleanly, it was plenty of time for the fielders to run her out because she had to turn around. And I don't really think that's Trinity's fault too much. I think Okay, maybe she watched her shot too much, but I'm assuming she gave a no call. Just Valverde ran straight through it.
Kiara Green coming out at 9. Any thoughts?
No. Let's just say she's probably the best number 9 we've seen so far in the series. And I also think, Kiara, she is a bit more experienced than a lot of the players in the lineup, and so it is that kind of stage of the Shield where you want to give opportunities to players that maybe haven't had too many. So I think it's quite selfless. She chooses the order. She's the captain. So as you can see, she hasn't been able to do too much from the bench first half of the day. And here she'll get off the mark with a single. And yeah, those opportunities, I suppose, haven't really been taken. Let's be honest, to the players that have batted above her. End of the 7th over, 25 for 7. Let's have a look at where we are right now. We're about to tick that over, Rico, because we're in Italy right now, but the show rolls on to Austria tomorrow. I know you'll be travelling tomorrow, but Nish is already there, and he'll do day 1 solo. I know you'll be there from day 2. I'll be there from week 2 in Austria, and then we'll have Croatia, our last stop before the men's ECC. But don't forget, we have the women's EC end of the year. We have a trip to Malta in between that, and of course back to Barcelona. So yeah, stay tuned. Austria's going to be great.
But yeah, Austria we want. I just think
got to practice my yodeling. I was just going to say. Remember, my yodeling.
Don't do it again. Don't you
wasn't very good.
You started problems yesterday afternoon with your yodeling, but yeah, I mean, look, that Seabarn cricket ground is wonderful. Aren't we blessed? The number of lovely grounds that we've been to lately. Everyone is a little bit unique, isn't it? And Seabarn, of course, got lovely views there of sort of the mountains in the distance. That's time to perfection, by the way. What a glorious shot that is from Kiara Green. Yeah, I just think that Green, maybe she just thought that this was the match. When she realised that it was a disastrous start, you could have done two things as the captain. She could have come out herself and said, you know what, the ship's going down, but I'm going to fight. I'm the captain of this ship, and I'm going to fight. But I think her approach was she gave others an opportunity. It didn't work. And now she's sort of now just trying to save them from sort of all being out here. But in myself, once they lost those 2 wickets for no runs, I think that's when I thought that Kiara Green should have been coming out, if I'm honest. I think you just, if you don't come out there, she was sending other batters in that haven't really had a knock. I think Green should go out there, steady the ship, and try and get them to a comfortable, not a comfortable, but a respectable score.
Point Naomi's had her figures ruined now. He's got 2 for 6. I'm sure that all her family's thrilled with her performance. What a rise into the ranks of European
wonderful
cricket.
for a family. I know that her mum's here. I spoke to her mum briefly yesterday. That's a great delivery. Almost gets through. A little cheeky little attempted stumping there from Delena, but I think she knocked the bails off and then says, "Oops, sorry, umps." And,
quite delicate with the bail knocks, isn't she? Oh, loving this 1% that the Roses are holding on to.
And that's nicely played again. A lovely shot. She plays that shot really well, does Green. It's not that wide, but she gets into position really early. Look, gets into position. Good wrist work. They haven't really thought about plugging that gap just yet, so it's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, nice shot. Just kind of timed that to perfection, didn't she? But still, a brilliant effort from Naomi, who walks away with figures of 2 for 10 in this one. And after 8 overs, the Roses 35 for 7. This is T10 cricket, though. Some innings it can go your way, sometimes it doesn't. It's got a high variation. It's just one innings where it's gone completely wrong. We've seen even the best teams, though, haven't we? Teams that have won ECLs and ECCs. There's occasionally innings where just everything blows up. This is just one of them for the Roses. Yeah,
it's just a nightmare start. A Royal Ducks to start off with. Of course, that was Wheeler, who we know is a super aggressive player. And then Packrell went pretty early as well. And the wicket just kept on falling. We know that it was a 2-ball duck there for Taylor as well.
Can I say something else? The pace of play in this series has been something else. Doesn't matter if there's been a lot of wickets or not so many. I think a lot of pace-off bowling as well.
Yeah.
But just the kind of intensity, getting through the overs so quickly.
That's a nice looking shot. That's going to be 4 runs as well. So, good shot from Green. Green has shown that she's got cutting ability and can play straight down the ground as well. So, nicely played, but this is now just all about trying to make this look respectable. And at the moment, They are going to finish way, way behind. Okay, I like it that Delisha getting her second over. I think she's bowled pretty well as well. She'd be very proud with her performance. Floats that one up there in the... We'll have a go. And, well, it's good running. Had to get there. Had to go straight away. Good communication between her and Trinity Smith.
Good bowling. I really like the way Delisha used flight on that occasion to kind of tempt the batter into maybe trying to hit a six, maybe making a mistake.
Yeah, that's going to try and find the gap, but there's the sweeper comes across. Thinking about the second, and you can see that Kiara Green says, no, stay where you are, hold your horses. Ball to go in the over. Delisha, nice bit of bowling from her, kept it nice and tidy most of the time outside the off stump. Has made the batters play, that's what I like about her. Up in the air, and that's a good shot. One bounce for, nicely played. Well captured there by Dana Raluca Oros with her burrito. And snapping away, click, click, click. And of course, look out for not just the photos, but some of those reels there on social media. And currently, well, we've got one going around about pizza. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Let's ask the chat, yes or no. Let us know what your thoughts are. 46 for 7 after 9. Does look like they'll bat it out here, but it's going to be a big margin, probably the biggest margin so far, I think, in this series. Good to see Nikola Stanojevic in the chat as well. And he's somebody that we've seen actually pretty heavily involved in Serbian cricket, so he's taking an interest. And look, again, I bet we'd love to see one of the Serbian players maybe playing for Team Europe one day.
We're going to finish then with Caroline. And yeah, that's pretty well hit. Sims will do the fielding. So Caroline Lelang to bowl the last. And there'll be more joy after this, of course, for Team Europe. They'll take a 6-2 lead. And that's nicely played. Just a single, so they do get to a kind of a respectable score here. Now I think they'd like to get the 50 on the board.
Yeah,
that'd be good.
It's been a tough one. You know, you mentioned Sims as maybe the bowler of the weekend, but I think honourable mentions, Delanga for me. Yeah. I think Millie Taylor as well. I know results haven't always gone her way, but I think she's been a bowler I wouldn't want to face. Dropped. Caroline will be filthy with this. She dropped one yesterday. She was still seething about it at the hotel about 9 o'clock p.m.
One earlier today as well, so yeah, she hasn't been able to catch of her own bowling.
But it's hard because she's having a look at the ground. She has to go and find the ball again.
It's pretty true, actually, especially when it's going right across her like that one. That's hit pretty well. Sims can't reach it. 6 runs. Well, it's always good to get the first maximo in the innings, and we will. That's been crunched pretty nicely. Good shot from the captain. 6 runs. And that also does mean that the 50 comes on the board as well. Well hit, well struck.
It was a really good shot from Green. Again, she's been fighting. She's been in uncomfortable situations this weekend.
And that one is going to be 4. So 6 and 4. And, well, she is hungry for more, unfortunately. She'll only get one more. Yeah, once again, that's what I would have liked to have seen her come out a little bit earlier. It would have been a bit more of a fight. And she might have had a few more partners up there with her. But as it is, they're going to go down here. It's going to be 6-2 then. And with 1 to go. The last match, of course, will be coming up. It's going to be about half an hour after this one?
Yeah, it's actually 45 minutes.
45 minutes, well.
Slightly longer. This will be the last ball. And Naomi, well, it's been a long weekend. She just momentarily forgets how to field. This isn't very indicative of what she's capable of. And that's got her feet in a bit of a tangle there, didn't she? But look, it will be the boundary that takes the Roses past 60, but they're going to go down by a lot of runs. 76 runs the margin here in match number 8. And now that lead grows, doesn't it? 6 matches to 2. Team Europe lead going into the last game.
Yeah, and you're going to see that joy, delight, and happiness and big smiles on the faces, of course, of Team Europe. But the complete opposite, really, for the British and Irish Roses. I think this is one where I think the teams will come together, and both teams will be saying the same thing. I think Team Europe will be saying, hey, we've done a wonderful job, but look, we want another hour and a half of your best out there and finish on a high. Whereas I think it's the British and Irish Roses are going to say, look, it's not going to plan. We started the day well, but then after that, the standards once again have slipped. But come on, we want a big finish here. We want to go out with a bang. And if we can do that, certainly tonight back at the hotel is certainly going to be a better one. Let's try and finish with a win. That's what they're going to try and do. But it's going to be difficult because Team Europe at the moment are flying high. They really are.
I do see some changes, I think, though, for Team Europe in their batting order in the last game. I just think they'll take this opportunity to kind of guarantee that everyone gets a bit more of a hit. Maybe Delisha up the top, something like that. I still think I'd love to see Delanga try and hit a 6. But Chilagia comes back into the lineup as well. Maybe she can have a hit. We'll have a look. Yanira Blagg also think we'll get some overs for the Roses because we haven't really seen her at all. Barbara listed up at 3 as well. So I think we'll see New Look sides. Look, that game is coming up, like I said, 45 minutes from the first ball. Shake, rattle, let's roll. Well, it was tennis. It's first set, 6-2 to Team Europe. And how about this start? It was bang, bang, boom. 2 wickets before a run was on the board. In fact, a double wicket maiden from Naomi Hillman-Bamako to get things going. And it didn't get too much better from there for the Roses.
No, it didn't. Well, this was the second wicket. A very, very good catch. And, of course, Riker's not going to put that down. There was more celebration, more joy for Team Europe. And then, of course, it would continue because then there was a wicket of the very first ball of the second over. And then we saw a tread change. Well, we're getting used to seeing that. And, well, this is it, the first delivery from Zwelling. That was another very, very good catch there from Riker. And that was at that point, 3 wickets had fallen and there wasn't a run on the board. And the run did come. And eventually that was it. That's the first runs. Came off the edge of the bat.
Yeah, but geez, it was hard work. This is short form cricket, and sometimes it can work for you, sometimes it can't. And what was worse, there were a couple of these run-outs that compounded efforts. Got a feel for Ferrari there. Unfortunately, she was just stalled at the non-striker's end, and Smith called her through for a run that wasn't really there. She'll be philosophical about it, I'm sure, Lizzie. But how about this? I mean, Bartram was just so panther-like there in that cover position. That one was just to stop one hand, but then we saw her create a run out as well. Look, for the Roses and Team Europe for that matter, it's been attritional. You know, we know this from the Western Shield earlier in the year. It's at this stage, especially the heat. Let's remember the Western Shield.
Yeah.
They never had to deal with this kind of heat.
No.
So to have 9 games straight, I know there's rotations and things like that, but even just kind of mentally, at this stage, you're kind of shot. So I just hope they can both come back for one big last effort. Again, smart work there from Bartram, and that created another run out as well. Verde, that had to go. But yeah, one more chance is what I'd say. Regardless of what the result, you just want to play some good cricket and I suppose make a few more memories here in the Meltl Shield.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, look, both sets of players have had a wonderful time. There's no denying that. Everyone you speak to have said they've absolutely loved it. But of course, the performances on the field have gone better for Team Europe. But still, they've had a wonderful time here. It's been great, the first ever Meltl Shield. And I think that both teams would like to go out with a bang, go out with a win. And if the British and Irish Roses can get their game together in the last one and get a win there, even though that means they'll go down 6-3, I think they certainly will have plenty to celebrate as well. And back at base tonight, when of course we'll probably have a farewell dinner. I think there'll be more smiles on their faces if they can get a win here. They will know that in this Meltl Shield, well, there it is. That's what we're talking about. They will know that they've been outthought and outplayed by Team Europe. But if they could get another win here, it will make them feel a lot better going back home.
Definitely. I mean, if you win the last game, it always gives you a little bit of a boost. I mean, it's an experience, and it's something that all the players here, they've memories that last a lifetime. There's highs, there's lows. It's just going to roll with it. I think there's always a competition every ball between bat and ball. That was in Australia. It's time to call the police fire ambulance. 0-0-0 in the top 3. In the end, it was Kiara Green. She was the only player to hit multiple boundaries. Hit 6 4s and a 6 at number 9, 34 off 15. Trinity Smith stuck around for a while as well. She scored 17. So again, she can say, look, I was able to stick around for a while. Unfortunately, a couple of run-outs in there. Ferrari and Valverde not helping matters. And look, I just think they caught pretty well as well. How about this? 10 overs? How many extras? Nada. A clean innings. Tell you what, I'm going to have to start videotaping these and sending them around. I think some of the some of the other venues we go to where the men just can't get it on the straight. 2 for 2, Sims just got the one over but made an impact. Naomi Huma-Bameko with a double wicket maiden to start things off. Svelling with a wicket just had the one over as well, but plenty of good bowlers in there. Barbara, nice to see her having a bit of success there. None for 11 off her too.
In this match, I mean, you were talking about the extras. That's what I wanted to talk about. In the whole match, one extra in this whole match. And that one extra was a bye. That's quite fantastic. And you've got to give credit to both sets of players for that.
Well, I'm going to get on to Babette later then. Who was it that gave up the bye? Christina Coulter-Riley? Eyes on you. But anyway, no, it's really good to see. We've got a break then. We'll be back in around about 35 minutes to take you into the final game of the first ever Meltl Shield. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Foy. If you'd like to turn over, I know the Netherlands has just started. Netherlands versus USA, so you can have a hop along there. Also, I know we're only 10 minutes away from the final of the Valletta Cup, but from here in Italy, we'll see you in just a little while for match 9 of the Meltl Shield.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, it's been a huge weekend, hasn't it, for European cricket? 3 locations, the first ever Meltl Shield here in Rome, Italy. But it does come to an end after this game, and of course it ends our 2 weeks here at the Roma Cricket Ground. So coming up, of course, it is the British and Irish Roses who are taking on Team Europe. It is Britain and Ireland that have the option. They've decided that they want to bat, and hopefully it doesn't go wrong the way it went in the last game. And look, it's a tough one, I think, for all these players because it's been a long weekend. I know that when it gets to this point, there's a lot of tired bodies out there. I think mentally as well. A lot's gone into this weekend, but there's still a contest out there, still a cricket game to win. And I'm sure that the Roses would love to pull it back 6-3. That was actually the margin in the Western Shield earlier this year in Portugal. I think a few changes. I think we see Raka come out of the Europe side. We see Deleda also rested. Surely she will be odds on for the first ever MVP. Don't forget, we will have the Meltl Shield presentation after this game. Rico Full is standing by. Let's get ready for the first ball of match 9 and the exciting conclusion of what's been a wonderful fortnight here in Italia. I can tell you that it is the Roses batting first. Let's see if they can put a big score on the board. Rico, over to you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, and welcome to the final match of this Meltl Shield. Of course, I think it's a big one for both sides. Team Europe would want to finish well, but probably more importantly for the British and Irish Roses. Of course, it hasn't gone to plan. It's 6-2 at the moment. They'd love to make it 6-3. Of course, you still go down. You don't get your hands on that marvellous shield, but at least you go down and say, well, at least you had the 2 wins in the day. I suppose the way to look at it is you level the day. You may not win the series, but you level the day with 2-2 here. And I think that having a draw today would mean, all right, we lost the day 1, but at least we were even Stevens on day 2. That's why I think the British and Irish Roses will feel this is a big match. I think Amy Wheeler will be big again with the bat. I think I'm expecting to see the likes of Grace Weatherall try to go out there and crunch the ball around a bit as well. So a few changes, of course. We're going to see plenty, I think, from Team Europe. They, of course, have won it. They can make some changes. But I think I'm expecting to see that Kiara Green come out a lot earlier with the bat as well. We've seen already that she is probably very key with the bat when she came in pretty low down the last match and got the higher score. So I think this is where they're going to be super competitive in the last one. And so we're going to see that it's going to be Caroline Lelang is going to open with the ball. We're going to try and keep the pressure on straight away. So here's the first delivery, floated up, and that gets played away quite nicely. So just a single to get off the way. So Christina Coulter-Riley opens up, and that's a really good catch. And it is Sims that holds on to it. She's been so good. I know that I was having a discussion with Vinny Sandhu about, for me, the bowler perhaps of this Meltl Shield. But I think maybe I'm swaying to Sims because she's also put fine efforts like this in as well. I mean, that's a short delivery. It's been absolutely clobbered, but the catch has also been taken. What a really good catch that is for Sims. She's been outstanding. She certainly has been one of the top players. I know there'll be a lot of talk, of course, about Deleda being the MVP, but Sims ain't going to be too far behind. So disappointment as the first wicket goes down. It's going to be a 2-ball duck for Christina Coulter-Riley. A good catch from Sims, and Caroline DeLang has got the breakthrough. And now we're going to see Amy Wheeler come in at 3, and she misses out on this one as well. They've got to get a better start than what they did in that last match. That's the key, really, I think, here. Nikki Karuna is at the non-strikers end. Oh, this is so close. Just doesn't, these shots, when she's been playing these shots, she gets that little step out to the ball, does Wheeler. Doesn't do it on that occasion. And that one again, very close to going through and hitting the top of the stumps. It's worked away on the offside and good pick up. And maybe some overthrows. No, it won't be. I want to welcome back everybody into the chat. And hello to Nicola. Hello to Paul, who's saying no pineapple on pizza. Obviously, Paul has seen the post. Some of the behind the scenes ECN content. Of course, we were talking about pizzas and pineapple on pizzas. Yes or no? Well, it's very much a no from me. Let's just get that out there. I think it's a no from most people, but there were a few yeses on there as well. To James Kent, our operations manager, was saying, yep, Daniel Weston. And, of course, Manuela Meltl Weston, both the big no from them. Of course, you can contact us, and why don't you do so? Watch that bit of content and send us a message what you think. And I know we've had so many messages from so many people around the world, and certainly do appreciate them, and appreciate, we both, myself and Vinny, appreciate your support on the European Cricket Network and your support for the European Cricket Network, helping it to grow bigger and better. And we take and use this as our platform to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. That first over doesn't go to plan. It's almost as bad as the last match. Only the 1 wicket and 1 run. But there's more runs here now. That will go all the way. And that's more like it from Amy Wheeler. And, this time she gets it where she wants and smashes that away for a big one. It's a good shot. Wheeler gets the first boundary and gets a Maximo. Zwilling will want to reply, and she does. She just goes slightly fuller and gets that radar back on just outside the off stump corridor. That's where you want to be, especially to something like Wheeler that does like to go across the line. Not a good start. Christina O'Reilly, unfortunately, caught by Sims. Very good catch again. This one is going to drop out of reach of everybody. And it goes high up the air, but nobody can get to it. And you see there, I suppose you could say, perfectly placed. And that one gets nicely played away, and there's going to be another single, so that works that away nicely. Nice that Nikki gets off the mark here. Swelling. Okay, up in the air, catching opportunity. Not an easy one. Oh, that's so well taken. This is made to look easy, isn't it? Delisha takes such a good catch. I mean, it never looked like she was going to drop it, and that's the thing. You can normally tell when a ball goes up in the air, and Delisha just look at the body language here. It's up in the air, and she says, yep, it's mine. I'm not dropping it, and I'm loving the catch. And just a little flick back there, saying, yeah, I've got it. So Amy Wheeler, we know she can be very dangerous. Wants to be super aggressive, but Delisha holds on to the catch. And Zwilling picks up the wicket that they wanted. Look, high up in the air, but just look how casual she was. We don't quite catch that there. Here we go. Look, just everything under control. Not an easy catch to take, because still has to take it away from the body, but that's beautifully done. Another catch taken, the second wicket that falls. It's 9 for 2. It's worked away. Chase is on here. Under, Iba. But they're not going to stop it. It's just a little push, isn't it? A little push. And that one goes all the way to the boundary. So nicely played. That's 4 runs. Good shot. They need that, don't they? They need what they need here. Well, you know what I'm going to say. They do need partnerships. That's what's going to be pretty key here. Get a good partnership going. 13 for 2. So, Swilling. Good over from her as well. Keeps it nice and tidy. And it looks like they're going to go back here to Sims. And Sims has been very good, and let's see if she's able to continue her good form. She just lets this one go through. She knows it's been backed up by Chingalia. And I'll tell you what, so while Vinny's is working away behind the scenes, I'm going to get myself another partner, and somebody that we've seen out there in the middle has bowled very well, and it's Chloe. Chloe, welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
Hey, it's great to have you here. Now, of course, the first question that I'm going to ask you, it's, see, after this delivery, well, that's down the leg sides, that'll be wide. Tell us a little bit about the feeling and the vibe of being here this first ever Meltl Shield.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. It's good exposure for us. Yeah, I've enjoyed it a lot.
Now, tell people first where you play most of your cricket. I know there's a lot of viewers out there that'd be keen to hear where you play. For example, where's your home ground?
So we play at Grainville, which is the home of Jersey Cricket.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my club. Just play for the national side.
Okay, and it's not just yourself. Who else has joined you from Jersey?
Yeah, you've got Charlie, Grace, Trinity, and Annalise all here as part of Team Jersey.
This one, good areas. Of course, the results for the team haven't gone to plan. But one thing that I have noticed is that the morale, even going into this one, I think the girls were pretty keen to finish where they win, but don't seem to be sort of too demoralised. Still seem to be pretty upbeat.
Yeah, I think that's the spirit, the sort of the mindset that you have to be in. You can't let it affect you, and we're obviously here to enjoy ourselves and play some good cricket. Yeah,
and one thing that I always find, and I know that I've touched on this a lot, Vinny has talked about this a lot, of course you will and want to be competitive when they're out there in the middle. You want to get the results, you want to get the wins. But what I always find is the way that the two teams, the two squads come together once the matches are not on. I mean, even when it's the short breaks that we have here at lunchtimes, is quite unique. Tell us a little bit about the networking that's going on between the two squads.
Yeah, I think both squads know each other very well. Obviously, coming from Jersey, we've played, Germany, Italy, Netherlands quite a lot. So we're familiar with them girls, and so are the rest of the team. So yeah, I think we're all sort of friends off the field, and we're just here to play cricket against each other, and we just see each other as opponents during the game, and then off the field, yeah, we're all just women cricketers that share the same passion.
Yeah, now I think it was very, very emotional. I think the night before we started the event, I know that both captains stood up and said a few words. I know it was a very exciting time for the players when you picked up your kits. So what's your message? So there's probably a lot of maybe juniors, young women that are watching now, and they're probably thinking, you know what, I'm liking this, I'm liking the sport. How can I get involved in the sport? What would be your advice to somebody who's watching, probably not into cricket, would like to get into cricket? Where's a good starting point? Where would be a good starting point, for example, back in Jersey? This one's going to be pretty close. In fact, it's given out on the field of play. So we'll just hold fort for a moment here, because this is another wicket. And I think she was always struggling, but that's a very good take, isn't it, from Ratanaika. Takes it well, and I don't think there's any issues there. And you can see there that the umpire, Snehal, gives that on the field of play. That's going to be disappointing, losing another wicket there, just as they started to build a bit of a partnership.
Yeah, unfortunate there. They looked for that second after the slight overthrow, but it was a good pick up from Zwilling and a good throw into the keeper with a good take.
Yeah, she's got a strong arm, hasn't she? And I think that's probably not the player to try to take that one on. So unfortunately, Nikki gets a run out. Zwilling gets the throw in, and Rotheneicher does the rest. So it's going to be 6 from 6 deliveries there. So another wicket goes down. So 23 for 3. And Jingle. Oh, that's straight up in the air as well. Can anybody get there? I get the feeling no. So it's going to be Charlie Miles will get a little bit lucky there. Goes up in the air. So Jingle just check it. Checks the field. The batter comes ready to face. That one's hit back down, and there's no runs there. Of course, I think that is just got this the wrong way around at the moment. You know that Green is the non-striker. It was Green that played that one up in the air, got lucky really, survived. Could have gone first ball. That one's going to go all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. Need a few more of these really to try and put a challenging score on the board.
Yeah, I need a few of them. Our team's more than capable actually of putting up a good total here, so it's just about fighting now in the middle and the end, the batters.
Okay, so after this delivery from Pyle, maybe we can continue that discussion about getting some more players. So how you can get players to start playing the game. What would your advice be to anybody who's saying, yeah, I want to get involved?
Yeah, I think opportunities are there in most of my teammates that I've spoken to from obviously all around Europe here. There's lots of young girls playing, so this is great exposure and great opportunity for them to watch some good cricket and hopefully inspire to be here one day.
All right, now how about yourself? How did you get into the sport?
I actually got into the sport during a PE lesson. We used to have someone had come in to provide PE lessons, and yeah, just watch this delivery from Green that she's struck well. Yeah, and just took up the game. Really enjoyed it.
Plays this shot really well, doesn't she? I mean, when she came in that the last match, of course, so many wickets had gone down. Came in, I think, at number 9. And every time she gets a bit of whip, she rocks back and plays that beautifully through the offside. That's a good shot in the gap, 4 runs. I wonder if they'll just put another sweeper out there. And well, that's a difficult one to get as that pops up a little. Okay, so started PE, and was that just like what you'd call like quick cricket that's played these days with the juniors?
Yeah, sort of just tennis ball and plastic bats kind of thing. Bit of basics. And yeah, sort of got into it, went to a few sort of summer camps, which was a little bit more hardball. And yeah, made my debut for Jersey Cricket back in 2014 when I was only 13.
Very young. That's what they asked it. It's going to be gone. Yeah, I think she just loses her balance here, and that's a big wicket, isn't it? With Green going, the captain Kiara Green just loses her balance here, doesn't she? I think it's clever bowling. Baba draws her forward, and she's not able to get back. I think that's the second time that we've seen Green being stumped. It's very good work by Matharana Rotheneicher, but just loses her balance there. You can see she just can't get back. So disappointment there for the British and Irish Roses. They lose their captain, and Miles once again, well, she's left out there 11 of 8, and she was hoping maybe that Green would stay there a little bit longer, but it's not to be. Green will go for 5 of just 4 deliveries. Good work there from Rotheneicher, and last time that we're going to see Green out there with the bat. Of course, she's going to be disappointed that she hasn't been able to make a good start, and it's Elizabeth Ferrari that comes out at number 5. She was unlucky herself to be run out in the last match, so I think she'll be keen to get a good partnership going here now with, of course, Miles.
Yeah, she looks to get off strike early. It's always a good sign.
needed backing up, and Caroline comes across. Yeah, when Gracie was in, Gracie was sort of saying that she had always started with hard ball, because one of the questions that we put to Grace was how difficult was it to go from soft ball to hard ball. And the reason that you asked that question is that's one being pinged. That will go all the way. Shaba, Shaba. Goodness, on manos arriba there from the arbitro. Well, what a lovely strike that is from Miles. Well, Miles hitting it, and hitting it Miles as well at the moment. What a lovely shot.
Yeah, great shot from Charlie. That's one of her strengths there, where she slightly rocks back onto the back foot and can play quite a flat pull shot.
Yeah, well struck. Powerfully struck. So Babar needs to try and pitch that ball up. So just to carry on that conversation, because I know back in Spain, of course, the Spanish team, you know that Naomi's out there, Payal, Chingalia as well. But a lot of the Spanish players, they went through a phase just after COVID, actually, where they went from going from softball to hardball. And it took them a fair time to get used to it. Not so much with, I think, getting used to bowling or batting, but just the mindset of fielding and catching the hard ball. Did you go through the same sort of process, or were you pretty competent straight away? Well, I'm just talking here to Chloe. Chloe, give everybody a wave. And yeah, it's a great honour to have Chloe here with us. We're just talking about how it can be difficult for younger players to get into the game. And one of the questions I'm putting to Chloe here is about that transformation from going from softball to hardball cricket.
Yeah, I think it's always challenging. Obviously, it's the power that a lot of these women hit it at. Obviously, we've seen this week that, a lot of power. So I think it's just that transition. Slight wicket here. Yeah,
it's another stumping, and it's a very good take. This is actually. Have a look at this, Chloe, because it's not an easy one for the keeper. But look at the movement there from Meltl. Ratanaika, she follows this rather than staying planted on the feet. That's one that quite often gets away from the keepers, but a long way out of a crease. It's going down the leg side, misses it, but a great take from Meltl. Takes another stump. She's had a good day, hasn't she? I mean, I've got to ask you, what's it like when somebody like Meltl Ratanaika is out there and clobbering the ball all over the place? Got to 98, but was a bit of a sensational knock, wasn't it?
Yeah, all credit to her. She played brilliant. She saw the ball quite cleanly, unfortunately for us Roses, but no, it was good batting. And yeah, when someone's in that kind of form, they're going to be really hard to take out.
Yeah, and that sort of brings us on to what you're talking about. When you're not used to the hard ball and you get a batter maybe like Ratanaika that's crunching the ball. I mean, when does it get to a point, or what was the point for you that you thought, you know what, it's not so bad?
I think it's just a case of sort of being brave. Just a case of being brave, and then if you think about it, it's going to hurt, then it probably will end up hurting. So it's just a case of, sticking at it, being brave, and getting your body behind the ball.
Yeah, I think that, I know that, it's another dot ball. Sims has bowled so well in this series so far. Another dot ball from just 1 for 9. Keeps it very tidy, of course, is a very good fielder as well. And after this ball, yeah, that one just gets blocked out. So just needs to get a bit of intent here now, don't we? As you see that Trinity Smith maybe just taking a few balls just to try to get herself in, but somebody needs to start supporting Miles at the other end. She's probably quite keen to get going. You can see she's desperate to get at the other end. Another play and a miss there from Smith. Yeah, only one of the things that I found, and I know this is not just with the junior girls, but boys as well. Once they start catching the ball correctly, i.e. they're getting it into the palm of their hands, I think that's when you think, you take a few nice catches and it's gone right into the palm of your hands, you start to think, yeah, it doesn't hurt. So it's getting the right technique, catching the ball, getting it in the palm of the hands, and when you've done it a few times, you think, yeah, that feels pretty good. Well, look, Sabu, she's ready to party already. That was Priya Sabu. He's getting into the party mood. All right, so very first Meltl Shield, what have been your highlights?
I think just being in the Roses squad to begin with obviously was a brilliant honour, and sort of sharing the field with some brilliant cricketers. in their own countries, and sort of just getting to know the other girls, seeing what their cricketing background is like. Yeah, and yeah, just unlucky there from Trin. Sharing the field with some great cricketers. Obviously, they get the honour to captain the Roses in the first game this morning, which is always nice.
And a win, of course. Don't forget, you did get that win. You needed that win, though, didn't you, this morning? You needed a win. And I think, as we see this one, that's played away nicely, but Swelling will do the fielding. I think the way that you played this morning was definitely the best match that you've had so far. I think to restrict that and Team Europe, they went out there and they showed what their intent was, didn't they? They showed that we're going to go heavily loaded with the big guns in the batting, and we're going to try and seal the win in that first one. Oh, that's a rare error there from Caroline DeLange. It goes to show that even the best players and the best fielders in these extreme conditions will eventually allow the conditions to catch up with them. She just doesn't get that one right. It goes through, it goes for 4 runs. But yeah, I think they wanted to go out and sort of blast you away, but the way you fielded, and that catch, I mean, Wheeler took 2 great catches, but the one-handed one, I still couldn't believe it. What a catch that was. And I think when she took that catch, that just started to send some positive vibes and belief throughout the squad.
Yeah, obviously Wheeler took 2 great grabs out there at deep mid-wicket, and then you had Annalise at square leg, where I didn't think she was she wasn't gonna catch it, and she wasn't in the right position at all. She would probably agree with, and then she just plucks it out with the left hand, which was excellent.
Well, I call those jalebi catches, and she took a jalebi catch, and just like that, I think you restrict them to 90. But the manner in which the runs were knocked off, I think that was what the team needed, right? Not just a win, but a comprehensive win. You won by 10 wickets, of course. Amy Wheeler, 46, not out, and back row made 45. But unfortunately, the next match didn't quite go to plan. I think Team Europe, what they wanted to do in match number 1, the start of the day, they managed to achieve in match 2. 169 was just too many to get. Now, I'm going to lead on to this because, of course, I know we're seeing you playing in the Meltl Shield. We will see you at the end of the year in the Women's European Cricket Championships. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, how do you see that Challenger division going up against Spain, Austria, Germany, and Czechia?
Yeah, we're very much looking forward to it. We've sort of halfway through the season already, coming to the end of the season now, but for us, we need to keep training now, where everyone else obviously would be finishing. But we're going to keep training hard for obviously that trip to Malaga in December. Yeah,
I mean, it's going to be fantastic. It's great to see that once again that women's cricket on the network is growing. We had, of course, 5 teams there last year. This year we have 10 teams, and once again playing at the Cardamom Oval, which I think I've called this ground, this Roma CC ground, very similar to the Cardamom Oval. I think the pitch is very much the same. I think the outfield too. But my last question to you is that I know that you're very used to playing on grass pitches. How different is it for you to go from grass to playing on, say, an artificial wicket like this? What are the main differences?
Yeah, I think obviously you've got the bounce. It's very, very different. And sometimes for our spinners, an Astro won't turn as much. So the spinners are a little bit short in their game plan. That
one could be a little high, actually. I think the umpires may want to have a second look at this. So just perhaps a little bit higher from Delisha. Let's have a look. We'll have a good look at this side on. She is coming out to it, and difficult one. I mean, is it going to come down enough? Looks like the umpires have said they're happy with it. And the next one just gets played away onto the leg side. And well, you can hear some noise. Now we'll go to these pretty quickly. Now we are at the Roma CC cricket ground, and I can tell you that Roma were playing in the domestic 50-over final today against Padova, not far from here. And you can see And you can hear that they've been victorious. So congratulations to Roma CC. They have won the 50 over championship. So it looks like there's going to be more than one party here tonight. Congratulations to Roma CC coming back triumphant with that win there against Padova. Roma CC, you know, they're going to be very happy here. And, well, I tell you what, the Roma CC are going to be even more happier because one of their very own had just knocked the leg stick out of the ground. It's a good full delivery. And maybe some of the celebrations from the Roma CC men are now also, well, it looks like they're having an effect on Delisha here. What a lovely delivery, full and straight. Not one that you want to see, Chloe.
No, unfortunately not. Obviously, Charlie's batted really well, and she's just got slightly leg side on that one. Yeah, sadly.
Yeah, she gets to 21 of 15, 2 fours and a 6. She's kept the innings going, hasn't she? But that's the unfortunate one. This is the wrong time, really, for her to lose her wicket as well, right at the end of that 8th over. So score 56 for 6. 8 overs now completed. And of course, it looks like it. I mean, if they go well in the last 2 overs, maybe they can get into the 80s. Maybe if somebody can go really big here. But it looks like once again it's going to be a low scoring one. So yeah, just to carry on the differences, of course, between playing on a grass wicket and an artificial.
Yeah, obviously we spoke about the bounce. Not a lot of turn for the spinners sometimes. And yeah, obviously here with the slightly shorter boundaries, straight and square. But yeah, it's just about managing that when we get there. We will be training quite a lot on an Astro leading up to this tournament so that we're fully ready.
Okay, and I suppose another thing, and this is something that maybe a lot of people don't realise, but simple things just like the shoes you wear. Obviously, if you're playing on turf, you're wearing spikes. On an artificial, can't wear spikes. How different is that? Because I mean, we have seen players slip and slide and go down, and that's probably because you're so used to playing in spikes.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Obviously, spikes you know what most cricket players will wear. So to have to change shoe and go to an Astro and yeah, on a wet outfield could prove to be quite difficult.
Good shot there from Weatherall. It gets a swivel on this a little bit. Oh, from Grace, of course. Grace was in here earlier, and it was wonderful to talk to her. It's also wonderful to talk to you. My final question is, okay, so far you've plenty of cricketing highlights for you, but what is your overall goal? Where would you like to be? Where would you like to finish your cricketing career? So once you get to the end of your career, what are the sort of things that you like to be able to sit back and say, this is what I've been able to achieve?
I think I have always made it clear I would love for Jersey to get to a World Cup, for a Women's World Cup. So obviously that starts with the Division 2 qualifiers.
Right.
Yeah, I've made that very clear. I would love to see us at a World Cup, and that's something that we are trying really hard to work towards. And like I said, this has gone high.
Sims. Oh, well, it's a great effort. That one always looked like it was going to just drop before her. But once again, I love the fact that she's trying to take this catch. It's gone a long way up in the air, hasn't it? DeLange has always troubled batters, and she gets hands to it, but just couldn't get herself into a position where she could hold on to that. And I liking that from Caroline. She just gives Sims a little applause there and says, yeah, well done, great effort. A lot of people watching this back home. Are you getting a lot of messages through from friends and family?
Yeah, I am actually. A lot of my family are watching it. I was gone high again from Trin, keep her under it.
And has put it down. Well, that's a rare error from Ratanaika. She's been very good behind the stumps, some good stumpings. I think maybe she might have just been put up by another fielder. I think that's Baba that's coming into it. Well, it goes in and goes out. Maybe it doesn't cost them too much. So come on, it's the end of the 9th over. So over to you. Who do you want to say your hellos to? Come on.
I'll give a shout out to sort of my mum, my dad, who are sat tirelessly watching it over the weekend.
Okay, well look, we'll get you on camera. So There we go. Do it properly now. To mum and dad and everybody else. So who else?
No, that'd be it. Just mum and dad. Yeah, sort of my nan and my granddad. They've been watching it as well. Yeah, my partner back home. So great stop there from Sims. Yeah, they've watched this for the last sort of 24 hours, 48 hours. They probably haven't seen enough of cricket.
Well, look, it's been wonderful not just to have you in our Casa Grande. What do you think of our setup, by the way? You're liking it? What do you think we've done to the place? We had we had a much smaller cube, we used to call it before, so we've upgraded. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it's brilliant. I think I could camp out in here, actually. It's gone high again. Keeper's not going to make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, this time it's taken and Baba, who might have been the fielder that perhaps put her off slightly with the one before. Well, Baba's now the bowler, and whether having played one nice shot, he is going to have to depart. So another wicket does go. Wickets keep on falling in the last over. Yeah, I know that a lot of players have been walking by here and saying, "Oh, you're lucky. You got some fans on here." I don't really know if it is that much cooler, to be honest. Or the only thing these fans have been doing is keeping the equipment alive. Otherwise, it gets fried. But look, it's been wonderful to have you on. I know you're pretty keen to join the squad again. But thank you very much for your time. And it's been great. It's been amazing seeing you out there in the middle.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Well, wasn't that wonderful, Chloe? I think also has had a very good series as well. She's bowled very well. Of course, we'll be disappointed that the British and Irish Roses are not going to be getting the win here and taking that marvellous Meltl Shield home with them. But like she said, she's enjoyed the experience. I think the team have gelled and got better all the time. And it's an experience that, of course, she'll be looking forward to come back and repeat again. And I know that when I was talking to Chloe before, she's saying they will return here and be playing some international cricket at some point. So she's got a chance to get used to this Roma cricket ground. And of course we will see her again at the Cardamar Oval, where she'll be representing Jersey, of course. So we're going to see plenty more of Chloe's fine time as we come towards the end of this innings. So welcome back, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, big thanks to Chloe. Really enjoyed listening to her. Might even have another special guest or two before the day is done. It's funny, now that kind of the dust is settling a bit, you've got a few of the players willing to kind of just come over and, and get involved. It's
By
great.
the way, couple, we both have to say big congratulations to Roma CC, haven't we? I mean, we saw them coming in and hooting away. They're happy. They're going to be partying. And it's going to be a big party here tonight. Of course, Roma CC will party. And I'm pretty sure that Team Europe will be partying as well. And you never know. It looks like, well, that's certainly a no-y. So it looks like a free hit coming up here. But it does, unless they have a real collapse, it looks like they're going to end up winning this one.
I'm going to tell you a date that'll make you shudder. The 30th of July, 2022. Does that ring any bells?
It probably should do, but I probably don't remember too much of it.
I'm not going to mention names. Rob Kemming, who...
How do you know the date? That's what have you got it written down somewhere?
It's burned in my brain. Anyway, the next one is going to be wide. That was the night that Roma won ECS 2022. Sent them to the ECL. They know how to party here at the Roma Cricket Ground. I'll be trying to sneak out as quick as possible. Because
I've made the mistake before and then having to take a flight the next day. I'm not going to make the same mistake again. That's for sure. Well, hesitation. Shall we go? Shall we not? In the end, they decide not to. So struggling to get into the 70s here. 69 for 7 with a ball to go. It just hasn't happened again, has it, with the batting for the Roses?
just hasn't happened. Again, the power of taking wickets. People say wickets don't matter in T10. They do. Just getting new batters in there. Last ball coming up. Bubba has been pretty good, 2 for 17. And she'll make that 2 for 18. They decide not to take one. Trinity Smith will get one more chance.
Vinny, after over now, what's it, 4,000 and how many matches?
4,000
and you still say last ball? You should know better by now.
Need a bit of help, though. Bit of a reverse jinx. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what kind of batting lineup we'll see? No Riker, no Delator. Maybe it's competitive. Last ball, take 2.
And that will be the end. Hey, what about those stumpings from Ratanaika?
Love it.
Yeah.
You know, and not stumpings. The pickup, the half volley pickup to get Caruana. Yeah, top class keeping, really. Just shows you the depth as well with the keeping. Delator and Ratanaika both in the squad. And Team Europe, yeah, once again, I think just showing that they've kind of had the answers when it's really mattered in this series. They've kept the British and Irish Rose to 70 for 7 here in game 9. 71 will make it 7-2. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure, to see how this finishes. There's De Lange. I wonder where she'll bat. I can see also, and Christopher Ward's let us know that we're up to 413,000 subscribers now. Isn't that wonderful?
It's wonderful news. And of course, we always seem to pass some sort of landmark here in Rome, don't we?
True.
I know that we've seen, well, maybe we can celebrate as well. Where's the ice?
Yeah, well, wouldn't be a bad day for it. Yeah, we did the ice shower, didn't we, back in 2022? Let's shake, rattle, and roll here. And De Lange, well, you know that she's certainly a bit of a cult hero on ECN. But it's the catching, really. I think consistently the catching of Team Europe has been a feature of their success this weekend.
Yeah, and of course, when we were talking earlier, I was saying how I've been very impressed with Sims, not just her bowling, but also her fielding. And it was Sims again that was in the action, a really good catch from her. Swelling came in, she got blasted for one. I mean, that one's a great hit, went all the way, but she would, as good players do, come back and pick up a wicket. This one went up in the air. What a good catch this is. She took this with so much composure. She was so casual. Not an easy catch. She's away from her body, but did brilliantly well, Delisha, to take that catch.
That was an amazing catch. Honestly, I know she's capable of it, but in that situation with the ball swirling around and taking basically an awkward situation, she couldn't avoid it, but she took it perfectly. Excellent judgment. Then, trying the overthrow, but the half volley pickup from Ratnayaka and then to whip the bails off in one motion. That was top-class keeping, and there was more to come, weren't there, for Team Europe?
There was more to come. I mean, some of the stumpings, there were 2 stumpings in there as well, which were flawless. She's got very quick out. I mean, look at that. I think that was probably the best of the lot. It's a difficult, as well as I do, that's difficult. That's going in between the bat and the pad. It's going down the leg side, but her movement there was fantastic. It really was. Great one. And then she also got the big wicket of Green stumped again. The second time that Green's been stumped.
Yeah, I mean, Green obviously just trying to move things along. It's been a rough weekend, I suppose, considering the way the results have gone as well for the Roses. That was another very good one, wasn't it? It's probably the second hardest one, I think, aside from the one that goes fully down the leg side. But the footwork really, that little skip step to the left, made it easy. And it was Lizzie Ferrari who had to go. Oh, but the Roses, they would love to pull off a defence here. It would be the lowest defence of the weekend or the best defence of the weekend. And then they could have something to hang their hat on. And then, well, we had the invasion of the home ground from Roma CC who come back with the championship. So
did they nick?
Where did they get that sign from?
That's what I'm saying. Did they just nick that and thought, we're taking that with us? This is a good delivery.
I think Delisha's bowled really well. I love the way she's able to kind of drop it down into the block hole.
And she takes that wicket just as Roma were coming in and celebrating, hooting away. And she thought, you know what? I'm going to have a celebration as well. She takes the leg stick out of the ground. That was a nice shot from Weatherall. She got back in a crease and played that away beautifully. But then this one, well, this was really close. If Sims took that catch, well, that would have been quite sensational.
We've seen some brilliant catches this weekend, haven't we? And, well, the Roses have had plenty of time to sit and think about life. Well, they've got to do some business now. 10 overs in the field to pull off a brilliant win here in match 9. I'm sure it would be some sort of consolation. Ratnayaka missed one there when she had to run back with the flight. She took that one running forward. Luckily, the bowler got out of the way just in time. And Team Europe, they'll feel this could be the icing on the cherry on the top of the cake, really, if they could knock these 71 off, maybe in quick time, to make it 7-2 in this Meltl Shield.
Yeah, well, there's that marvellous shield. Well, we know where it's going to be going. It will stay in Europe. Team Europe were going to be crowned the victors of that. But will they win this match as well? I suppose you'd think, even though they might make those little changes to the batting order, that it should do it. Let's take a quick look at the scorecard. And the problem there was, again, we've always said it, partnerships. The partnership just didn't flourish. The top 3 never got going. Charlie Miles makes a fine 21 of 15. And then Trinity Smith, she stuck around. She ended up 15, not out of 18. But she just didn't have a partner there that could stay with her.
Yeah, it's just kind of the way it went. Trinity Smith did score 15, not out. You saw that. Miles, 21. Nobody else able to reach double figures. Again, extras pretty decent. Well under 1 and over, and the extras just a 7 for the 10 overs. For Team Europe. Well, I feel even with a couple of the key batters being rested here for match 9, that it's a fairly elementary chase. Can the Roses put one last twist in this series? Bowling wise, well, as you'd expect. Plenty of good performers there. No one really going for big runs. Barbara, nice to see her amongst the wickets, 2 for 18. I think DeLanger was outstanding once again, 1 for 8 with her figures, filling with a wicket. Sims capped off a wonderful bowling weekend for her with 1 for 10. And Delisha chipped in with a wicket in her only over. We'll take a break. Back in just a few minutes with the exciting conclusion of the historic weekend here in Rome. It'll be 71 to win. Also, maybe still another special guest or two before the cricket is done. Vinny Sandhu here at Mr. Maximo with Rico Full taking you home here on the final innings to come in the Meltl Shield.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. It is the Meltl Shield and it's the run home now, the end of match number 9. British and Irish Roses batting first, 70 on the board against Team Europe, 71 the victory target. Great work by Rico, and it was also great to have one or two guest commentators today. And I've got another one with me actually now. It has been a pretty exciting day so far, but I think that the Roses, even though they've had a bit of a rough run, it's nice to have Hannah Meltl with us right now. And firstly, I want to say welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Now, this is the bonus point equation. It's probably academic only because, really, I suppose the Roses, and obviously playing for the British and Irish Roses, we'll talk about your weekend pretty shortly, but I think the girls will get a huge boost, wouldn't they, if they're able to defend this kind of a score?
Yeah, definitely. I think what's kind of shown is that we kind of come out with a bit of grit and we kind of back our bowlers and get behind each other. So it would be great if we could defend this.
All right, so it's Lizzie Ferrari who is going to get us underway. Once again, he asked to have the new ball, but first one's far too short. It's going to get pulled away to the boundary, so not the greatest start. But it'll be 4 runs. Not a bad shot there to start. Probably not the ball Lizzie was looking for.
No, not quite, but a great shot nonetheless, obviously.
So Lizzie comes from Gibraltar. Of course, you're from Guernsey, and as one place we've had a fair bit of Guernsey cricket on the network now. Not so much of the women. So I've got a couple of questions for you regarding cricket for women in Guernsey. What's the kind of situation on the ground there at the moment?
So we're kind of just starting our journey, really. Last year we played our first international games that wasn't just against Jersey.
Yeah.
So we went out to Austria and we beat them in a 4-match series. It was 3-1 in the end, which really boosted our confidence and kind of got us the ranking points that we needed. And then
a little bit short this time. Picks out the field. They go on the hit. Unfortunately, it was Emily Marion there that couldn't quite take that one cleanly. Okay, so you went to Austria. That sounds like a pretty ambitious start as well. Austria, they've got a reasonable team.
Yeah, they were really strong actually. It was competitive and it was really good fun. And then we played Isle of Man earlier in the year and we beat them. So yeah, we're kind of early on in our journey. A couple of weeks ago we were in Norway. Playing in the Nordic Cup. Yeah. So that was awesome as well.
That's actually really cool. Isle of Man, actually, I think they're playing right now, the Valletta Cup final. And so they've played some very good cricket this week. Pretty competitive with MCC. Only kind of team over there in Malta to kind of go with them. Ferrari gets this right, better length this time. So, okay, for the pathway for girls in Guernsey that want to play cricket. So what would they do if they're watching right now, if they're interested?
So we have a school program. So coaches go into schools and most of the students in year 5 and 6, so sort of 9, 10, 11-year-olds, all get a flavour of cricket. And then they are more than welcome.
Not a bad shot here. Priya Sabu plays for Austria, by the way. And she's picked up the game fairly recently. She's a good example of someone with natural talent being kind of nurtured through that system. Yeah,
she pretty much played. She got player of the tournament when we played against Austria, so she's definitely one I was keen to see again. So it's quite nice to see, and it's nice to see some friendly faces that we've kind of met along the way before.
It is nice.
It's good.
It's a community, really.
Yeah.
And that's one thing we love, is making those connections and fostering them. It's a fraction short again, and this is going to be cut off. Amy Wheeler's got these go-go gadget arms, doesn't she? And she's had to pull it out again there to save the boundary. I won't go on about the catches because I know that we spent a fair bit of first innings still talking about a couple of those one-handed catches this morning.
Yeah.
What a difference a day makes, hey?
Yeah, definitely.
It's Ferrari to finish the first over or not, because that'll be a wide down the leg side. Okay, so once players, let's say they're able to kind of stick with it through the teens, is there a club competition regularly in Guernsey for women at the moment, or is that something that's still in development?
That is something that is still in development, but what we have managed to do this year is start a development squad, if you like, or just at least development sessions. So there are women now who fall sort of outside of our main squad.
Nice ball take two. Pretty good one from Ferrari. Her cricket's been pretty good this year. Gets that one past Sabu. End of the first over. It's 8 without loss. Okay, so that sounds very exciting.
Yeah. So we've got some kind of women now that are keen to play. We've actually had some that have gone through that development system and they have been selected this year to play. And so they, one of them came across to Norway with us to play in the Nordic Cup, and others have been when we played against Jersey. And we also had the RAF come over this year again. We had them last year, and they're a really good bunch. And they got to play in some games against them as well, including some of our junior players that are coming through. So, yeah, it's really exciting.
That's fantastic. I mean, one thing I know, obviously going through so many countries in Europe involved with cricket, we have 32, for example, now federations that are involved in the Euros of cricket, is everywhere slightly different, has their own dynamics. Marianne, well, this is good timing because this is your Guernsey teammate, but it's not going to be a great start for it. This is going to be knocked down to the ground, Maximo, to start the second. All right, I want you to dish the dirt on Emily. I know that she's still quite young.
Yep, she is. She is 18. She's nearly 19. She's come through our system. Her brothers actually play.
Yep.
And she started playing only a couple of years ago. And she shows like great promise with the bat and the ball, to be perfectly honest. She's a great in-swing bowler. She does take lots of wickets and she can score some runs as well.
Well, I'm going to let you call this one in, okay? Because you're the commentator and you know her best. Take it away.
Oh, man. Oh, no, she's bowled a wide.
Well, you got that right.
She'll get back on it, though.
She'll get back on it so far. Emily, you're being...
Is that commentating or is that
Can I ask you
umpiring?
just personally, what's it like, playing on TV with this level of kind of scrutiny? It's a bit nerve-wracking. Is it exhilarating, nerve-wracking, all of the above?
Well, yeah, a little bit of everything, really. Like, we have no experience of this at all, so it's been a bit of an epic weekend, but I've enjoyed it. I mean, when you're out here, you can hear you.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good shot as well, though. Not the worst ball for Marion. It's going to bounce once or twice, hit the rope, 4 runs. Nice shot by Ratnaker. Well, she was on a heater earlier on. She got dropped by Millie Taylor, which I couldn't believe on 96. Turned out that she'd give it up the very next ball. Ratnaker out for 98. Grace Weatherall with the catch. There's Grace right there. Yeah, okay. I'm going to give you another chance. I got a feeling for Emily here. You got to call it in for me. Come on, Hannah.
Oh, it's a swing and a miss. That's well bowled in.
Just good natural shape,
Really
actually.
good,
Slight
yeah.
breeze going left to right. She's getting that ball to move in. And we do see a lot of people finding the game in different ways. Often it's through family members, whether it's fathers, mothers, brothers that play. And it doesn't really matter how you get in. I just love that, obviously, creating tournaments like this and do what we do at ECN, 1,800 games a year, creates more cricket, more organised cricket as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've really enjoyed being here, and I kind of said to Emily, like, you may never play.
Well, that was an interesting one. Hitting the edge of the pitch, and it almost took Emily's head off. So sometimes you get some footage you think might end up in a courtroom sometimes.
Yeah.
This one, Ferrari bangs in, just watch it. Well, luckily the batter went down, the ball went up. Yeah, so that's great that Emily obviously getting to this level. I know it's nerve-wracking.
Yeah,
and I think I can totally understand. It can be your best day and your worst day all in one day.
Yeah.
In this format as well. So, okay, going ahead with the Guernsey team and particularly women's national team, what have you got kind of on the horizon? What are the kind of the plans the next few months or the longer term even?
Well, to be perfectly honest, this is the last thing. So we played in the Nordic Cup a couple of weeks ago. That was kind of the last thing for the rest of the team. And for Emily and I, this is our last bit of cricket for this year. I think probably going forwards, we're going to be looking at what we've...
Well, gone. Ratnaker's on a heater today. Maximo to finish the second. And so Marion... Yeah, she's going to end up with 19 off the over. One of the worst over, really. But, sometimes you can just run into a player that is red hot. And
I think that's what we've learned, really, about this weekend is that T10 cricket is very different to anything that we've played before. And actually, if you get hit everywhere,
I think
kind of the nature of the game.
so much better for the run. I was going to say, from our point of view, obviously, we're looking to expand the amount of countries in the Euros for women. We had 5 last. We have a 10 this year. And your rivals' jersey have snuck
I
in,
know,
right?
I
So
know.
I'm not saying make any judgments, but what I will say is that, for example, when we expand, if Guernsey women's cricket is going in the right direction, we'd love to have you there.
Well, I think we would love that too, because I think what you guys do to kind of expose the game is fantastic. And for Emily and I said to her, look, at the end of the day, we may never play amongst these players or players of this level ever again, and we have to embrace and take it, take the opportunity as much as we can whilst we're here.
Well, Amy Valverde is going to get a bowl here. A pretty good start when Amy someone leads Gibraltar. Look, I'm going to let you get back to your team. I know the party's almost over. Don't be sad. I know you're going to have a great night in Rome.
Yeah.
And a commiserations, obviously, that you came second, but you will be receiving your silver medal, which there's
amazing.
plenty of cricketers in Europe who'd love to be wearing that.
Yeah.
So I want to say congratulations for what you're doing with Guernsey cricket, for making the Roses side in the first place.
Yeah.
Watch this ball first, which is going to be sliced away, and that looks like that could run away for another boundary. So Sabu gets her first. But Hannah, I want to wish you all the best in the future, and hopefully we see you again soon on ECN.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Oh, it was really good to hear the players' perspective now that we've gotten into match number 9. And the Roses. They've been strong in spirit. They have pulled off a couple of gutsy wins. It's hung in that series for a while, but obviously it's looking like a 7-2 unless there's a dramatic turnaround here. There's Yanira Blagg. I'd love to see her get a bowl. Just, she's an emerging player. She's a bit of a bolt from the blue kind of selection. Fraction short this time and tees it up down the ground. Nice shot by Ratnayaka, and she just keeps on keeping on, doesn't she? At the moment, she looks like she's ready for an early dinner, the way things are going at the moment. Just a fraction short, it's just a flat bat smack from Methnara. Well, she's got the fan club, we know that, here on home soil. Next one will find the fielder, finds Valverde's Gibraltarian teammate. Methnara. Well, I'm planning another special guest, but the way things are going, it might be a pretty short stay at the crease in the commentary box for my next special guest. As Valverde trying to finish the over, just sprays this one a little bit wide. And she'll get another chance. So, yeah, it has been great. And I know some of you are saying we've heard from some of the Roses. Where's all the Team Europe? A lot of them are out buying the champagne, I think. But I have been able to secure a little bit of a coup. Had to go through the management. But I'm going to tell you it is straight after this ball from Amy Valverde, which is hit up in the air. Ferrari watches it and has to keep watching it. It's a great stop. Great attempt to stop, actually, from Grace Weatherall. It'll sneak across the boundary, but still, I love the effort there from the Roses. End of the third over, end of the power play. Team Europe are 41 without loss. Vinny sound to him, Mr. Maximo Rico. Well, he's fanning himself. He's earned a bit of a break. And I've got special guest, and it's the captain of Team Europe, none other than Babette Deleda. Babette, welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you.
I'm so happy to have you here. And obviously we met before. You were involved the first ever women's T10s we had back in Gibraltar, back at the start of 2023. And we've come a long way since then, even with the women's game, organising more matches or international matches. How does it feel to be captain of Team Europe?
I think it's quite an honor. I feel like this is a very unique tournament, and I'm very honored to captain the side. And we have obviously put down a pretty good performance as a team, and also this game is going very well for us.
It certainly is. And when they say quick game's good game, I don't think our chat's going to be very long, the way things are going at the moment. Firstly, I've got to congratulate you on your individual performance. I think your consistency, the runs you've made, the way you've made those runs has been incredible. I mean, you were in very good form, actually, when we saw you playing against Italy in the HCL Tech T20Is back in, I'm going to say, May? I don't know what month it is anymore. As this is Yanira Blagg getting a ball for the Roses. Pretty good ball, actually, gets past Ratnayaka. What about your form this season? What's going on? Would you say this is the best you've hit the ball in your career?
I must say yes, in T20 and T10. Not in ODIs, unfortunately. We've had some ODIs last month against Scotland and PNG, and it didn't go my way.
I did see that, actually. But, I mean, that's part and parcel of cricket. I just think, obviously, with this format, it's something that is fairly new, I think, to everybody. And obviously, we've only been doing women's T10s in the last year and a half. How do you find it? Do you enjoy it?
I love T10, yeah. And I think especially tournaments like these are great for women development, like especially in Europe.
there are a lot of teams, but not many play a lot of cricket, and I think it's very important for the development in women's cricket to have tournaments like these, and also to meet and play with other people than, well, your usual team.
Yeah. Well, I've actually noticed something that obviously you got your 4 Dutch players in Team Europe, but I've actually noticed that even though I know you're very good friends, you're going to spend time together. I heard you have an extra couple of days here as well, potentially. But you're getting out and you're really trying to make an effort to get to know the other girls quite well, and I suppose mix and take the opportunity to form those connections.
Yeah, I think the vibe in the team is great. We've had a lot of fun. I've also learned a lot about, the other teams, the other girls, cricket-wise and non-cricket-wise. So, yeah, I think it's a very unique opportunity to get to know people from all around Europe.
No doubt about that. 26 to win. Blagg, good ball. She's actually bowled pretty well here. Yanira, I mean, she's a great story. She's from Gibraltar, and I remember she actually played against you guys in the first ever ECIW that you had, but she was so new then. I think they were probably the first organised games of cricket she'd ever played. And so to see her playing for Team Europe, or not for Team Europe, for playing for the British and Irish Rose against Team Europe, I should say, I think it's wonderful. Great to see her getting an opportunity here. Last ball of the over. Just kind of cramps up Ratnaka that time. That's the end of the 4th over. And the score is 45 without loss. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. And I will say it's been awesome to have some special guests, but I've got to say, Babette Delader, the Europe captain, congratulations. Obviously, you knew that you won the Shield after match 7. What did that feel like as a group? Because you all seemed elated.
Yeah, very happy. I feel like it's very special to win this first edition. I hope there's many more to come, because I feel like it's a great tournament to play in. Great initiative from ECN. Yeah,
well, we absolutely love having you here. But it's the way, I don't know, something about the Dutch and hitting sports. I know you played a lot of hockey growing up there, maybe compared to some of the other countries in Europe we go to, but it just seems so natural to you. I've got a couple more questions. I've probably got you for one more over, I'm guessing, because we'll go back to live action. And Sabu, nice to see her getting an opportunity to bat a little bit higher. You come from quite a famous cricketing family, obviously, but tell us, how early did you start cricket? Was it always going to happen, I suppose, with the delayed name?
Yeah, I didn't have a choice, really. As soon as I could walk, I got a cricket bat in my hands. I also played hockey for a long time. Yeah. But I chose cricket in the end.
It comes out a lot, I think, just the natural hand-eye coordination. That was quite hockey. The stick is thinner. You know, you don't have as much margin for error. I know it's a slightly different game, but I mean, there's a lot of cricketers that have a hockey background. But obviously, you're doing amazing things. I love your wicket keeping. I love even your ability in the field. Just a natural kind of athlete. Just wait for Sabu here, who's facing up Marion from Guernsey, steaming in. That's a cracking shot there, gone. Maximal for Priya Sabu. And Priya, I remember at the ECC last year, she had her first 6 ever. And she was elated on that occasion this time. That's a cracking shot, isn't it, over extra cover?
Yeah, it's great to see. I think it's great to see her stepping up as well. We've had obviously the same people performing in the last few games, and it's great to see that today she's also getting a chance and doing really well.
Yeah. Well, tries it again. Can't really blame her. Come back from the bowler though. But I know you have to go in a second. Well, there's the Mathnara fan club as well. I'd love to see that. It must be really interesting as well, because I know you've got some rivalries with some of the girls in your team. But to join up and join forces, I don't know, it just seems to have worked.
Yeah, I think, as I said, we have a great vibe in the team, and we've played each other before, but to play together is, it's very nice to have the good players on your team instead of playing against them.
I think they probably feel the same way, the way that you've been batting in this tournament. But look, Babette, I know we're going to say goodbye to you at the end of the over. We'll see you at the trophy ceremony. I don't want to play spoiler alert, but there is an MVP trophy, and I'm finding it. I think you've got a very good chance. But we'll wait a little bit longer, because we've got last ball coming up from Marion, which is hit, and it's hit very hard from that Naka. Gone. Maximal makes it 11 to win. Babette, again, congratulations. I'll let you get back to your team. Hopefully this isn't the last time we see you in the Meltl Shield.
Thank you very much.
Babette Delader there of Team Europe, and what a superstar she's been all weekend. I just think it was game one where Team Europe were asked to bat, and I think she was so important in getting them off to that start. That kind of psychological advantage as well, along with Svilling, Riker, Ratnaika as well, has also been such a stumbling block for the Roses. Just haven't been able to take those big wickets often enough in this series. As we get to the 5 over mark, 60 without loss. And this is what's coming up tomorrow, of course. We've got Nish, who's basically gotten on the early plane. That's why he's in Vienna already. We've got cricketers back in the ECS. And they will be first up against Vienna CC. And we've got Snassi, of course. Great to have them back. To Vienna Danube there. We actually have 11 teams in total in Austria. Of course, same kind of a format with a 12-day ECS culminating in finals day. And then we'll have both men's and women's ECIs at the end of that 2-week block. You can join Nish in day 1 action tomorrow, 7 o'clock AM GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 in India, so the regular time. And Rico will be there for day 2. I'll be there for the second half of that tournament. Speaking of Rico, Fully's back with me now. And Rico, wasn't it great to hear from Hannah and then from Babette to get their perspective on this?
Wonderful, yeah. And of course, we had Chloe before that. Yeah, it's great. And the same story, though, that we're hearing all the time, that they've all had a lot of fun and, of course, a lot of respect for each other as well. And I think tonight you'll see them all coming together and, once again, networking and sharing what has been a fantastic moment. And that could have been a good moment. That was absolutely clobbered. And Amy almost takes a really good catch towards the end of this contest.
Well, this was almost Gibraltar United, because Yanira Blagg, I mean, she would love a wicket in a Rosa's shirt. It was Valverde. It wasn't an easy one, really. She was looking straight into the sun there. Did well, actually, to stop it. Here's some of the spectators in the spectator area, which has been pretty lively this weekend as well. Yanira pushes that one through, but just misses the mark. That's a nice kind of perspective from the spectator area as well. But yeah, it looks like Rico, try not to shed a tear, but we're 9 runs away from the end of the first ever Meltl Shield.
Yeah, and it's been great for Team Europe.
That's a very good in-swinger. Yanira's got a great story about just coming in. I know I have been to Gibraltar and they have some school sessions. Obviously, they've got the facilities. I know you've been there to Europa Point. She came in and Richie, who, funnily enough, is now the coach of Team Europe, said, okay, so this is how you bowl. You kind of put like this. And he said the first ball that she bowled was faster than anything he'd bowled in his whole life. Which I love that story. That beats the bat again here of Sabu. But Yanira then, okay, that's the first thing. Identifying, okay, this girl's got talent. But Yanira has been putting in the work. And I see it compared to when I saw it at the start of last year, when she had potential. But I can see now that she's just more confident, more consistent with her bowling. And yeah, it's a great selection, I think, for the Roses. It's pretty close to a wicket. It is a wicket, so Yanira Blagg will get on the board. Sabu with a bright 18, but it's number 18, Yanira Blagg, that removes her. And Rico, I was a bragger back then, and I'm still a bragger. That's a huge moment for Yanira.
Yeah, it really is. And you know, what I was about to say is what a marvellous and fantastic moment a couple of days this has been for her. And you just said how she started. I know that I heard Richie talk about her as well. But for her to be here, look, she almost took a wicket there, but she gets one. Look at the celebration. Yes, she says she's got a spring and a step, and she skips to get the congratulations, everybody. It's a moment she will treasure for the rest of her life. Here it is again. And, you know, she's going to learn so much and gain so much from this little adventure. And you've said it already. You can see how much effort she's put in already to get to this far. But when all of these girls come together and share experiences and little tips with her, just imagine how much better she'll become.
Awesome. I love that. First person on the scene was Ferrari, her Gibraltar teammate. Nikki Caruana wasn't far behind. Poor Amy's just on the boundary, so she couldn't get there too quickly. But, yeah, to share those moments. And they know. I mean, Yanira is a player that they hope can star for Gibraltar for a generation. 8 off 8, though, in his Farwa Barber. Another good player coming in, though. Of course, lives in Czechia. And I think Czechia really missed her. They had a fair bit of cricket through June. That was in Prague, but Farwa wasn't available for those games. And I know that They would love to have her services.
She's a huge player. I mean, when I've seen her play, and she's been the star performer, MVP material.
Yeah.
Every time. She's a cracking player.
Just 2 ECIW MVPs, actually, Farmer. Right now it's Ratnaka, who gets a little bit careful. Was either happy to give the strike back to Barber, or perhaps saying, maybe I want it myself because I'm 41. And we've got another one of these situations, a bit like yesterday where she got stuck in the 40s forever. Oh, Ratnaka, though, with the 98.
I was going to say, you don't mind being stuck on the 40s, 47. I think it was not out. But being stuck and getting out on 98, ooh, yeah.
Especially when the man upstairs has given you a little wink and made Millie Taylor, who doesn't drop really anything,
yeah.
dropped a goober on 96, but then Verenook's ball went up in the air. But anyway, Amy Valverde will get an opportunity to get a bowl here, but with 6 to win, we know that Team Europe can win this with one swing of the bat. Low full toss swept across by Meltl Ratnaka. But I think I kind of expected it, but also it's really nice to see the blending of different countries coming together into one team. And in the end, I know it doesn't seem like it, cricketers are just human beings. You know, I just think to come together, to see people outside the field, you know, to room with them, to eat with them. I just think it's wonderful, the friendships that get created. Barbara will get some bat on this and we'll get a single.
Yeah, I think you're right. And again, the main thing here is that they've got here, it's happened, they've played a good cricket. I think a lot of people, and I think people have to own up as well, I certainly did yesterday, a lot of people have been surprised by the standard that we've seen here, you know, from these two teams, from the British and Irish Roses. That one gets smashed away, and that will be it. That's the boundary. And they needed 4, and it's done. It's dusted. It will be a win, and it's a cracking way to finish. And Meltl Ratnaka will finish it off with the 4. He gets a swivel on this, and there it goes to the boundary.
That was a bullet. I mean, it's going to be 4. So, well, Rico, what does that make it? I think
that's it.
I think that's going to be it. Well, it's a bit of a delayed reaction, but I think when they count the I's and they drop the T's, it's going to be Team Europe who are confirmed as your first ever Meltl Shield champions in this best of 9. They have prevailed 7 matches to 2. So what a wonderful weekend it's been. But Team Europe, I mean, remember, I suppose they know they won the trophy after match 7, so it doesn't come as a huge surprise. But, you know, a mixture of fatigue and exhilaration there, I'm sure, for Team Europe. What a great first Meltl Shield we've had here in Rome.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, and that leads me on to what I was talking about. You know, the performance has been brilliant. I think a lot of people around the world have been pleasantly surprised. We've seen some outstanding performances with the bat. Let's not forget about them. Deleda was sensational, and Ratnaka, who was out there, not out, 46. Didn't she bat well? We saw Zwelling, we saw Riker. Then, of course, we saw some great hitting also from the likes of Amy Weller. I think Aria Packrell was really good as well. It's really been a delight to watch the bowling performances. And that's the other thing, you know. Remember sometimes when we watch these European cricket series, and after 2 or 3 days, we see a vast and massive improvement from the players. Well, these women have just been out there it's come to the end of the second day, and look at the improvement from where they started yesterday. Look at the way they gelled. Look at the performances that they put on together. And one of the things that both camps did say, what they wanted from the Meltl Shield, and I know that Manuela, of course, who the Shield is named after, Manuela Meltl Weston, she said the same thing. What she wants to do, the same way that we on the network have seen cricket, men's cricket grow and develop to what it is now, that we want to see the women's cricket do the same. And I think we've certainly achieved that here, and well done to all the players. And one thing they wanted to do is showcase their talents out there and get other women and also young girls that are watching and saying, you know, I want to play the game. Where can I play? Where can I go? Where can I get a bat? Where can I get a ball? And I think they've achieved that, because really the best advert for cricket in Europe was out there in the last couple of days. It's been brilliant. So you see there that Team Europe, they're ready to celebrate all together. They're getting into a huddle. They've big smiles on their faces, but well done to them. Congratulations to them. But of course, not just to them. What a lovely shot that is here wonderful, wonderful moments, beautifully captured there by Spring Media. But also, I want to say very, very well done to the British and Irish Roses. Not all the results went their way, but the way they came out this morning and played that first match, congratulations to them, because they could have come out really flat after what happened yesterday, and it could have, it could have been done and dusted after match one.
They came out firing, and when you think about it, some of those magical moments, if you look at the magical moments, they're probably split 50-50 between the two teams.
Right.
I mean, those catches this morning, obviously, from the Roses, and I just liked kind of some of the skills. I mean, I like Taylor a lot with the ball and the bat, and you've got a lot of players there, I think, that have kind of individual moments in time that will last a lifetime for them. But really, Team Europe, well, they have won the first ever Meltl Shield, and well, this is one trophy that won't be leaving the continent. And I know a fair few of the viewers had commented on that. Let's go back and have a look. Well, 71 to win. All right, Naika went out there, and she ain't taking any prisoners here on day 2. She wanted to finish this in a rush. And actually, if you break it down, obviously, we had the bonus point system as a kind of tiebreaker, which we knew wasn't really going to come into it. But out of those 7 wins, 4 of them, actually, they took all the points. So that just shows that when they dominated Team Europe, they really dominated.
Yeah, I think most people will agree they just had that little bit extra firepower at the top of the order, and they weren't reliant on one batter to do it. Of course, the leader was sensational. We know what Zwelling can do as well. But Ratanaika, her hitting ability and her power, and also that Oraika, I think that's what's given them the upper hand here. And they were able to demonstrate and showcase that yesterday, where I think the British and Irish Roses, they only really show that today in that one match.
Yeah, fielding made such a big difference, didn't it? And I feel like with the Roses, especially when the fielding clicks, they clicked.
Yeah.
But that was yesterday, they're just a bit more consistent with the bat. Something about today, maybe it was the fact that a few players were batting in unfamiliar positions. We saw a lot of run-outs.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of kind of self-inflicted dismissals, I suppose. But they fought it out to the very last ball. It's short-form cricket, but it's quite a long battle, isn't it? The best of 9 when you've got 2 teams going head-to-head. That was the moment where it was all done. It might have finished with a good old-fashioned Falcon. I think the quick concussion check was called for, but it wasn't for anyone on the field. Naika brings up the boundary that brings the first ever Meltl Shield to Team Europe.
Well, I never spotted that line. Well, yeah, they are happy. Well, one of the spectators will get a long-term memory.
I think he's just getting up right now. I mean, I was going to say, a lot of people will remember this for a long time. He might not be one of them.
Not.
But wasn't it great? This Babette delayed there.
Yeah.
It was great to steal her away for a couple of overs as well. And that's a great shot, isn't it?
Wonderful.
From inside the inner sanctum. Team Europe, they've united and they have conquered here in the first ever Meltl Shield. 7 matches to 2. In what's been a wonderful showcase of European cricket. I mean, you said you used the word surprise. I don't even think that's the right word, because I've seen a lot of these players before. I've seen, the best of the best in every team that we've covered. And so it's kind of, I'm not so surprised, but I am delighted by what we've seen here this weekend, and to see so many players getting involved and really making a significant difference to their team's fortunes. 46 to Ratnaika. Well, she made a late run, didn't she, at the MVP? I guess we'll have to see who gets it in the end at the trophy ceremony that is coming up. And we've got Priya Sabu up there. Nice to see her making some runs at the top of the order. 18 for her. As we look at the bowling, and Ferrari, I thought she did a pretty good job with the new ball. She does swing it. We saw her do a pretty good job early on. But Yanira Blagg, I think it's wonderful to see her getting an opportunity and bowled a really good set. Remember, she was bowling at batters that are very good batters. She took 1 for 9.
I think she bowled very well. I mean, there was 2 very good overs. Only gives away 9 runs. And like I said at the time, you can see her really developing and growing into a very good cricketer.
So 70 wasn't really ever going to be enough, was it? Team Europe, they were able to chase it down with 3.3 overs to spare. Win number lucky 7 for Team Europe as they dominate the first ever Meltl Shield. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. I will let everyone know we will have the Shield presentation fairly shortly. But of course, yeah, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. I loved it.
Brilliant.
After, almost 4,000 matches, you say, well, what could you really do that's new? What could you really do that is going to excite you? This weekend, there's a lot of anticipation. much like the Western Shield as well, you know, it's bringing different players together, but very highly skilled players in a high-pressure, high-octane environment. And for sure, the Meltl Shield has delivered year one.
It's outstanding, really. And when you think that we've just seen here the best of Europe coming together, two teams battling it out, some experienced players, some new players, and sharing all of their talents, giving each other tips, and just the way that they gelled and the way that they played, and the delight and the happiness that they brought, not just to us, but to everybody around the world. I think it's been amazing. It's been such a success.
I actually loved my favourite quote from Babette when she was in here with me was when she said, it's really nice some of these players not to have to play against them, to have them on my team. I said, well, what do you think they're thinking? Because obviously the huge Dutch influence with Toledo, with Robin Rijka, with Iris Willing in there as well. Rathnijka kind of really rounded out that batting order. It's a funny one. The batting just consistently fired, maybe except for one game for Team Europe. And they had the big three yesterday. Rathnijka coming to the party from kind of game 5 onwards just made them even stronger. So that's the tail of the tape. I can't wait. It'll be maybe not quite a year away. We're hoping we might be able to have it a little bit earlier in season 2025. But the Meltl Shield has been a huge success and it's here to stay.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And I love the story behind it as well. And the Shield as well. The story behind the Shield, of course, you got the Meltl shield in there in the middle, the handshake, the coat of arms. I think that's wonderful. I love the story about the Clovers, and I know that you've been frantically searching for a four-leaf clover. Haven't found one yet.
Still waiting. If anyone wants to send one in, please do at European Cricket. Coming up tomorrow, Nish is on deck in Austria at the Sabahn Cricket Ground. Cricketer CC. Cricketer Cricket Club, by the way, one of the best names that we've ever had on the network. Taking on Vienna CC first up, and Vienna Danube also in action. We've got 5 matches coming your way, same time, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. I'm rushing because it's almost time to get to the trophy ceremonies. We have to go and set up for that. So stay with us. Don't forget, plenty of cricket still happening. Netherlands obviously on for a few more days. Valletta Cup's just coming to its conclusion this afternoon. So I'm going to say goodbye from here, but I've got to say once again, been great to be with you.
It's been wonderful, and I'm so pleased that we've been able to do this first one together. I think it's been a magical experience.
Yeah, congratulations to all players. There'll be more thank yous coming your way at the trophy ceremony. Just before I leave the box, I want to remind you to like this video if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget also, you've got our social media at European Cricket and the website, europeancricket.com. We're going to leave you with some of the best bits of day 2. And by the way, this video might run long because it was highlights. It was action aplenty, but it was Team Europe that came good in the end. 7-2 the result. I'll see you at the trophy ceremony, and we'll see you more for more action very soon right here on ECN. Enjoy the best bits of the day. Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to the trophy ceremony for the first ever Meltl Shield. Well, you can hear in Rome live, the atmosphere is electric, the enthusiasm is genuine, and it really is, because we've been looking forward to this for so long. Obviously, every year there is something new, it seems. I always wonder, what's next? What's next? I remember we were actually in Rome last year during the European Cricket Series, which is the domestic competition here, and it just came up, either from a viewer or through whoever was commentating with me at the time, said, you know what? Who would win in a battle of the best of kind of the continent of Europe and then the best of kind of Britain Island and all those territories? And we didn't know. And so it developed into a bit more than just a hypothetical. We had the Western Shield earlier this year in Portugal, and obviously the first ever Meltl Shield here in Rome, and we're bringing the best of the ECN universe together in a format that is unique. I think that most of you will know that by now, but it's also a real test of cricketing skill and your mental skills as well, your decision making on the field. So I want to congratulate firstly all of the players that were selected, no matter where you came from, no matter how you got here. The fact you're here and you're playing at this level, I think is fantastic. We appreciate your sacrifices being a European cricketer, and it's wonderful to have you here making history. Let's hear it for all the players in the first ever Meltl Shield. Obviously, cricket is about partnerships as well, and I've got to say that we couldn't do what we do at the European Cricket Network without the support of our partners. So big thank you to Dream 11 and Fancode, to HCL Software as well, to Paramatch, to Local Lifestyle as well, who are providing these fantastic medals and this very unique shield. We'll talk more about that in a moment, and we hope you treasure them for a lifetime. I also want to say thanks to Bizaway for getting us around Europe so much. And yeah, believe it or not, in around about 12 hours, we'll have more cricket coming to you from Austria, of all places. And also, I want to say big thanks to Grizzly Bear Sports, not only for providing the balls and a lot of the equipment, but also for the fantastic kits that you see today. So let's hear it for all of our wonderful partners. We do value you. Also, quick shout out, and I'm doubling that slightly, but to the Italian Federation, who have provided our support to us over the last 2 weeks, but even longer than that, I think, in being wonderful partners of European cricket. And in particular, I want to thank specifically Prabhath and Lorena from the Roma Cricket Club, who have made this ground something very, very special. So I know that you'll be helping with the presentations, but I want to thank you once again for your hospitality and for your organisation. You've been absolutely amazing. And they're very happy right now for another reason, because we know that Roma CC just won the championship, so I think it could be a big night at the ground. Look, I also want to thank all of the ECN crew, and I mean both the blue crew that have kind of become the white crew with all these fantastic new shirts that we're getting for the Meltl Shield, but also all of the support crew from the office, obviously the CEO Roger Finer's here, the founder Dan Weston, but all of the European cricket family, I know whether they were here or whether they were watching, they're all a part of this wonderful event. So let's hear it for the blue crew. It's great to be a part of something very, very special. I also just quickly, and I know there's a lot of people to thank, but I do want to thank our magnificent TV partners, our TV production partners in Spring Productions, Spring Media. So I know that we've got the crew here. Some of them are up there, some of them are in boxes, some of them are holding cameras. Long days, 2 weeks in the sun. It's wonderful. They really take the magic out there. They turn it into something next level. That is a wonderful TV product from all around the world. So big thank you to everyone at Spring Media for their support. I want to thank also a group of people which I thought did a magnificent job, and I am talking about the officials. So I know we've got Tracy, we've got Mita, we've got Snail here, who did a great job. I mean, 5 games yesterday, 4 games today. I thought it was first class. Honestly, umpiring this format is crazy. When you think about all the things you've got to think about, every ball. In, I suppose, longer forms of cricket, you might have a decision to make every 20 or 30 minutes that is significant, but here you get real decision fit. I don't think you put a foot wrong. I've got to say big congratulations also to Ian for his work tournament refereeing this weekend. Hope to see you at the end of the year. Keep December free, don't book any holidays. It's almost time to get on with the ceremony, but I do want to give a quick shout out. I know we had quite a moving ceremony at the start of the weekend on Friday night, where Manuela Meltl Weston spoke very honestly and very earnestly about what this means to her and her family to attach the Meltl name to the shield. Obviously, she's been part of this ride for, well, better part of a decade now to see European cricket developing. I bet she never knew what she was getting into when she first kind of agreed to go out with Daniel, but I think together they've formed a very important partnership in shaping what is something very magical. So Manuela, to you, a sincere thank you, and I can't wait to see you hand over the shield. Also, quick shout out to all the support staff, all the coaches, managers, the spectators as well. Great to have a good crowd here. So let's hear it for the spectators. Not just the ones here, but of course, all of those ones around the world. Okay, the thank yous are out the way. Let's get on to some presentations now. We do have the silver medals here, thanks to Local Lifestyle. And let's talk briefly about the roses. Well, I was very excited to see you guys play. I'll be very honest. I know there were a few complications with a few late ins, a few late outs, but one thing that really struck me is that you're kind of willing to roll with the punches a little bit. I think that's something you learn to do as a cricketer. And I think obviously there's different levels of experience in the lineup, but I just think that each and every one of you will come out of this a better cricketer. And not just that, you'll form friendships that will hopefully last for a long time. And really that's what it's all about. I know on the field didn't really go your way, it wasn't the best day one for you, but I just knew this morning you were going to come out and you're going to fire. And obviously that first win was pretty gutsy. But in the end, even to the very last ball, to see something like Siyanira getting a wicket at the end, someone that I've seen coming a long way in a short period of time, I think it's great for the sport. I want to thank you for your sacrifice of coming here and spending time at the Roma Cricket Ground. And I'd like to invite you to come up and collect your silver medals here in the Meltl Shield. If Manuela would like to come up, Lorena and Prabhath may assist. One more time, they played with pride, they played with passion. Let's have one big cheer for the British and Irish Roses. Congratulations. We sincerely wish you all the best for the rest of the season and beyond in your cricket journey. We hope to see you back soon on ECN. Okay, before we get to the gold medals, I do have an MVP trophy to give away, and I think it's Prabhath. Would you like to present this one? So it's kind of a miniature version of the shield. It is gold, which is cool. Well, I really like that. It also looks pretty heavy, so hopefully you've got enough excess baggage, because someone will be taking this back to the Netherlands, the MVP of the first ever Meltl Shield, the captain of Team Europe, Babette de Leijden. Congratulations, Babette. It was a stunning performance, really. I think from the very first innings, you put down a marker, and I think everyone followed suit. I just think it all clicked for you guys. I just loved the way you seem to be enjoying what you're doing. And that really, cricket's meant to be fun. Obviously, it's more fun if you win. You won more than you lost this weekend. But I really hope that you foster these friendships in this special moment in time. Obviously, we'd love to have a lot of you back again in the Meltl Shield, but you just never know. And I think that life's short, your cricket career is even shorter. So enjoy every minute that you can. And it was a joy to see you out there. 7 games to 2. obviously built on the back of some very, very strong hitting, but I think you fielded very well yesterday, and that set you up, put you in a good position to get ahead. And once you got that lead in the series, you never gave it up. I'd love to invite you now to collect your gold medals in the Meltl Shield. Please welcome Team Europe. No. It's all right. Leave him. Yeah. They've got to be in the man camera. Okay. Well, I will say once again, it's been an absolute honour to be here, and there's so much more in store. I can't even begin to tell you what we're planning in 2025. I know there's talk that we may be able to do a similar series for under 23s, both for men and women's cricket. I think these weekends, they've been really, really special, and I know I'll remember it for a long time. It's a little piece of our history, a little piece of your history too, I hope so. Now I'd like to invite another Manuela Meltl Weston to come up and present the first ever Meltl Shield. Babette, if you'd like to come forward and collect it on behalf of Team Europe, the first ever Meltl Shield winners. Oh! Come on. Let's get you together. Let's get you raising that shield. One more for the first time. Come on. Let's get you in together. Thank you so much, everybody. Please travel safely, and we hope to see you again very, very soon on ECN. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, the rest of your season. Thank you very much. So I will say, this has been a wonderful weekend. It's been something really, really special. Obviously, you see people kind of in different clothes with different teammates, taking on different opponents. But it's something I know that I'll remember for a long time, and I'm sure for these players, it will be the same. Don't forget, Nish is back on deck in Europe tomorrow. The cricket will just keep on coming. I'll be in the Netherlands tomorrow for 3 days, but still 4 weeks until the men's ECC. And don't forget, 10 countries playing in ECCWCF. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maxwell, on behalf of all of the ECN family. Time to start the celebrations. We'll see you tomorrow on ECN. Good night. Meltl.